Chapter 1. Daniela. I reached into my large black Mary Poppins-style bag, found what I'd been looking for, and handed the bride a barley sugar candy. My sister swears by these for morning sickness. Just suck on it. JD took the candy with a grateful smile and unwrapped the crinkly clear cellophane. Thanks, hun. I knew when I went off birth control there was a chance I'd fall pregnant, but I never imagined it would happen so fast. Tanya handed JD her bridal bouquet with a chuckle. Well, my mom says morning sickness is the sign of a healthy pregnancy. I turned to my other recently married friend. Do you have something to tell us, Tanya? Tanya cackled with laughter. No, not yet, not that the boys aren't trying, of course. She waggled her eyebrows at me suggestively, her lips stretched wide by her trademark grin. I laughed, but the sound rang hollow in my chest. I knew exactly what she was hinting at, and I was jealous as all hell. Two sexy wolf shifters to love forever? Yes, please. Feeling better? I asked with a hopeful smile, turning my attention back to the bride. JD sucked on the candy I'd given her, and paused a moment, as if contemplating precisely how she felt. Yes, actually. I feel heaps better, thank you. Let's do it then? I squeezed JD's hand encouragingly, and walked her to the door of the master bedroom suite. JD and her men were getting married at Bill and Nancy's property. Leo and Mason had offered to build a deck and pergola for them as a wedding gift, but between JD, Tanya and I, we'd conjured up an incredible event. With no neighbors in sight, there wasn't anyone to complain or suspect anything out of the ordinary when new landscaping and buildings suddenly appeared overnight. The bedroom door opened, and JD's baby brother bounced into the room with a swish and a bow. I'm here, he announced. Late as always, I said to Nikki, kissing his cheek. You're looking good, kiddo. Nikki grinned at me, then offered his arm to his big sister. Ready, sis? She inhaled deeply, resting a nervous hand on her still unswollen belly. Yes. Definitely. Together we walked through the doors, and out into the magically manicured back gardens. I led the procession, following the white rose petal-strewn walkway, proudly wearing my new royal purple bridesmaid dress. Tanya and JD sashayed close behind me. JD had chosen a gorgeous black and white theme, embellished with purple and gold. The accents were noticeable throughout the striking flower arrangements, the men's ties, and the general festive decor of the venue. The dresses she'd chosen for us were the perfect style for us larger-than-life girls, and I was proud as punch to stand up with my friend on her most special of days. I arrived at the floral archway first, and beamed at JD's two handsome grooms. They were like night and day in their appearance, but wore twin looks of love on their faces as they stared in awe at their bride. The ceremony ended up being a lovely combination of wolf shifter mating ceremony oaths, as well as the necessary legal jargon required by the state for the marriage to be recognized. It was beautiful, heartfelt, and just perfect. When the ceremony concluded, JD and her men were whisked away for photos, and not long after, Tanya went missing with her men too. I didn't need to wonder where they'd gone or why. I knew they wouldn't be able to go long without laying claim to her again, after we'd all shared in such a beautiful ceremony. So I sat by myself at the bridal table, grateful to be a part of the crew. I trained at Tania's gym for so many years, she'd hired me for reception last year, and I now worked there full-time. And JD, well, JD was like a sister to me. We were all really close, our very own found family. Hello. You must be Daniela? The words, spoken by a deep and unfamiliar voice, broke me out of my reverie. I looked up to find a truly beautiful man. He was at least 10 years older than me, and had an immediate and very tangible effect on my love-starved body. I swallowed hard. Oh yes. Hi. That's me. But everyone just calls me Donnie. I rose to my feet, smoothing my dress to speak with him properly. His gaze ran over my body in an appreciative way, and he cleared his throat with a lopsided smile. And you are? I asked, giggling and pursing my lips knowingly when his gaze failed to meet mine. My eyes are up here, hun. The handsome older man seemed to be struggling to speak, but finally managed to pull himself together with some grace. Yes. Right. Sorry. I'm Travis, he said. I'm Bill's cousin. I grinned at him, flattered by his fluster while noting the fine lines around his eyes and graying hair at his temples. Now that I was closer, I reassessed his age. I was 32, and he was probably 20 years older than me. But damn, he is gorgeous. He was the literal definition of a silver fox. Well, it's nice to meet you, Travis. I lifted my glass of wine to my lips and took a sip, cocking my brow playfully. It was a beautiful wedding, wasn't it? He smiled and licked his lips, before clearing his throat again. My belly fluttered instantly with arousal, and I unconsciously squeezed my thighs together tightly. This handsome stranger was having a serious effect on me, there was no denying it. I'd never felt anything like it. Yes, it was indeed. I glanced down at his hands, but he had them firmly in his trouser pockets. He wore a rather dashing black suit, and looked every bit a gentleman. And are you married too, Travis? I inquired, secretly hoping he was not. Too, he repeated, sounding shocked as his eyes widened. I frowned at him, momentarily thrown by his reaction. Yeah? I said, referring to my friend's marriage. Are you married? He demanded as if caught off guard. I laughed, more in a shocked reflex than anything else as I fiddled with my hair. No. I just meant. Another man came rushing over and grabbed Travis by the sleeve. We have to go. Now, he emphasized, glancing briefly my way. No, Travis said, shrugging the guy's hand off. I told you I'm not leaving. Travis, the other guy growled, the sound sending a shiver up my spine. Travis ignored him, and turned toward me again with a decidedly exasperated smile. Donnie, he said formally, this is my brother Shaun. Shaun looked to be a few years younger than Travis, but he seemed harder somehow, less refined. He was bigger in size and build, and his face was cold and more angular. He also wasn't wearing a full suit, instead opting for gray pants, a vest and a white shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows to reveal muscular forearms. I smiled at the interloper politely, and set my wine glass back on the table. Hey. It's nice to meet you. I reached out to shake his hand in welcome, but he seemed genuinely distressed, prompting me to ask, Are you okay? No. Shaun stepped back, tripping over a dip in the grass before hitting the deck in his formal attire. Oh no. I rushed around the bridal table and reached for him, grabbing his arm and helping him to his feet. Are you okay? I asked again, concerned and confused. What the hell is going on with this guy? A moment later my hand brushed his, and my skin tingled like I'd just brushed fire. I pulled back, startled by the unexpected sensation. What on earth was that? I gasped. Shaun glared at his brother in response, then stormed off without so much as a backward glance. Travis sighed, took my hand and lifted it to his lips. His skin tingled against mine as well. The dancing flames of our connection delicious, in a way that made me want to melt right into his arms. Until next time, beautiful Daniela. He kissed my knuckles, then, like the gentleman he appeared to be, took his leave. Breathless, my heart racing, I watched them both go. I blinked several times, trying to ground myself in reality. Phew, that was intense. I adjusted my dress, walked back to my seat at the bridal table, and lifted my glass to my lips. I drank the rest of my sweet crisp wine in a few quick swallows, my hand still tingling. Whatever that was, I wanted more.
Chapter 2. Travis. I followed my idiot of a brother to the car, my stomach churning with equal amounts of desire, hunger, and frustration. You're a fucking dickhead, you know that. I called out after him. Shaun whirled around and glared at me. And you're a motherfucking asshole, he snapped right back, his face reddened. My breath whistled through my gritted teeth as I tried to collect myself and be the sense of calm the situation sorely needed. You need to calm the fuck down or I'm going back to the wedding and pursuing our mate, with or without you, I threatened. Shaun's huge fist came down hard onto the roof of the truck. I'm as calm as I'm going to get. You're lucky I'm not completely losing control and wolfing out. I stared at my brother, shocked by his behavior. This just wasn't him, and I wasn't going to pander to him a moment longer. He was out of control, and I wasn't taking him anywhere. Not like this. He needs to calm the fuck down and fast, before it ruins everything. I pocketed the keys and stepped away from the truck. Leave your clothes here. Go. Shift. No one will notice your absence. Come find me again when you've calmed down. I turned my back on him and walked back toward the soft, glittering lights and music of the wedding. Where the hell are you going? Shaun yelled out to me, his temper flaring. Back to our mate. I called back and kept on walking. There was no way I was going to let Shaun ruin this for me. I'd been waiting to find my fated mate, forever. Truth be told, I was honestly starting to believe there wasn't a special woman out there for me. I'd certainly never thought I'd have to share her with my brother when I did find her, but hey, beggars couldn't be choosers, not when it came to fate. At 51 years old and still single, waiting to find the one had felt like it was taking forever. I dated women of all sorts, shifters and humans alike. I'd traveled the world over and been in both short-term and long-term relationships, all to bide my time until my mate showed up and lit my soul on fire. But disappointingly, it had been to no avail. Then last year, I officially hit 50, and despite my patience and unwavering faith, I still had no children and no mate to show for it. So, when my cousins invited us to their polyamorous wedding, I'd been intrigued to say the least. We lived a city away, but at the behest of our aunt and uncle, we drove the 5 hours to watch Chase and Damon get married and seal the deal on their happily ever after. I'd been curious, albeit jealous as all hell, that my younger cousins had found their fated mate already when I'd been looking for so long, but curious nonetheless. The only question that remained in my mind had been, why were they marrying the same woman? That had made no sense to me, until my brother and I both sensed Daniela. From that moment, I started to understand. It wasn't up to them. It hadn't been a conscious choice to enter a polyamorous relationship. It was what fate had divined, and they had no intention of fighting it. The music started thumping as I rounded the corner of the house to step into the backyard, as the party moved from formality to fun, and I stopped short. JD, the stunning bride, was on the dance floor with Daniela and a few other women. Together, they were shaking their booties like there was no tomorrow, and laughing happily, lost in the moment without a hint of shame or fear to be felt. My heart squeezed tight at the sight of my gorgeous mate enjoying herself. She was incredibly beautiful, and her smile, which was as big as the sun, made her seem even more so. Hey Travis. How are you doing? Mason, another pack member asked, walking up to me. I haven't seen you guys around for a while. I crossed my arms over my chest to stop myself from bolting forward to grab Daniela so she couldn't escape me for another 50 years, and turned my attention to Mason. Yeah, we ended up buying a place in Tonyville. We just drove over for the wedding. And where are you staying? He asked. Just in a nice motel in town, I answered, then jumped into the more interesting and imperative news. So, I heard from my aunt that you and your brother married a witch too. It had obviously shocked me when I'd been told my cousins were marrying a witch, but to be told they were the second set of brothers to succumb to a witch's magic, well, that, along with the throuple theme, got me thinking there might be a greater pattern to it all. Mason grinned at me. Yeah, you heard right. Something's definitely going on with our pack. Maybe we had too many men born to this generation, or something? I laughed, but then tilted my head, thinking about our pack. Well, Shaun has never remarried, and I'm still flying solo, but most of the pack is mated. Mason took a sip of his beer before answering. Most, yeah, he agreed, but I know at least 3 more brother pairings that are still single. It's just a running theory, though, he offered, though he didn't seem as interested or intrigued by the topic of conversation as I was. 3 other sets of brothers that need to find mates? Who? Before I can spiral down into dark thoughts of competition and potential loss, a gorgeous, dark-haired, curvy woman sashayed up to Mason with a broad smile. "Hey, sweetheart," Mason said, putting his arms around the woman who was obviously his wife. "Having fun?" he asked, kissing her on the forehead affectionately. "Of course I am. But who's this?" She turned toward me and smiled as she leaned into her husband and looked me over with an inquisitive expression. "This is Travis," Mason said, introducing me, "another pack member." "It's nice to meet you," Tanya said, her eyes glinting with intelligence. "Donnie said she met you earlier." The knowing glimmer in Tanya's dark eyes told me she already knew I was interested in her friend, so I didn't bother beating around the bush. "Yeah, we did meet briefly." "She's beautiful," I said. "Do you know if she's single?" "She said something about being married, maybe. I'm not sure. The conversation is kind of a blur now. I just knew that I'd seen red and panicked when she'd mentioned being married too, but perhaps I'd misunderstood what she was saying." Tanya laughed. "Donnie? No, she's not married. She's been single for at least 3 years now, longer actually, I think." The relief washing over my soul was palpable. "Thank God," I breathed, closing my eyes momentarily as I realized there was truly hope. Mason stared at me, his eyes going wide as he put all the pieces together. "Are you? Did you?" Then he began to laugh, and it was a genuine sound that put me at ease. "What is with the witches in this town pulling all the wolf shifters?" Tanya clapped happily, already onto it. "I'll go get her," she said in a sing-song voice, "back in a minute." She hurried off to grab Donnie from the dance floor and drag her back to us. As Tanya and Donnie hurried over to us, arm in arm, they were both giggling and grinning, clearly fitting in some emergency girl talk on the way. Part of me was embarrassed to be set up in such an obvious way. I felt too old for that sort of thing after all, but the rest of me was simply relieved I would have Donnie close to me again. "I thought you'd left already," Donnie said to me, reaching up to tuck her long dark hair behind her ear. My whole body vibrated with happiness having her so close. She was just so beautiful. My breath hitched in my throat, and I could hardly breathe when I looked at her. Her dark eyes sparkled with mischief, and her full gorgeous face just cried out for me to cup her cheeks and kiss her perfect lips. I coughed to clear my throat. "Yeah. I decided against that." She glanced around, as if looking for something or someone. "But your brother had to go?" she asked, her brows rising in query. I sighed, stuffing my hands in my suit pant pockets. "Well, not gone exactly. He's probably still running through the woods, actually. I told him to go shift and run off his temper. He was feeling a little on edge," I explained. At that precise moment, a wolf's howl pierced the night somewhere off in the distance and made my stomach clench. "Yep, that's him. At least he listened to me." Donnie jumped a little, then turned to stare out into the darkness, following my gaze. "Is that him?" she asked, a note of wonder in her tone. I nodded. "Yes. I'd know that howl anywhere." "So what's up with Shaun?" Mason asked with a frown. I didn't want to get into what was wrong with my brother. It wasn't my place to expose his issues or feelings in regard to what he'd been through, so instead I chuckled and played it down. "The list is long and varied. Where do I even start?" The group laughed as a whole, and the music shifted from a dance beat to a slow rhythmic waltz. "Oh, I want to dance to this," Tanya said, grabbing Mason and dragging him away and onto the dance floor with a cheeky wink in my direction. I held out my hand to Daniela without thinking. "May I have this dance?" "Absolutely." She grinned, taking my hand and lifting her bridesmaid's dress a little to make it easier to walk across the grass. We stepped onto the makeshift dance floor, and I pulled Donnie into my arms, holding her waist in my hands. She shyly placed her hands on my arms, a smile quirking her lovely lips. I moved them smoothly, so that they draped around my neck. I wanted her as close to me as possible, even though I was painfully aware a lot of people were watching, especially all the wolf shifter family I had present. "So," she whispered, then cleared her throat. "Tell me more about you, Travis." Small talk, not my favorite, but it was essential for my mate to get to know who I was. "Well, let's see. I've never been married, and have no children. Work-wise, I own a software company, so I travel a fair bit. Oh, that sounds interesting, she said, lighting up a little. I shook my head. Not really, I admitted. I'm just grateful. It means I can move around and work remotely if I need or want to. I also made more than enough money to be comfortable, which always made life easier and less stressful. So where do you live now? She asked. Tonyville, I explained, hoping my mate wasn't the sort of woman to be too fixated on money and what we could provide for her. Not that it would ultimately matter, if she was. I could feel she was my fated mate, with every breath and every touch. Nothing was going to convince me otherwise, and I'd do anything to be with her. I've never been there, she said, shrugging. What about you? I asked, changing the subject with a suave smile as I gazed into her beautiful eyes. Tell me something about you. Well, I work at Tania's gym, Donnie revealed. I worked a corporate job out of college, initially, but didn't like the politics, so I took a break from work to focus on my health. I squeezed her waist as she looked down, seemingly embarrassed. Tell me more, I encouraged as we swayed to the slow music, hardly moving much around the dance floor. I personally didn't care, and hoped she didn't mind either. Well, I started training at Tania's gym and she offered me a job. It started out with training people, helping with equipment, and taking calls at the front desk. A few casual shifts soon turned into more until I was working there full-time. She smiled suddenly, as though she'd never expected to find such happiness. And the rest is history, I guess, she said. I nodded and glanced up, checking to see if the music was still going, before dipping my gaze to hers once more. And you're a witch? I ventured. She smiled, her cheeks flaring with a rosy pink. Yes, I am. And you're a wolf shifter, right? I chuckled. Indeed I am. Aren't we meant to be like natural enemies, she said, dropping her voice to a whisper. It was my turn to laugh aloud. Why yes, I believe we are. The music faded out, and everyone started returning to their chairs. I sighed. I don't want to let you go, I admitted, clinging to her waist. She took a step back and slid her hand into mine with a warm smile of understanding. We could go for a walk and talk a while longer if you like. I shifted my hand so our fingers could intertwine and gently guided her off the dance floor. I would love to, not that I know where I'm going. It's been years since I've been here. She smiled mysteriously, the starlight reflecting in her dark eyes. It's okay, I know where I'm going. I helped with the decorating. The decorating? I asked, gesturing to the spectacularly tasteful pergola and tent with all their stunning fixtures and trimmings. You did all this? Not all by myself, but yes. We walked along a path that led to another smaller pergola, lit up with twinkling white fairy lights. They created a beautiful, peaceful, yet magical mood. It's very impressive, I applauded her. Donnie took a step up onto the platform of the pergola, raising her much closer to my own height now. I remained on the lower flooring, simply admiring her before I tugged on her hand, asking without words for her attention. She spun back to look at me. Beneath the lights, against the darkness, in her striking royal purple gown, she looked like a princess. Her eyes grew wide as I pulled her closer, until her hands settled naturally on my shoulders. She stared up at me, her lips parted between one breath and the next. My heart began to hammer in my chest, and my inner wolf howled. This is it. Daniela is everything I've been waiting for. I dropped my head and held myself there, whispering against her lips. Very impressive indeed, Donnie. Then I guided her body against mine, her delicious curves melding against me too perfectly for words as I pressed my lips to hers.
Chapter 3. Daniela. I'd known the kiss was coming. As soon as we walked off the dance floor and headed off into the privacy of the gardens, I knew. But that didn't mean that I was prepared for the sheer intensity of the perfect storm of sensation that single kiss hurled me into. His lips were perfect, lush, thick, and warm. Then there was his tongue, softly sneaking into my mouth and offering me my first taste of him. I moaned deep in my throat, unable to keep the sound inside. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pressed myself against him, getting as close as I physically could. Travis groaned and responded just how I wanted him to. Deepening the kiss, he grabbed my ass and hauled me close. Our tongues tangled and our lips moved as if in a dance. My belly quickened, and I whimpered as desire poured through me. Why did this feel so good? So perfect. And damn, the man could kiss. Lost in the moment, I surrendered, allowing the bliss to swallow me whole. There was no fighting this tide, I was going under. A threatening growl resonated from the darkness. The unexpected sound made me jump and break our kiss. Travis remained completely at ease, despite the interruption. Instead of panicking or reacting out of fear, he simply pulled me into his side, as we both turned to stare out into the darkness. My heart pounded in my chest. It had been beating hard before from the excitement and arousal, but now, it was fear that pulsed through me thick and fast. I instinctively gathered my magic close to me, keeping it at the ready, unsure of what was about to happen next. Is that? I trailed off, swallowing the rest of the question. A large gray wolf stepped out of the shadows and stalked toward us. He snarled, each step a deliberate and measured move. Travis sighed. Yep, that's my brother. Here to ruin the mood as always. Then he took a sharp breath and yelled out as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Hey dickhead. Knock that shit off. You're scaring Donnie. The wolf immediately stopped his advance. I clung to Travis, feeding off of his calm. I hadn't read much about wolf shifters, and it seemed my lack of knowledge was coming back to bite me. But as I held my breath, logic reminded me that both Tanya and JD had married happily men who turned into these huge animals. Surely, I have nothing to fear. He's not going to hurt me, is he? I asked. Travis turned his head and stared down at me, frowning at the mere suggestion. No, of course not, he assured me. He's in full control as a wolf, well, maybe not Shaun. He's a hothead at the best of times. I mean, we don't lose our humanity when we shift. He's still in there, and he's as safe to you as a wolf, as a human. Maybe safer since we're even more acutely aware of our bodies, our strength, when we're in shifter form. I swallowed hard and cleared my throat, wanting to trust him. Okay, so, can he shift back? Travis gestured toward the wolf with an amused tone in his voice. Go ahead and ask him to. I turned back to the wolf and bolstered my courage with a deep breath. Shaun, can you shift back please? I'm not handling this very well. I called out, my voice shaking. As if by magic, the wolf immediately began to change. His fur began to transform into flesh, and his body grew upright, larger and more human. The wolf soon melted away completely, and Shaun stood up, his bronze body heaving and gleaming with sweat. My jaw dropped, and I couldn't help but stare at the masculine beauty before me. I was a part of the powerlifting scene and had seen more than a few unclothed men in my time, but nothing prepared me for Travis's younger brother. Oh my God. Wow, I breathed, my nostrils flaring and my eyes widening in awe. Travis chuckled beside me, clearly amused by my reactions. Yeah, wolf shifters don't know what shame is when it comes to our bodies. I gulped, unable to tear my gaze away from the sight of Shaun's incredible physique. Why would anyone feel shame about being so fit? Healthy? Travis suggested with a grin, his tone teasing. I dragged my eyes back to Travis. Yes. Both. He chuckled gently. Just keep focusing on his positives. He's got a lot of personality traits you're going to have to work around. Shaun growled in warning, his sweat-drenched muscles gleaming under the moonlight. My gaze swung back to him and I frowned. What do you mean? Why? How? What do you mean, I'll have to work around it? I asked, stumbling over my own words. Don't tell her. Shaun demanded, his large hands tightening into fists at his sides. I couldn't help but notice that he wasn't flaccid. It hadn't been since he'd shifted back to his human form. I'd assumed it had something to do with the wolf thing, but he was still half-hard and damn, was he a beautiful specimen of a man. Then their exchange finally registered with me, and I turned back to Travis. Tell me what? I pressed, wanting clarification. Why I have to deal with Shaun too? Travis nodded, his eyes glowing silver. His wolf. Travis nodded again. Yeah, he's just being stubborn. He doesn't want you to know that you're our mate. We both knew it the second we laid eyes on you at the wedding. My jaw dropped and the world spun around me. Shaun growled menacingly, obviously annoyed with his elder brother. My patience frayed and snapped. This was like sensory overload to the max. Stop it. I can't think with you naked and doing that. Without a second thought, I threw some magic at Shaun with a flick of my wrist and conjured up some clothes to cover him. A simple pair of jeans and a black t-shirt. He looks way too good. You can put your formal stuff on again in a minute, but I just need to be able to focus, and your body is super distracting. I turned back to the brother who seemed to have his wolf under control, whereas my patience was practically non-existent. Spill? Now? What are you actually saying? My heart pounded like a steam engine as I awaited further explanation with bated breath. Did he just imply that they're both my mates? Shaun charged forward, obviously on a one-man mission to try and stop us from talking this out. I thrust up my hand. If you don't stop right now, I'm going to drop you onto the other side of the property. Got it. I warned tersely. Shaun froze, then turned and stomped away back in the direction he'd originally come. I took a breath, my cheeks hot with emotion. I don't know what his problem is, but you need to tell me what's going on here. I seriously loathed that one minute I was enjoying the best kiss of my life, and the next I was caught up in what appeared to be a fight between brothers. I've had more than enough drama for a lifetime. I crossed my arms over my chest and pinned him with my stare. Did you just say you're both mated to me? Is that the expression? Well, yes. In a nutshell, that's it, Travis said as he watched me with adoring eyes. He made it hard to stay annoyed, but I huffed all the same. You mean like JD and Tanya? Mated? Married? I've never really gotten the details from them firsthand, so explain it to me. Travis took a step into the pergola, where the lightning was brighter. Can we sit down? I'll explain everything. I sighed and let my impatience and frustration go as I exhaled. Nodding, I allowed him to draw me into the seating area and hold my hand once we sat down. So he began, his deep gravelly voice making me smile. Damn, he's too sexy for me. Wolf shifters, if they're lucky, have fated mates, he explained. Like a soulmate for a human, but a lot stronger and more tangible. For example, as soon as I saw you, my breath caught in my chest and my heart just sang. Some part of me hoped you were mine, but when I touched your skin. He smiled as he stared down at our entwined hands. I knew. You mean the strange electricity thing? It felt like fire kissing my skin. He nodded. It's an awareness of our connection, the zing, so to speak. I don't want to overwhelm you, because I know witches aren't the same as us, but I won't be moving home again unless you come with me. I gulped at the intensity of what he was saying, and my heart fluttered anew. Holy shit. He frowned, his expression was one of concern. Damn it. I just freaked you out, didn't I? I'm sorry, Donnie. That wasn't my intention. I took a long, steady breath to center myself and regain my bearings. It is a lot, but go on. Please. I squeezed his hand with encouragement. He frowned again, then said, All right, but please don't run away from me. I can't help the way my wolf and I feel, and we're happy to wait for you to be ready for all this. Just please don't leave. The pain in the back of his voice was so intense and raw, so vulnerable that I reached up and cupped his face, desperate to reassure him. I'm not going anywhere, Travis. Don't hold back. The only way we can move forward is with open lines of communication and honesty. He leaned forward and kissed me gently on the lips. Hot tears sprung into my eyes, and I let them race down my cheeks without shame. Okay, he continued, breaking our soft kiss. Well, I knew the moment I saw you that you were the one for me. There is no question in my mind about it. I nodded, biting down on my lower lip, as I tried not to laugh at the amazing absurdity of my predicament. This gorgeous silver fox saw me, and knew I was the one? Seriously? I have to be dreaming. Then my idiot brother saw you and basically staggered so hard he went ass up. I frowned at Travis. But why did he react that way when you didn't? I asked, confused. Travis sighed, pausing for a moment as if to find the right words. Shaun's been married in the past, divorced too. There were no kids involved, but there's still a lot of pain there he hasn't really dealt with successfully. As a result, he doesn't want a fated mate, and like me, certainly never thought he'd get one. I closed my eyes for a second, struggling to comprehend everything he was revealing. So let me just get this part straight. You, the sexy wolf shifter, want me? He grinned in a devil-may-care way that had my panties melting once more. Hell yes. I do. I'd take you to bed right this minute if you'd let me. I laughed but put the brakes on. Slow your roll there just a bit. But thank you for the compliment. I shook my head for a moment, as a blast of fat-shaming insults filled my head, courtesy of my ex-boyfriend. Crap. Stop it. That's in the past. You're fucking gorgeous, Travis said suddenly, as if reading my insecurities. Our motel isn't far from here, if you'd like me to prove it to you? He stood up as if he wanted to drag me back to the motel and make insane, passionate love to me. A part of me still couldn't really believe him, but a nervous giggle burst forth at the compliment, and I smiled. It had been far too long since a man had wanted me in such a way. No. That's not necessary. Please sit down, I said, flapping my hands ridiculously to make him sit again. My cheeks felt super hot, but I didn't want to waste any time or magic to cool myself. Tell me more. I'm not sure what else you'd like to know, he admitted. I inhaled sharply. What else did I need to know? What about Shaun? Are you sure he feels this zing like we do? So you feel it too? I nodded, pursing my lips as I tried to put my feelings into words. Yeah? I can't explain it as easily as you can, but the electricity, the attraction, that feeling inside me. I pressed a hand to my chest and closed my eyes as I focused on the beat of my heart. Yeah, I feel it. Good. Travis grinned. And as far as Shaun is concerned, I am absolutely certain he feels it too. I've never seen him so out of control. Well, that's not great. The out of control part, I mean, I said, glancing out into the darkness in the direction Shaun had stormed off in. Travis chuckled. My brother is a bull-headed son of a bitch, and he's been afraid of the fated mate link for years. But without it, he'd walk away. What do you mean? I asked, my brow creasing, as Travis moved us so that we were now sitting side by side, and he could put his arm around me. I mean, if this was a matter of normal attraction, he'd walk away so we wouldn't have to share you. He'd go and find his own wife. But you're our fated mate, which means he could run all the way to the Arctic Circle, and he'd still feel as though someone's knifed him in the guts. He'd miss you so much it'd hurt. I sighed and tilted my head, laying it on Travis's shoulder as I mulled this madness over. I hope you're right. Not that I wanted Shaun to be in pain, but I'd seen JD and Tanya with their mates. The triad worked well, and if that was how we were meant to be, then how could we ever be happy as a couple? Something would feel like it was missing. Oh, I'm always right, Travis said with a grin, then stood up and offered me his hand. Now let's go dance some more. I want to show you off to the world. Well, how can I say no to that? I said as I accepted his hand. We went back to the wedding and danced the night away. Shaun never came back to the wedding, and despite Travis's promising offer of seduction, I went home alone to lay awake in my bed. I ached with loneliness, but it was incredible to finally feel truly alive again. It had been far too long a time since I'd felt that. Trust me, of all people, to go from hopelessly single to straddled with two scorchingly handsome wolf shifters.
Chapter 4. Shaun. Hot, luxurious water poured over my head and flowed down my sore, tense body. Every part of me hurt like hell, and as I raised my arm to put the bar of soap back in its cradle on the wall, my hand shook with the effort. Fuck, what is wrong with me? The bathroom door opened, and Travis walked in. Are you almost done in there? He asked. I need a quick shower before bed. Yeah. I'm done, I managed to bite out, despite the fact that I would have loved to have punched my brother square in the face. I turned off the shower, wishing I'd been able to drain all the hot water. It was a stupid wish though, since we were staying at a nice motel with a never-ending supply on tap. I stepped out of the glass-walled cubicle and grabbed a towel, scrubbing my hair and body with harsh, impatient swipes. My brother meandered into the shower, whistling away happily to himself. My hands clenched into tight fists of their own volition, and I stormed out of the bathroom. Fucking asshole. He has no right being so happy. I grabbed my toothbrush out of my bag and went back to the sink to scrub the wine stains and rich food remnants from my teeth before throwing myself dramatically into my single bed. Travis was still showering, so I tried to go to sleep. There was no way that was happening, of course. I tossed and turned, listening to Travis finish his shower, brush his teeth, then take his sweet time getting into his bed, which was only a few feet away from mine. Fresh as a daisy, he sighed happily and settled into his bed, seemingly without a care in the world. I couldn't believe it. Was he seriously just going to go to sleep after what happened tonight? When his breathing slowed, my temper exploded. Are you fucking kidding me? I barked. Travis jolted awake, his eyes wide. What? What's going on? He asked as he looked around, trying to discern whether we were in immediate danger. I sighed and gritted my teeth. Are you seriously just going to go to sleep? I repeated, unable to hide the anger in my voice. My brother dragged his palm down his face. Yeah. I am, Shaun. I've got a big day tomorrow. Jealousy speared my gut like a well-aimed shot. Oh, really? I asked hotly. I thought we were just catching up with family, then heading back home. Travis sat up and turned the lamp on next to him. No. I'm never going back to the city again, not unless Donnie comes too. I bolted upright, ready to smack my brother in the face at the first given opportunity. What the hell are you talking about? Travis rolled his eyes at me as if I was a moron. Donnie is our fated mate, you idiot. Bullshit. I spat at him. I don't have a fated mate. Travis laughed, though the sound held no humor. You're lying, and not just to me, but to yourself, which is just fucking sad, Shaun. You're too old to be acting like a petulant 5-year-old. I jumped out of bed into my feet, unable to stay sitting quietly while my brother insulted me. Get fucked, Travis. You don't get to call me a liar. But you are, Travis said too calmly. So, to answer your question again, Donnie is our mate, and I want her. If you don't, that's fine. But I'm staying, regardless of your decision. And where are you going to live? I fired back at him. And what about your damn business? Travis shrugged as if it were no big deal. I can work from anywhere, and as for a house, I'm sure Donnie wouldn't mind if I bought her a house near her work. Maybe somewhere around Mason's and Leo's. I've heard they live in a decent area, not far from Tania's gym. I'm not sure whether I can afford a place near Chase and Damon, but that would be up to Donnie. My jaw dropped and I saw red. And what about our house? You can buy me out or we can sell it, Travis said flippantly, like we hadn't saved and bought a place we both loved years ago. We'd also agreed never to sell it. But? I stuttered, practically vibrating. But nothing, Travis snapped at me. I want Donnie. She's literally my dream girl. And if she'll let me, I'll buy her a house, move her in, marry her, and get a baby in her as soon as possible. She might be in her prime, but I'm not getting any younger if you hadn't noticed. I just stared at him for what seemed like several long minutes. My older brother, a man I could have sworn I knew inside and out, had just thrown the biggest curveball of his life and hit me square in the head. You're fucking serious, I accused in disbelief. Travis snorted. Of course I'm serious, you dolt. You didn't think I wanted to remain single and unattached all these years, did you? But I thought, I said, trailing off. I didn't want to finish the sentence, because I could see straight away how stupid and immature it would sound when given voice. You thought what? Travis demanded. Unable to say what I meant, I went for a half-truth. I thought you were happy the way things were. We had a good life with great friends and colleagues. We got to party, host dinner parties, and took as many lovers as we wanted, not to mention we were a gym buddy duo. I'd been happy, and I thought my brother was too. Obviously, I'm way off the mark. Travis snorted. I was making the best of my situation, sure. But I've been biding my time for 20 years, hoping my fated mate would turn up, always assuming she would or could any day. I didn't think it would take her this long, but here we are, he said with a shrug of his shoulders. I sat down on my bed with a defeated thump. You really mean it? You're going to leave me and move here, aren't you? Travis narrowed his eyes at me. And you really mean it too, don't you? You're going to just walk away from the gift fate has given us. I scoffed, old tensions and hurts rising within me. Fate? Yeah. I don't think so, brother. I've been there and done that. It's horse shit. Travis smacked himself in the face and groaned. You falling for a blonde with a dirty mouth and a nice ass was not fate, brother. Despite the time that had passed, and the fact that Travis was speaking the truth, my anger rose up, boiling like a steaming kettle. Shut your mouth, I hissed. Travis threw back the blankets and slid out of bed, his eyes flashing silver with his wolf. What's wrong, little brother? Does the truth hurt? Not as much as finding that bitch in bed with her trainer, I'll bet. I flew at him, throwing punches at his arrogant face. You fucking bastard. Travis landed an uppercut, and my head flew back. Cut the shit, Travis growled. You know Candace was a fucking mistake. You know she wasn't sent to you by fate. You didn't even feel the zing with her. She was a nasty piece of work, and we all told you that. No, you fucking didn't. I roared at him, my wolf just beneath the surface. Travis sighed. You're right. We should have been more clear. But I told you not to marry her more than once. I told you to wait for your fated mate. Anger burst out of me like a storm. I don't have a fated mate. Travis groaned loudly and towered above me. Yes. You do. And she lives 10 fucking minutes from here. I shook my head as my jaw clamped down, biting off my ability to talk as it partially shifted on me. I don't believe it. I didn't believe Travis, and I certainly didn't trust my insane wolf that dared to believe the same bald-faced lie. Time had already proven to me that I wasn't getting a fated mate. And even if I was, I certainly wasn't sharing one with my brother, and that was something that Travis hadn't even addressed yet. You can't seriously want to share a woman with me? I managed to growl out between teeth that were too sharp for my mouth. We didn't even do that when the women flowed like red wine. Travis and I were only 5 years apart, so had been pretty close growing up. We'd even ended up going to the same college as each other. As we became men and partied, we could have shared a lot of women back then. But we didn't. Not once. We were both too proud to do that. We could get our own women. I don't want to share her, Travis said with an identical growl. And if you run away, I won't have to. But if fate has deemed that we're meant to be a triad, then I'm sure as hell going to do my bit to make the arrangement work. He lifted his chin in defiance. My wolf rose in response. I'm not running away, I whispered, my throat still clogged with emotion. Well, whatever you're doing, you go right ahead, Travis said, sliding back into bed. Now, I'm going to bed. I need some sleep before I change my whole damn life. God, I can't believe I finally found her. He closed his eyes as if he was actually going to go to sleep. You're seriously just going to go to sleep? How can you? I crossed my arms over my chest. There's no way this is going to work, Travis. We can't share a mate. I must have misread the signs. He didn't even open his eyes when he replied. I don't care, brother. Good night. I gaped at him. We can't share a woman. She'd never be able to keep us with us. No matter how young and fuck, I hadn't mean to admit to that. But it was too late now. Beautiful she is. Travis finally turned his head to look at me with open eyes. She's a witch and practically 20 years our junior. I think she'll be just fine. When I didn't say anything, still totally unconvinced, he continued. Mason and Leo seem pretty content sharing Tanya. And our cousins are totally enthralled with their witch. Why do you think we'd be any different? I opened my mouth to argue his point, but found I couldn't. Damon and Chase did seem really happy, and so did Mason and Leo. But that doesn't mean one woman will ever be enough to satisfy us. Good night, brother, Travis said again and rolled over, presenting his back to me and effectively ending the conversation. Flustered and more than a little pissed off, I went and found some Advil and drank a gallon of water in the hopes of easing my headache before climbing back into bed myself and trying to get some sleep. I couldn't afford to stay here any longer. I wasn't made of money. I'd take the truck and drive home tomorrow myself. Fuck Travis. If he wanted to abandon our life and everything we had worked for, then so be it. I'd buy him out of his half of our house and go on as if nothing had happened. I was happy with my life the way it was, with my little black book of lovers and my local friends. I didn't need anything else. I don't need a fucking fated mate.
Chapter 5. Daniela. I got no sleep after the wedding and those incredible kisses with Travis. It had been so hard to say goodnight to him, then go home alone. He believed without a shadow of a doubt I was his fated mate, which meant he wanted me the same way Mason wanted Tanya, and Damon wanted JD. An ache in my heart reminded me that my friends had 2 wolf shifters each, yet one of my brothers didn't want to have anything to do with me. Oh well, I told myself, stretching and getting out of bed. I need to count my blessings, not focus on the negatives. I checked my phone and was surprised to see there were already 3 messages from Travis. A giggle caught in my throat as I read them and checked the time. Travis couldn't wait to see me again, according to his messages. Lucky for both of us, we'd be together again in an hour or so. I couldn't wait. JD and her men were hosting a barbecue lunch for everyone today. Since they had a lot of guests who'd traveled, they decided to put their honeymoon off for a few days and spend the whole weekend with everyone. It'd make the most of everyone's time and make it worth all the travel, and I for one thought it was a sweet idea. I went into the bathroom and used the toilet, then decided to have a shower and wash my hair. I'd had it styled yesterday for the wedding, and my hair was still full of hairspray. The hot water felt blissful as I stood beneath the spray, washing every inch of my body. But feelings of insecurity began to creep in as I ran my hands over my various lumps and bumps. My heart sank. I was too thick, too muscly, too fat, if any of my past lovers were to be believed. I was certainly no catwalk model. I was a lot of woman. I shook my head at myself and slapped the wet tiles of the shower stall. Stop it, I commanded myself. No negativity. Travis knew exactly what I looked like, and he hadn't complained yet. Quite the opposite, in fact. He hadn't been able to keep his hands off me last night. When we danced or talked to anyone else, he'd had a hand on me at all times. He even admitted to wanting to jump my bones then and there, if I'd allowed him. With a resolute nod, I pushed the self-critical thoughts to the back of my mind, and I dried myself, getting dressed into a pair of stretchy, form-fitting blue jeans and a nice flowing white blouse. My hair I dried with my magic, unable to put up with the half-an-hour wait my hair would take to dry and straighten with traditional methods. I also added a little mascara and lip gloss, then took a look in the mirror. The image that reflected back at me didn't seem to accurately represent how hard I worked on my health, but it will have to do. I made my way downstairs and sauntered into my newly renovated kitchen. Everything inside my house was new now, thanks to my recently enhanced magic. Big girl magic, as I like to call it. Thankfully, my house was already paid off, thanks to my many years playing the corporate game. But I didn't think Travis wanted me for my financial security. He seemed to have enough of his own in that regard. After all, he was single and 50? I'd have to ask his actual age, not that it made a difference to me. Not now that I was over 30, at least. Age gaps just suddenly didn't seem like such a big deal anymore. I made myself a coffee and some oatmeal, then sat down at my small glass kitchen table to eat. A wave of a strange sort of happiness passed over me. I'd lived in my house for 3 years, alone. I wasn't always lonely, but definitely sometimes. But soon enough, I was pretty sure I wouldn't be lonely ever again. Travis would move in here with me and work from home, making noise and mess, and just generally, filling my heart and my home. Hopefully. I caught myself. I didn't want to get too ahead of myself. And to be honest, if anyone else told me they were planning on moving in with someone after one night's acquaintance, I'd tell them they were quite simply crazy. But I felt anything but crazy. I felt calm and strangely content. I couldn't describe it even if I wanted to, but I wanted more. I grabbed my keys and headed for my car, locking up my lonely house perhaps for the last time. My house had 3 bedrooms plus a study, so he could even sleep in a spare bedroom if he wanted to begin with. Paying for a hotel when I had more than enough space was madness. With my thoughts light and my heart feeling full, I drove the 5 minutes over to JD's new house. Her men, Chase and Damon, were lawyers and had impeccable taste when it came to real estate and style. Wow, I breathed as I parked my car on the side of the crowded street and got out of the car. The house was beautiful, and according to JD, completely renovated inside. They'd done some of it themselves, but they'd paid for most of the work to be done. No magic involved, unlike my house. I walked up the steps and knocked on the door. It opened immediately, and my heart skipped a beat. "Good morning," I said. Travis reached out and grabbed my hand, pulling me against him right there in the doorway. "Hello, beautiful girl," he all but purred. "Hi," I squeaked before his lips came down on mine. His kiss was light, but intimate, then he lifted his head again to smile at me. "We should probably go inside," I managed to breathe. Travis stared down at me with nothing but complete adoration in his eyes. "Yes, of course," he said, stepping inside and taking me with him. "It's so good to see you." I giggled, then swallowed hard. "How is it that you managed to turn me into a giggling schoolgirl?" He laughed. "I have no idea what you mean, but if you're talking about this incredible happiness I feel bubbling inside me all the time, then you do the same to me." I stared into his dark blue eyes, and my breath caught in my throat. "You are so..." "So what?" he asked when I didn't finish. I shook my head at myself. Damn my inability to keep my thoughts in my head. "You're so, well, beautiful to be honest. I've never, you..." I stumbled, my train of thought utterly derailed. He grinned and dropped his head again, kissing me briefly on the lips once more. His inability to stop kissing me was a little confronting. I wasn't used to such casual and comfortable affection. But I loved it. With every look or kiss my cheeks bloomed with heat, and a flush of pleasure rolled over me. "You hungry?" Travis asked, slipping his hand around my waist and guiding me through the library and into a large, open living area. "Always," I said, gasping at the beauty of the buffet in the large dining room. "Goodness, they've really prepared for an army, haven't they?" Travis laughed. "Well, between the power lifters in the family and all the wolf shifters, we'll probably eat as much as an army." "Donnie." JD rushed over wearing a gorgeous red dress and a beautiful bright smile. "I'm so glad you came." I hugged my friend and gushed. "This house is amazing." "Oh, I know. I feel so blessed to live here." She glanced over at a waiter and squeezed my hand. "I've got to go put out a few fires, but I'll give you a full tour of the house later, okay?" "Of course," I reassured her. Do what you've got to do. She grinned appreciatively. Please help yourself to some food, she said, gesturing toward the table. And most of all, have fun. My gaze slid over to Travis, and I couldn't help but grin myself. I will? I grabbed a plate and started loading up on the beautiful food. I'd barely eaten today, just enough to get going really, and my belly was starting to hurt. Wow, this is just lovely. They've done a great job, Travis agreed. I hope this is how the family down here live all the time. Why? I asked, my voice catching in my throat. Are you going to come visit more often? He stared at me, unblinking. I'm moving here, sweetheart. I told my brother last night. For me? The words died, squeaking awkwardly in my throat. I couldn't bring myself to say it. It sounded too pompous. Too ridiculous. Is he seriously moving here just like that, for me? Fuck. Wow. That's great, I managed to say, pouring myself a tall glass of juice before taking a sip to soothe the croak in my throat. It certainly will be, Travis said, taking my arm and directing me toward the outdoor deck and a table with 2 empty chairs. I stopped and stared for a moment, completely enamored. Even their backyard was breathtaking. There was soft music playing in the background, people were happily chattering, and the entire space was decorated with a glorious amount of fairy lights and flowers. I sat down and took a bite of a beef finger sandwich. What do you mean? Travis sat down, picking up a mini meat pie, polishing it off in 2 bites. I mean, I want to move here to be with you. That is, if you want me to. Oh, I shoved more food into my mouth to buy me time. Of course I wanted him to. It felt right whether I could explain it or not, but would I be crazy to agree with his plan? We've known each other for less than a day. Unless you want to move to the city? He asked with a smile. We have a large apartment, but I think a family home would be better. And you have your family and friends here. He cleared his throat and took a sip of his drink. I'm sorry, it might have been presumptuous of me. Would you rather move within me instead? I'm flexible. I shook my head. No. I mean, love my town, my job, and my friends. I'd love to stay here. He stared at me, his bright blue eyes making me squirm in my seat. So, he prompted. So what? I asked, needing him to say it out loud to make it real. So, is it okay if I move here? He asked with a soft smile. To be with me? My heart raced and my insides flip-flopped inside of me with nerves. He nodded. Yes, of course. Even though you barely know me? I shook my head, hardly able to believe my luck, but couldn't stop the slightly hysterical laugh that bubbled up in my throat. He cocked his head and watched me like a cat. You're my fated mate, Donnie. And I know you're perfect for me, in every way. Upon hearing his ardent declaration, I practically choked on a cute little strawberry tart. Perfect? Me? I gasped. No one's perfect, Travis said, but you're perfect for me, and I hope that you'll believe I'm perfect for you. My jaw dropped. I already think you're? I couldn't even say it. Not yet. But I definitely knew Travis was perfect. Too perfect for me. I sat up straighter in my chair and licked my lips, fighting the nerves bubbling up within me. I'm not perfect, Travis. I'm not skinny for one thing. Travis snorted, a wide grin splitting his face. What's perfect and skinny got to do with each other? He asked. You're strong, healthy, and powerful, that much is obvious. And what can I say? I find that sexy as hell. I rolled my eyes. I don't think you understand. I'm never going to be skinny. I love to eat and lift heavy. The stronger I am in my body, the stronger my magic becomes, and I'll never give that up. I swallowed hard. Travis's eyebrows rose up his forehead. Why would I ever want you to change? He asked, looking genuinely perplexed. I guffawed into my juice and had to find a napkin to cover my mouth and wipe away the evidence of my surprise. Because every boyfriend I've ever had has told me I'm okay in the beginning, that they like who I am. but soon enough comes the conversations about more walking, less lifting, and a reduced intake, and discussion about healthy weight ranges, etc. I sighed just thinking about it. Something akin to fury flashed through Travis's beautiful blue eyes. I would never ask you to change, Daniela. You're beautiful just as you are. I sighed again, my heart melting. I'm also not good at all the normal girlfriend type stuff. You know, like keeping the house clean, cooking every night. I trailed off, grimacing as I stared at my plate. Travis reached over the table and took my hand in his. Daniela, I'm 50 years old. I don't need a housekeeper. I'm pretty adept at keeping my house tidy, and I can cook. In fact, I enjoy it. I bit my lip, worrying the flesh between my teeth. Then what are you looking for? I asked. Travis's gaze burned into mine. A mate, companion, and a friend. Someone to talk to and sleep beside. A partner in life to have a family with, and grow old with. Hot, stinging tears of raw emotion gathered in my eyes, and I had to look away momentarily to get myself under control. When I finally felt like I wasn't going to cry, I managed to ask him the most inane question I could think of. Something to dial this epic romance back just a touch so that I could catch my breath. Are you a dog or cat person? He began to chuckle. You're asking a wolf shifter if he's a dog or a cat person? I grabbed a cracker and slice of soft cheese and enjoyed it while nodding. The humor in the situation was obvious, but I didn't crack. I was still calming myself and trying to wrap my head around the incredible gift that had been thrust at me when I least expected it. Well, he sighed. I'm a cat person, if I'm being honest. Dogs don't seem comfortable around a human that turns into a large wolf. I think they feel threatened. I grinned at him, my breathing under control. Perfect. I mean, I don't have any pets yet, but I'd love a cat or two in the future. Travis wiped his lips with a napkin. Then we'll need a large cat run outside as well. I don't like the idea of them being trapped inside all the time. I nodded and smiled at Travis's sweetness. I agree. My backyard isn't huge, but I could get something sorted. Travis fell quiet for a moment, a contented smile on his face as he took a moment to sip at his drink and gaze out over the gardens. Pushing myself to be brave and say what I'd been thinking all morning, I took the opportunity presented. Would you like to stay with me while you figure everything out? I mean, have a 3-bedroom house so there's plenty of space. His smile warmed the cold recesses of my heart. I'd love that, but I won't be a drain on your resources, Donnie. I have an apartment to sell and savings to buy a new house down here, if you wanted to upgrade to something bigger. I tried not to be offended by the offer. My house wasn't a mansion like JD's marital home, but it was still a beautiful renovated house I'd paid off all by myself. I was proud of it, to say the least. How about we wait until you've seen my place first? I suggested with a forced smile. Travis didn't seem to notice, and he just grinned back. An independent woman. Fair enough. Well, I'd love to take you up on your offer to stay with you. My brother will probably be heading home today, and knowing him, he'll cancel our booking and leave me stranded out of spite. My jaw dropped. What do you mean? Well, we'd planned to stay the week to catch up with family and have a long overdue vacation. Yeah, I got that part, I said, my heart beginning to beat fast again, the roaring in my ears making it hard to focus. I mean, about Shaun going back today, when did that become the plan? Travis leaned back on his chair and stretched his back. It's simple, really. I want to stay with you and do everything I can to create a life with you. Shaun doesn't want to join in on this. What do they even call it? He asked. I swallowed hard. A polycule, a triad, a throuple? Whatever you think suits, really. Travis laughed. A throuple, that's clever. Anyway, Shaun wants to go home, and he's pretty pissed off at me for just, well, he sees all this as me throwing away everything we've worked for to stay here and be with you. My heart sank at the news. He thinks you're making a mistake, I whispered. Travis grabbed my hand and squeezed my fingers. I'm not. I don't care about my business or my life in the city. They were all distractions and just a way to spend my time until I found my fated mate. He smiled that smile again, and my heart lifted a little. And now that I've found you, after, may I say, decades of searching, why would I wish for anything else? Tears filled my eyes and spilled down my cheeks before I could even hope to stop them. Hey, what's this? Travis asked, reaching out to wipe my tears away with his thumb. Did I say something wrong? I shook my head and wiped at the moisture still clinging to my cheeks. No, not at all. I just can't believe you feel so strongly, after only having known me for a few hours. If someone else told me that, I'd think they'd gone crazy. But you don't think I'm crazy, do you? Travis asked, his eyes shining as he stared at me. I shook my head, my gaze catching on those around me. Tanya and her men laughed and chatted nearby, and JD was radiant with her men in her post-wedding bliss. Travis moved his chair closer, so he was sitting at my side now. Are you looking at the other thruples in the area? He asked. I nodded. Yeah, there's something in the air at the moment. I'm the third powerlifter from Tania's gym to be proclaimed the fated mate to a pair of wolf shifter brothers. I stopped, then pressed my lips together for a moment. But Shaun doesn't want me. Does that mean I'm still his fated mate or not? Well, I, for one, have never been so grateful that I took up the invitation to come along to this wedding. I smiled at Travis, my heart still heavy. What was I doing? What was he doing? Surely we couldn't just move in together after one day? I had to consult my crystals and Tanya first. I'd never felt this strongly about anyone before, and it scared me half to death. It was exciting at the same time, but I needed anyone to reassure me that I wasn't just dreaming all of this, but I wasn't sure who would be able to do that for me. What if my wildest dreams have simply become my reality?
Chapter 6. Travis. I could feel Danny's anxiety, though I couldn't pin down the cause. Was it Shaun's rejection? Her fears about being in a triple bond? Or just the speed at which we'd found each other? I had a reservation or two myself about her being a witch and someone 20 years younger, but I trusted fate more than my own insecurities. Donnie was my intended mate, and there was no one in this world who would convince me otherwise. Would it be all right if we go and join Tanya and her men for a bit? Donnie asked suddenly, her gaze meeting mine. I need to chat with her about a few things. Of course, I said, standing up and taking her hand. Spending time with my distant cousins would be great, especially if they could give me some hints about how to deal with a magical mate. Anything or anyone that can help us acclimatize to this situation is more than welcome to take up my time. Donnie smiled and rushed over to her friend once we joined the group. She whispered to friend for a moment before they excused themselves to talk privately, walking away into the mansion of a house. Hey Travis, Leo said warmly, shaking my hand. I heard you're mated to Donnie. Congrats, cousin. She's a great chick. Do you know her well? I asked, crossing my arms over my chest. I wasn't sure why, but I felt a touch uneasy since Donnie had walked away. It's like she had an inherently soothing effect on me, and I hadn't even noticed until its absence. We know her through Tania's gym, Mason answered. So, not super well, but she's always around. She's usually very friendly and happy. I nodded in agreement. Yep, that sounds like my girl. Although, that being said, a part of me sensed a deep sadness I hadn't uncovered just yet, something deeper. Where's Shaun? Mason asked, glancing around as though my younger brother would materialize out of thin air. I groaned, unable to stop myself. Probably halfway home by now. When I'd left the hotel room this morning, he was packing up and slamming doors while zipping up suitcases. I'd just left with a wave and a smile, and figured that if he took any of my stuff, I'd just buy more. Nothing was irreplaceable when you had money in the bank. What do you mean? Leo frowned. I thought you're both mated with her. Yeah, that's what Tanya said, added Mason. How was I going to explain to my cousins that my brother was a hot-headed and wounded fool? Not to mention a coward. Well, we are, I guess. But Shaun just got through a messy divorce. I trailed off, leaving the rest implied but unspoken. Mason nodded, his expression empathetic. Ah, I see. We get it. Trust me. Yeah, it's not easy to share a mate, Leo said, then grinned. Well, that's what you tend to believe in the beginning, at least. It gets easier. I asked, hoping it was true. I didn't really want to share my mate with my brother, but the way Donnie was acting, I got the feeling she felt like she was missing out. Perhaps her issue was that she wanted us to be the throuple fate had promised. It becomes as easy as breathing, Mason said. As long as you're both her fated mates, it feels natural and normal, just like any relationship really, but better. I snorted and pursed my lips in dismay. Yeah, well, if you ask Shaun, he's not fated to anyone. Leo and Mason shared a look that said they knew more than they were saying. Go on, I demanded. Spill. Leo shook his head. No, it's nothing personal or specific. We just don't know anyone who's been able to fight the fated mate call. Not us, that's for certain. Donnie was still inside as we men continued to talk, and the amount I was missing her was getting painful. Yeah, well, ultimately, I don't really care what my brother feels. It's his loss. I just want Donnie. I glanced toward the door again, and when she didn't reappear, I excused myself and went in search of her. Luckily, I didn't have to look far. Donnie and Tanya were sitting on a sofa in what looked like a library. Who has a library in their house? Witches with lots of spellbooks, I guess. I stopped by the door, eavesdropping for a moment to check that it was safe to enter. I didn't want to interrupt if they were having a crucially private discussion. But it doesn't make sense, Donnie was saying. Why would fate choose me for two men? I've never been able to keep one boyfriend for longer than 6 months, Tanya. This is just crazy. I clamped my jaw to stop myself from speaking out aloud. What was she talking about? She was fucking gorgeous. She had the most beautiful face, and was as lovely as the day was long. The fact she was still single was a miracle to me. If her relationships hadn't lasted, it was obviously because the shithead men were at fault. They couldn't see what they had. But I can see just how wonderful she is, and I'm not going to make the same mistake. The wolves believe in fate 100%, Tanya explained with a musical laugh. You'll never convince Travis otherwise. If you say so. Danny's tone was sad, and it hurt me to hear it. You know what convinced JD? Tanya asked. The ancient did a foretelling spell, and showed JD herself in bed with both brothers. God, it was so funny at the time. It was such an intimate scene, and she was mortified. The women laughed together, and I decided that it was time to make my entrance. How's everything going in here? I asked, strolling into the library as if I hadn't been listening at the door already for several minutes. Donnie turned toward me and gestured for me to join them. All good in here, she chirped. Did Mason and Leo bore you already? Tanya teased, standing up as if to leave. Oh, not at all. I just wanted to check that Donnie was okay. I felt her absence, if that makes any sense, I admitted. Tanya grinned at me with understanding. Yes, I know the feeling, and speaking of, I better go check on my guys. Then she winked at Donnie and left us to our own devices. Clasping my hands behind my back, I wandered around the room, staring up at the bookshelves in awe. I can't believe they have a full-on library in this house. Damon and Chase must be doing very well for themselves. Donnie stood up and walked around the sofa to join me. I thought the same thing. It's beautiful, right? And what does your dream house look like? I asked her. Does it have a pool? Or a personal gym? Oh, definitely a gym, she said. I have a small gym in my garage, but it's pretty basic. I'd love to have a fully kitted out space to utilize. I grinned at her, anxious to get more time alone with her. I like that idea. I said, before a few moments of comfortable silence passed between us. So, what are we doing for the rest of the day? Should I go and check out of my hotel so I can spend the night with you? Or would you rather I keep my booking so you can have some space for the week? She dropped her head, then coquettishly looked up at me through her dark eyelashes, her cheeks flaring a beautiful rosy pink. I'm happy for you to cancel your booking and move all your stuff to my house, she answered. I have to work tomorrow, but you're welcome to make yourself at home. Do you have any work you can occupy yourself with? Or family you want to catch up with? I tried to contain my happiness, but I couldn't help but love just how easily and willingly she was adjusting by allowing me to slide straight into her life, like one missing puzzle piece connecting with another. I brought my laptop with me, just in case I needed to answer any work emails or anything. I'll start making arrangements so I can stay here. You won't need to go back to deal with your things? She asked, her lips parted softly as if she was gasping for breath. I shrugged. Maybe. I mean, everything I own is in the city. My clothes, my car, and everything. So I might have to go up at some stage, but I'm in no rush. And I'm sure Shaun wouldn't mind packing everything up and shipping it here. As long as he doesn't burn everything first. Donnie bit her lip. You two live together. Yeah, have done for years. And you don't miss him, she pressed, her gaze thoughtful as she gauged my reaction, though her tone hinted at a yearning that hit me hard. Me? Not at all. We're brothers. We get along, we fight, rinse and repeat. We'll always have each other, one way or another, so I'm not worried. When she didn't smile in return, I asked the question I almost didn't want an answer to. Why do you? She was quiet for a moment. I shouldn't. I mean, I barely know him, and the few moments I've spent with him. Well, he was a grumpy asshat. I burst out laughing, unable to contain myself. It was one hell of an accurate description, and I couldn't help but agree. Yes, he was. Donnie shook herself. You know what, I can't be missing him. Whatever this feeling is, it's probably just nerves about everything happening so quickly. I mean, this is all new territory for me, so. I finally stepped closer, sliding my hands around her waist as I pulled her in, tucking her fabulous voluptuous form against my body. Her fleshy hips and small waist were the perfect shape for my hands. Is that what has you so worried? I asked. She nodded, resting her hands on my shoulders as she stared up at me with her gorgeous dark eyes shining. I leaned down and kissed her gently on the lips, tasting her worries and sighs. When I lifted my head, I smiled gently. We can slow things down, Donnie. I can rent an apartment or buy a townhouse somewhere to give us time to get to know each other, I offered, hoping to alleviate some of her anxiety. But our living arrangements are not going to change how I feel about you. I need you to know that. In all honesty, the time apart would likely drive my wolf insane. But I didn't want to tell her that and add an extra layer of pressure. That was my burden to bear, not hers. No, I don't want that, Donnie whispered. I just hope you won't come to regret committing to me so fast. The relief I felt at her words was palpable, and I chuckled, kissing her again. Never. It won't happen. Not even for a moment. Are you sure? Donnie asked, lifting her head, her eyes searching. Because you don't even know me. Then tell me about you, I suggested, taking her hand to drag her to the sofa to talk. If that's what she needed to do to feel more comfortable with our cosmically fated relationship, then so be it. Okay, well, I'm an only child, she began. I have little to no debt because I worked my ass off straight out of college and burnt myself out in the corporate world. So, now I work for Tanya and never intend to work a high-stress job again. It's just not me. Loving it so far, I said. And how about kids? Do you want kids? She opened her mouth as if to answer, then shut it again, pursing her lips. What is it? I asked. Does she think I'm too old for kids? Do you want kids? She countered. I guess I'd kind of assumed if you didn't have them already, it was because you didn't want them. Gods, no. Not at all, I said, sliding my hand over her milky thigh. I was waiting to find my fated mate to have children, and time obviously got away from me. But I'm as fit as I was 20 years ago, so I'm not worried about being an active father. That is, if you're not worried about my age. It wasn't something I'd really worried about. Wolf shifters were healthy and strong naturally, for a lot longer than humans were biologically. She smiled at me and took a deep breath, as if preparing to say something serious. I do want children, even just one would be amazing, she admitted. Then let's start with one and we'll see how we go, I said, feeling each word slip off my tongue as if by magic. A moment later, I frowned, suddenly, realizing I knew little to nothing about Danny's abilities, about the woman who would be the mother of my children. Can you tell me anything about your magic? Or, is there anything I should know? I really know nothing about witches, I'm sorry. Donnie moved her hand onto my thigh, happy to discuss the matter. I never used to be very powerful, at least until the genie spell. The genie spell? Yeah, a long story short. Tanya's best friend died, but before he did, he used his magic to grant Tanya a single wish. She'd always wished that her magical abilities matched her physical strength, and so she wished that all of us curvy witches had magic equivalent to our strength. I see, so now you're more powerful? I asked for clarification. Donnie was obviously very strong, based on the size of her body and muscular figure. Not to mention the fact she worked at a powerlifting gym full-time. I hadn't seen her in action yet, but I would definitely enjoy that. She nodded slowly. Yeah. I am. I really am. That's great, I managed to say, though I had no idea what it truly meant. I'd never met a witch before yesterday, so I'm assuming that means you can. I stopped, dead in the water. I had no idea what I was going to say next. Donnie waited patiently, her eyes glittering, and I laughed when I continued to draw a blank. Actually, truthfully, I have no idea what you can do. She grinned and clapped her hands in excitement. Then let me show you sometime. That sounds great, I said, before our friends entered the library, and we were dragged into more conversation about the wedding. We had our whole lives to learn everything about one another, and I, for one, was in no hurry.
Chapter 7. Daniela. Taking Travis home was intimidating as all hell. I'd never just picked up a guy, and in one day taken him home to live with me. It felt positively insane. This is really nice, Travis said, glancing around as we walked through the foyer and into the kitchen and dining area. Thanks, I said. It was never quite so new, but after I got that massive boost in magic, I kind of renovated the house myself without anyone knowing. I didn't know why, but I actually felt quite embarrassed to admit it to him. Travis grinned. That sounds awesome. But again? I'm sorry. I'm really out of my depth here. I don't know if that's super impressive, magic-wise, or it's what all witches and warlocks can do. He admitted with a sheepish shrug of apology. I wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. I'd never dated anyone before who knew absolutely nothing about magic. I wasn't used to boasting, especially not to someone I wanted to impress. Oh well, it took a bit of time and power. Certainly more than most witches have, I admitted. Well then, that is impressive. He slid closer, cupping my cheeks with his warm hands before dropping his head to kiss me. I gasped against his lips, then melted into him, sliding my arms around his waist to pull him even closer. Everything about Travis felt so right and so good. And it had been a long time since anyone had kissed me like that. His tongue slid between my lips, and I moaned as heat flooded my body in a delicious ripple. The kiss went on and on, igniting a fire deep within me. My fingers found the buttons on his shirt and began to slide them through their holes, exposing his gorgeous strong chest. I pulled back from the kiss to stare at his skin, my pale fingers highlighted against his tan skin. He was so gorgeous, I'd never been with a man like this in my life. The cruel insecurities of my past began to creep in, and my body chilled in response. Show me where your bedroom is, Travis whispered, stepping close to press a kiss to my temple and speak against my skin. I want to make love to you, if you'll let me. I closed my eyes, my long fought for battle against my body image demons coming out again. I'm not sure, I said, the hint of fear in my voice evident even to my own ears. Travis leaned back so he could stare down into my eyes. You're not sure about us? He asked, his expression crumpling in an instant. I couldn't stand the pain I heard in his voice or saw in his face, and found myself clinging to his arms to reassure him. No, it's not that. It's been a long time, and while my body is strong, it's not petite or pretty. Travis stared at me as though I'd grown a second head, then laughed as he bent over and picked me up into his arms like I weighed nothing, shaking his head all the while. Oh my God! I squealed, clinging to his neck. I weighed almost 300 pounds, and he was holding me comfortably. What are you doing? I squeaked. Showing you that I'm not some meek and mild warlock, Donnie. I want you. All of you. Now, tell me where your bedroom is, or I'll lay you on the couch and have my way with you right here. I squealed as excitement coursed through me in thrilling waves. Okay. Just put me down and I'll take you. Point proven. I promise. I didn't want him trying to walk up the stairs with me. That was too much, even for a wolf shifter. He frowned at me, but finally put me down. All right then. Lead the way, beautiful. I took his hand, leading him up the stairs and into my sanctuary, my bedroom. The main light was far too bright, so I used my magic to create and light 50 candles that appeared around the room with a single wave of my hand. Whoa? Travis whispered. Now that was neat. Not allowing the demons of my past or my cruel insecurities ruin the moment for me, I grabbed his face and pulled him to me, desperately wanting his lips on mine again. With a moan, he kissed me back deeply, his hands trailing up and down my back. I sank into his embrace, but as the fire between us burned brighter, we began to tear at each other's clothes, sharing kisses and touches as each new piece of flesh was revealed. When we were both finally unclothed, I took the lead. I pushed him down onto the bed, and then slid to the end of the mattress and laid down there, wanting to taste him for the very first time.
Chapter 8. Shaun. My head pounded so hard I was losing my vision and my ability to keep any food down. I'd managed the 5-hour drive back to the city, but now I could barely think straight. I was fucking exhausted. Dropping my bags in the entranceway, I managed to lock the door behind me before I staggered through our apartment, grabbing onto furniture and the walls so I wouldn't end up on the floor. I could still see, but I had to lie down soon. If what I was experiencing was what a migraine with aura felt like, I pitied the poor humans who had to deal with them all the time. This kind of ailment was unheard of for me, and for most wolf shifters for that fact. Through sheer stubborn force of will, I finally made it to my bedroom and collapsed onto the bed. I sighed with relief as I rolled onto my back and stared up at the ceiling. The room was dark and still, which was perfect. Painkillers and a gallon of water were probably the best chance I had of getting some sleep. But while the room was still spinning, I was staying put. I didn't want to pass out, ass up on the floor. What a ridiculous turn of events my life had taken in a single weekend. On Friday I'd had a brother, and we'd shared a fantastic life together, or so I'd thought. Now, it felt like I'd lost everything. I hadn't realized before just how integral Travis was to my whole life. From our shared home life in the apartment, including all the dinners, the conversations, the combined friendship groups. He was like the cornerstone of my life. We balanced each other out, and without him I felt not just lost but out of control. And he'd thrown it all away for a woman he barely knew. I still couldn't believe he'd really left me and our life for her, for a witch. Daniela. Her name whispered through me like a painful memory, and my head pounded even harder. Oh God, no. I heaved myself up to stagger toward the attached bathroom. I grabbed a couple of strong painkillers I kept for emergencies and filled both glasses I kept in the bathroom with water. I downed the first glass in a few gulps, then used the second glass to swallow the pills and rehydrate, before falling straight back into bed. What the hell is wrong with me? I couldn't be sick. That practically didn't happen to wolf shifters. Our biology was tough as nails. We remained stronger and younger, physically, than even the longest-lived humans. We never caught colds, suffered headaches, or any such minor concerns, and even when we were injured in a serious way, we healed incredibly quickly thanks to our shifter genes. But what was I going to do if I was? If somehow I'd become one of the few wolves who fell ill? Who did I have to support me, to fall back on? My brother was hundreds of miles away, and he didn't give a shit about me anymore. That much was fucking abundantly clear. All he cared about now was Daniela, the woman he believed to be our fated mate. I groaned in pain, as much as annoyance and disbelief, and threw my arms over my face, covering my eyes. Our mate. Yeah, right. I didn't have a fated mate. I thought I did once, and I'd married her, Claudine. That had been 20 years ago, and fresh out of college. Well, the joke was on me in the end, because what I'd believed or assumed to be the fated mate bond had just been damn blind lust. The humiliation and shame I felt at my serious lack of judgment was mortifying, even to this day. Claudine was no more fit to be my wife than a monkey could marry an elephant. She was a wolf shifter, sure. That part had made a lot of things between us work, but she'd been cold and callous. She had broken my soul in ways I hadn't even known possible. I'd be strong, young, and foolhardy, and she'd left me shattered and broken. Nope. I'm never going through any of that again. I got out of that shithole of a situation 3 years ago, and I was never going back to being reliant on a woman for my needs, ever again. The pain had been incomprehensible, and I knew in my gut I couldn't survive anything like that again, not even if I wanted to. Travis was an idiot for giving up his bachelor lifestyle. He'd had everything. He was suave, confident, had a full bank account, and not a single scar left by any woman. That was, unless you counted the few scratch marks I'd seen on his back once. But I didn't think they really mattered. All that mattered to me was that I no longer had the life I'd chosen, the life I'd built, and I'd have to spend the rest of my days, assuming it all worked out, dealing with Travis and Daniela being together while I languished alone. The thought hit me with a strange amount of sadness and a significant bout of nausea. It was almost as if my body was rejecting the very thought of them together, or of being left out. I groaned and rolled onto the side, kicking off my shoes and shuffling to cover myself with a blanket. I needed to sleep, and I wasn't going to be able to relax if I kept thinking about Travis and Daniela. Once again, nausea and pain hit me hard enough that I began reaching for my phone to call my brother. I needed help here, and a human hospital wasn't going to cut it. Whatever was wrong with me was fucking serious. I'd never felt anything like it. It sucked hard. But just as quickly as the pain began, it was gone again, and I abandoned my phone on the bedside table with relief. Thank God. I forced all thoughts of my brother and his mate from my mind, and managed to fall into a fitful sleep, only to wake up before dawn, drenched in sweat from head to toe. I dreamed about my brother making love to Daniela. Sweet, loving, fucking hot sex that I wasn't a part of. That I didn't even want to be a part of, damn it. My head had cleared, but I was still feeling as touchy as a bear with a sore head. Or in my case, a wolf with a migraine hangover. I dragged my ass out of bed and plodded straight to the shower. The heat felt wrong, so I cooled the water and instead stood in bliss as lukewarm water washed over me, rinsing away the stress and the sweat from the nightmare. Daniela wasn't my usual type, that was for sure. My ex-wife was a size 4 and as tall as I was. But there was something about Danny's unique and powerful physique that still got to me. Her curves, her ample ass and huge breasts made my hands twitchy. It was like I needed to grab her, to hold her. I'd never experienced anything like that before, and I was only ever going to admit it to myself here, in the quiet of my own bedroom. No one else will ever know. I turned off the water and got dressed in my gym clothes. We'd taken the week off work for a vacation, so I had to think about what I was going to do with my time. Maybe it's about time I took a proper vacation, I muttered to myself. The possibilities were limitless. I could go anywhere. New York, Hawaii, hell, Mexico's beaches. Why not? I have the money and the time. I headed to the gym and got on the treadmill, smashing out 20 miles before I'd gotten rid of enough frustration to be able to do weights and get some gains. When I finally got home, 3 hours later, my body was exhausted, but my mind was still racing. I didn't want to admit it, hell, it hurt to admit it, even to myself, but I wanted to go back to Cedarville. I wanted to see Donnie again. Once the thought got stuck in my mind, like a seed in the damp earth, the pain from the night before began to build in my brain until it burned behind my eyes again. Fuck. I groaned, pressing my knuckles into my eye sockets until I saw flashing lights behind my eyelids. I was becoming clear that I had to stay away from those kinds of thoughts, obviously. They were literally, physically hurting me. Fine, how about Hawaii for a week? I asked the room aloud, as there was someone there listening to me. My migraine immediately lifted, and I shook my head in frustration. This is insane. I was going fucking crazy, but I wasn't turning down a week in paradise. I took out my phone and began looking for flights and accommodation in Maui. A simple week of sunshine and whiskey was likely the best remedy for losing my brother to a woman. Bolstered by the idea, I got my credit card out and started making my bookings. People always say life was what you made it, and I'd be damned if my life wasn't looking up, and I was leaving tonight. Fuck you, brother, and fate be damned. Beaches, babes, and booze, here I come.
Chapter 9. Daniela. Monday morning, after an incredible weekend, I dragged myself out of my warm bed and away from Travis's hot body and headed to work. I almost considered calling in sick, but with Tanya already on part-time hours and JD not around to help out, we were caught between a rock and a hard place. I certainly didn't want to be the one to inconvenience Tanya, after all she had done for me. I arrived at the gym just after sunrise to open up and got to work. The day progressed smoothly and at a steady pace, with all the regulars showing up to put in their hours. It was just after 2 p.m. when my shift ended, and I clocked off. I was just grabbing my bag when I got the best surprise. Travis walked in, a broad grin on his handsome face. "Hey," I said, leaning forward to meet the kiss coming my way. "You found me." "I did," he said with a wink. "Nothing could have kept me away." Melting inside, I slung my bag over my shoulder and reached for my mate's hand. "You are such a sweet talker," I mused, bumping into him playfully as we walked. "Hey," Travis said, clutching my hand like he never wanted to let go. "I wanted to take you out of town and show you something I'm looking at buying. Is that okay?" "Of course," I said, the girlish side of me hoping it was a horse of something, but I already knew he was most likely going to show me a house. A house I don't want. I loved my place and didn't want to leave, but we'd broach that subject when it came up and not before. "Bye." I waved at Taylor, who had taken over manning the front desk. "See you tomorrow?" Taylor gave me a grin that told me she'd have a million questions for me tomorrow. "See you, Donnie." Without looking back, I headed out the door with Travis. A large black truck was waiting for us outside. What's that?" I asked, "Look it over." Travis made his way toward it. "It's my new truck," he answered with a proud grin. "I've always wanted something like this, but city driving didn't really allow for it. Now I can live the country dream." I glanced over at where my small purple hatchback sat waiting. I loved my little car. It was so me. Travis followed my gaze. "Do you want to follow me out there? Or if you want to come with me, I'll drop you back here afterwards." Home was only a 5-minute drive from Tania's gym, so I decided to do the nice thing and go along with him. "I'll come with you," I agreed. "Yes," he crowed and opened the passenger door for me like a true gentleman. I was tempted to tell him I was only coming if I could drive, but he seemed so excited, and I had no idea where we were going anyway. So my test drive would have to wait until another time. I slid into the car, the scent of new leather and that typical new car smell filling my nostrils. It wasn't an entirely unpleasant smell, and I knew some people really loved it, but I just wasn't one of them. Travis turned on the car and buckled himself in, getting comfy. I immediately pressed the button on my side to slide open the window. Fresh air washed over me, and I breathed in a sigh of relief. He chuckled. "Oh yeah, that smell gets right up your nose, doesn't it?" I nodded and leaned back into my seat, buckling myself in as I tried to calm down the rising feeling something was wrong. A strange swirl of anger moved through my belly, and I wasn't sure whether I should address it now or later. I'd already told him I didn't want to move into another house. But had I told him properly with the reasons why? Probably not. He might have assumed I only meant I didn't want to move in the immediate future, given just how suddenly all of this had happened between us. We began driving toward the wolf shifter farming side of town where JD's in-laws lived. It was a very pretty region, with lots of nature and open space, and made for a pleasant drive despite my inner turmoil. "I know you said it would be better to stay in your house for the foreseeable future," Travis began saying, "and I'm not saying we shouldn't. Your house really is beautiful. But I was just looking online and this house popped up, and I'd just really like to see it, if that's okay." I nodded, clenching my teeth behind my lips in an attempt to maintain my fragile sense of calm. I knew I should ask questions, be an adult and simply talk things out, but my inner child was chucking a tantrum about not being listened to. Does everything have to change overnight? Travis suddenly pulled the car over and turned to look at me, his gaze boring into mine. I glanced at the road, then back to him. What are you doing?" "I'm stopping," he said. "If you don't want to even look at this place, then we'll just turn around and go home." Easy. He didn't seem upset with me, and how poorly I was obviously handling this, which helped me calm down and catch a breath. "Is there a reason you want to see this place, in particular?" I asked, biting down on my lower lip. "Is there something my house doesn't have?" "Well," he said with a smile, "I want to check it out mostly because, as a wolf shifter, I have to shift and run as often as I can, to stay healthy. There were months in the city where I got quite sick from ignoring that side of me, and I want to stay as healthy as I can for you. Which means running in the woods, where it's safe from hunters, as often as possible. For me, and for our kids too maybe? Depending on who they take after." Oh my God. All of my anger dissipated in an instant. He wasn't trying to push me into anything I didn't want, or coerce me into changing my life before I was ready. He was literally just trying to stay healthy for me, and move forward with his life, away from his brother in the city. Thinking about Shaun even briefly hurt a little, like it normally did, but I decided to focus on the positives of the discussion. "So, is that why all the wolf shifters end up owning properties near the mountains?" He nodded. "Yep, that's exactly it. We can shift and run without worrying about upsetting the humans, or the fear of being shot by some hunter." I shivered involuntarily at the thought. I can't imagine you getting shot. Or any of the beautiful, strong men I knew. That would just be. He reached over and clasped my hand, squeezing it gently to console me. "It'll be fine, and if we do decide to stay in town, I'm sure my cousins will let me run with them on their property. But it would be so much nicer to have his own place where he could be safe and free." I waved toward the road in front of us. "Okay, I'm sorry I allowed myself to get a little edgy there. Let's go check it out. But I hope it hasn't already been renovated to the nines." He laughed and indicated, pulling back onto the road. "Oh no, nowhere near it. Let me show you." Now he has me intrigued. We drove for about 10 minutes, which wasn't bad at all distance-wise from work and my friends, then slowed down to turn onto a dirt road and onto a large property. Jeepers. How many acres is it? I asked, gazing around. About 50, he said. I gaped at him. And this close to town? It'd have to be expensive. He shrugged. Maybe, but I can afford it. I guess that's one of the perks of having been a bachelor for 50 years. Everything I've saved and worked for can now go toward the family and dream life I've always wanted. We drove and drove, past beautiful trees, rugged natural landscaping, and what looked like a tennis court and a dilapidated swimming pool. Is that a? Yep. There's a tennis court, pool, 3 acres of fruit trees, and a generous 5-bedroom house. I glanced around, not seeing any other buildings. And where's the, oh my? We drove around a final turn and my jaw dropped. If I'd thought the pool looked abandoned, the house looked like something out of a zombie movie. It was utterly derelict, and hadn't been shown love in a long time. This is. I slid out of my seat and walked toward the quaint old beauty. She would have been gorgeous in her day, with her sash windows and huge wraparound porch. Yeah, I thought so too, Travis said, walking up beside me. She's got potential, doesn't she? And why did you choose this one of whatever available properties there are? I asked, trying not to get emotional but failing as hot tears began to unexpectedly fill my eyes. Well, there's 2 main reasons, he said. Firstly, the property itself is fantastic. It has a gorgeous little stream running through it and trees for days, not to mention the pool will be amazing to have when it's fixed up. And the house? I motioned toward the place I was pretty sure would not be safe to walk inside at present. Well, he said with a smile, his eye twinkling. The way you always light up when you talk about your renovation and decorating projects, like the wedding and your home. I just thought you might want to use your magic to get creative and design a family home for us. When I didn't answer immediately, he waited for several long moments before shoving his hands in his pockets. Or maybe I got it completely wrong, he asked, his gaze searching mine. Without warning, I threw myself at him, wrapping my arms around his neck and squeezing him tight, letting my tears flow freely all the while. He laughed and put his arms around me. So, does this mean it's okay then? I nodded against him, unable to speak. His gesture meant so much more to me than he could have ever possibly realized. He wanted a family with me, kids, a beautiful home, and a happy life. He wasn't trying to control my world or splash his money around. He was earnestly trying to make an amazing future with me that suited us both. And the fact that he wanted me to design the house and its interior tickled me pink. When I finally pulled away, I had to wipe the tears away that had spilled down my cheeks. So, can we see inside, or is it too dangerous? He pulled a key from his pocket. The owner said we could have a look, but to be careful where we stepped. If you really want to explore before anything's fixed up, we might have had to sign a waiver so if we get hurt, he's not liable, so just be careful. I took the key and walked straight up to the front door, before sliding the key into the lock. I pressed my hand to the stunning stained glass front door and closed my eyes. In my mind I cast a future spell, hearing laughter and happiness in my heart. We would have a good life here. He'd chosen well. To sat my curiosity, I also cast a spell which gave me the sense of the families who'd lived here in the past. People had loved here, lived here, and died happily here in the end, but there weren't any malevolent spirits. This was a good, peaceful house with a beautiful history of peace and serenity. Everything okay? Travis asked quietly from over my right shoulder. I opened my eyes again and turned the old key in the lock. Oh yeah. Sorry. I was just checking the health of the house, I guess. I looked at the past to make sure nothing bad has ever happened here. Not that it would have necessarily changed my mind, but I would have had Tanya and JD join me for a serious cleansing ceremony. And? Travis asked. Are we all good? I nodded and pushed open the door. Yeah, we are. We're going to be very happy here. I can already see it. I didn't risk walking past the threshold, because the floors were clearly rotting, and I wasn't sure they'd be able to support my weight, let alone our combined weight. I think we should just look, Travis said, looking past me and into the house. Just to be safe. But we could walk around the porch, he suggested, gesturing to the wraparound. Sure, I said. I had no desire to fall through a floor today. So tell me about the layout. I can do you one better than that, Travis said, pulling a folded piece of paper from his pocket with the floor layout. Perfect. I clapped and leaned closer to check it out. We took our time, spending about an hour walking around the house, simply enjoying the sunshine, staring in through all the windows, and talking about every room. By the time we were done, I was in love with the place. So? He said as we got back in his new black truck and began driving back to my car parked at the gym. Are we buying it? I swallowed hard, not sure I could at this point, though my heart desperately wanted to. Money-wise, I began, my stomach momentarily sinking. I've got the money to cover the house and land, he assured me. But none of the renovations, unfortunately. Do you think you can handle that angle? He winked. His grin and the joy and hope emanating from him was contagious, and I couldn't help but laugh with happiness. Yeah? I definitely think I can take care of that. Then let's do it, he said, leaning across the car to kiss me. I want our life to truly begin as soon as possible. I'm so grateful that I finally found you. I cupped his face and kissed him back, gratitude raining over me like a sweet sunshower. I'd never been a blessed woman before, but things were changing for me too. Finally.
Chapter 10. Shaun. Hawaii was every bit as beautiful as the postcards made it out to be. The beaches were pristine white perfection, and the drinks were cold and cheap. My one-week vacation passed far too quickly, amidst a steady routine of too much amazing food, gallons of alcohol, and sunshine-induced naps. Every night I'd head out with the clear intention to pick up a woman to assuage my sexual appetite, and yet every night I ended up in my bed alone. My inability to close the deal, when there were plenty of willing women in the clubs and restaurants every night, was more than baffling. I'd never had an issue like this with women in my life. I'd lived my bachelorhood as a sure thing. If I wanted a woman, she was as good as mine. But ever since I'd met Daniela, no one else held a candle to her. The appeal they once may have seemingly gone. I put my hand to my head and pressed my palm into my temple. Damn it. Why was it that any time I so much as thought about Daniela or my brother, my stomach would lurch and swoop, and then that strange migraine that had been kicking my ass would begin to resurface? The only way I knew how to keep myself healthy and well was to avoid thinking about them entirely. For my physical and mental health, I had no choice but to focus on my life at present. But that was easier said than done, because tomorrow I was on my way home, back to the real world, and I hadn't even gotten laid yet. It was such a downer. This losing streak, coupled with the shitty migraines, was not what I needed before picking up and restarting my life. Do you want another? The bartender asked me, indicating my empty whiskey glass. Yeah, sure, I said, thanks. Give me a double this time. The bartender smiled and poured the whiskey without further comment. A thin woman sidled up next me, pressing in a little too close to be polite. Do you want to buy me a drink, sweetheart? She drawled. I glanced at her, making a quick assessment. She was wearing lots of makeup, sported revealing clothes, and had legs that went on for days. Not to mention she was blonde-haired and blue-eyed to boot. Just my type. Perfect. I gestured to the bartender. Of course. Whatever you want. She ordered a cocktail I'd never heard of, then gestured for me to follow her to a booth in the back. Why not? I followed her and sat with a thump, already 6 whiskeys to the wind. I'm Cindy, the blonde said, the colorful paper straw between her teeth. Shaun, I answered automatically. And how long are you here for, Shaun? She asked with a flirty giggle like I'd just told her a joke. Just until tomorrow, I said, tossing the double whiskey back and wincing at the familiar burn down my throat. Oh well, that's a pity. It's so beautiful here. Don't you just wish you could stay forever? I opened my mouth to tell her yes, but as usual, the truth popped right out of me. Not really. She froze, then tilted her head at me like an inquisitive cat. Why not? I sighed heavily, wishing that part of me was better at this game. I should be a smooth liar, but I wasn't. I was nothing if not straight up and to the point. Because I like my life, I told her honestly. I like my apartment, my job, my friends. I liked my routine too. It was comfortable and familiar, unlike the bed I'd occupied for the last 5 nights of the week. It was lumpy as hell, and far too soft in all the wrong places. If it wasn't for the alcohol and sunshine, I wouldn't have managed a wink. Cindy smiled slowly, the first genuine smile I'd seen on her. It was pretty, but had little to no effect on me. I liked that answer. I don't think I've heard it before. I couldn't help but laugh. And how often exactly do you ask men that question, Cindy? Most nights, she answered with a seductive smile. Are you staying in a hotel nearby? Because for a small fee, I could accompany you back there for the night and make your last night in paradise blissful. My stomach dropped out of my ass. She was an escort? How had I not seen that one coming? Fucking hell, I must be really off my game and look desperate as fuck tonight. I took out my wallet and slid a 50 across the table. This wasn't the way I wanted to spend my time. Not when I knew what was out there. I'm not looking for company, thanks, sweetheart. But have a few drinks on me, okay? She folded the money up and slid it into her bra strap. Are you sure, handsome? She asked, batting her eyelashes at me. I considered it for a moment. What red-blooded male wouldn't? Especially one who'd slept alone all week and was desperately trying to stave off the ghost of regret. I'm sure, I said, I wouldn't be much company tonight anyway. Especially after learning she was an escort, or whatever they called themselves these days. I may have been able to push down the darker thoughts and feelings haunting me to take a willing woman back to my room. But a paid-for woman was never willing, not really. And there was no greater turn-off for me than a woman who wasn't enjoying herself. And I could always tell when they were faking. Always. I winked at her as she stood up. Would you mind sending the waitress over for my drink order? She nodded and stepped closer before sliding her painted fingernails over my hand. If you change your mind, I'll come find you, I said, certain I wouldn't, but not wanting to offend the girl. She was good-looking, and I didn't want to be the one to add to any negative memories she already had of men. Thanks. Cindy headed off and sent the waitress my way, a glass of whiskey already on her tray. Thanks, I said, sliding her some cash across too. Keep them coming. The music was good, the liquor burned sweetly down my throat, and I had no intention of going anywhere else. My mission to get laid and party for a week might have failed, but I could at least drown my sorrows. What was I returning to, without my trusty older brother by my side? An empty apartment? A bunch of friends and co-workers who'd ask where he'd gone? With a heavy sigh, I sipped at my whiskey, looking out across the room and toward the sea. The moonlight reflected like glittering white diamonds off the surf, and the sand seemed almost luminescent. There were couples out there, as well as people walking their dogs. It didn't matter that it was close to midnight. This paradise knew no time like the present. My mind made up, my head already starting to hurt, I slugged my whiskey and rose from the booth. My wolf howled inside me, desperate to be free and wild. I'd ignored him for too long in the city, and in doing so, I'd been ignoring a crucial part of myself. Maybe that's a part of why I'm getting sick. I'd heard that could happen. It was why so many shifters usually ended up living in the country or near the mountains. Our shifters' natural desire to be free and run was crucial to staying healthy and strong. We had to balance both sides of our nature, and I'd been shoving my wolf down constantly to live my more human-oriented life. But no more. Tonight, hidden by the shifting clouds, shimmering moonlight, and enveloping darkness, and the dark ocean, I'd let my wolf out. I wasn't too concerned I'd be seen. Everyone in paradise was wrapped up in their own little worlds, drinking, fucking, eating to excess, or gambling. They wouldn't notice an overly large dog taking a dip past the breakers, but the benefits I'd reap for unleashing him would be immense. I couldn't believe I hadn't thought of it sooner. I'd been suffering a slow death by suppressing who I truly was. What other crucial elements of my shifter life had I been forsaking?
Chapter 11. Travis. I pursed my lips and glanced down at my cell phone, my gut telling me to wait a little bit longer. "What are you doing over here?" Daniela asked, walking over to the small couch in the corner of the dining room that I tended to go to when I felt stressed about something. She handed me a mug with steam rising from the top. "Hot chocolate?" "Oh yes, please." "Come here, beautiful." I pulled her down into the seat next to me and managed to juggle the mug and kiss her hair as well. "We really need a small table here." "Just for the drinks," I suggested as I gestured to an area beside the couch. Donnie waved her hand my way with a smile, and a small black table with a marble top appeared out of thin air. "Voila," she said. "Ask and you shall receive." I chuckled and placed my mug down, slowly letting go of the handle, just in case the table disappeared before my eyes, as magically as it appeared. "That is still the coolest thing." She giggled and leaned back against me. "You didn't answer my question. What are you doing on your thinking seat?" I couldn't help but smirk at her in amusement. She'd worked out so much about me and my habits already. "I was just thinking about when to message Shaun about our house party. We'd bought and settled on our new house within the week, and I desperately wanted my brother to come up and see it." "Whenever you want," she said quietly. "And you know I could renovate the whole house in a few days if you wanted me to." I touched her chin and turned her head a little so I could kiss her luscious lips. "But you said yourself that would raise too much suspicion, yeah?" "Well, yeah." She agreed. "It would probably be best to play it safe. Manors don't get renovated that fast, even with full construction and design teams. I guess I just don't want any of the humans to have a reason to get suspicious, especially seeing as we want it to be where we settle and have family. It's not worth the risk." "Well, let's just stick with the plan then. You do your magic on the backyard, like you did for JD's wedding, and we'll have a big old barbecue in the yard to celebrate buying the house." Donnie sighed happily. "Yes. That sounds so good. That way everyone can see the state of the house as it is now, and then when they all come by for Christmas or something and see the final results." I loved hearing how proud she sounded already. It made me glad that she felt so at ease with our plans. I'd come into her life like a bat out of hell, and she'd adjusted, taking it in her stride. "That's definitely the best idea," I agreed. I gratefully took a sip of the hot chocolate, enjoying the warmth and sweetness, and put my arms around Donnie. "I just hope Shaun comes to see our new home." Donnie stilled, going quiet and too cold. "Are you okay?" I asked, a grimace quirking my lips. She nodded. "Yeah. I'm just tired, I guess." "That's because you never stop. My girl was a machine." She made my head spin. "You're always working, or training, or reading, or working your magic. You're amazing, Donnie. You really inspire me." She looked up at me, her eyes shining bright once more. "I'm so lucky to have you." "No," I disagreed wholeheartedly. "I'm the lucky one." She turned a little and kissed me quickly. "Message your brother. I think he just got off the plane. I'm going to go have a shower. Come join me when you're done." She gave me a sultry look and walked away, swinging her ample hips. I slid to the edge of the couch and made to get up, then growled a little. "Definitely." She disappeared into the foyer, then I heard her walking up the stairs. I was insanely tempted to just throw my cell phone onto the table and chase after her. We hadn't made it to the shower for sex yet, mostly because we barely made it to the bed most of the time. I'd take her anywhere, anytime. But something she'd said stuck with me. He just got off the plane. How did she know that? Did she use some sort of witchy magic to locate him? Or was Donnie as attuned to my brother as a fated mate should be? I pushed the thought away because at this point, it didn't matter. The path was set. I opened my phone and sent a text. "Hey brother. Hope you had a good vacation. I wanted to invite you to a barbecue we're having next weekend. New house. Complete wreck, but it's going to be great. It's on Saturday. Starts at noon. Goes all day. Hopefully, see you then. I sent the text before I could double think it, then left my phone and took off up the stairs after Donnie. The shower was already running in the attached bathroom, and I could see wisps of steam floating over the tiles. Hell yes. I undressed as I walked through the bedroom, leaving a trail of clothes in my wake, and stepped straight into the shower behind her. She was lathering up her huge breasts, and as she turned to look at me, her smile took my breath away. "Hey you," she said playfully. "God, you are so beautiful," I said, dropping to my knees on the tiles and grabbing her thick legs so I could kiss her belly and slide my tongue down between her wet thighs. Donnie tugged on my hair, always one for romance first. "Come up, please. I want to kiss you." I got to my feet and took her beautiful face in my hands, kissing her deep and passionately. We fell into a pile of arms and legs, quickly settling into a cuddle that I never wanted to leave. "This is definitely an order takeout night," I said, kissing the top of her head and pulling her onto me so her head rested on my chest. "I can conjure up whatever you want," she said with a contented sigh. "Really?" I asked. "Then what are we doing? Pizza? Burgers? Thai? How about all of it?" she said quietly. Too quietly. Right after a little nap. I wrapped my arms around her with a grin. "Feeling a little blissed out, beautiful?" Danny's luxurious warmth sagged against me, and her breathing fell into a peaceful pattern. She'd passed out in moments. I couldn't be prouder to have satisfied my mate so thoroughly. It was definitely a feather in my cap I was more than happy to wear. As I lay my head back against the mound of pillows, I closed my eyes and surrendered to blissful slumber. If only I could get my brother back, life would truly be perfect.
Chapter 12. Shaun. Thank the gods that I didn't check my messages until I was out of the airport and already on my way home. Because as soon as I read his casual, far too telling text, rage exploded inside of me like an active volcano. My mind filled with black clouds like the billowing fumes in the wake of the fiery natural phenomenon. Years of living with a woman like my ex-wife meant I had developed exceptional control over my shifter, but today that carefully curated control was out the window. I could barely contain my wolf and had to use every ounce of my strength to keep him under wraps until I could drive to the national parks just outside of the city. As soon as I hit the car park of the national park and set foot outside of my vehicle, my wolf sprung forth, my teeth shifting inside my mouth. Thank God it was dusk. The sun setting over the treetops meant that the regular park goers were gone. I stumbled and barely got the car locked and hid the keys before I was physically tearing at my clothes. Too late. My wolf tore through my shirt, ripping through my humanity like it was no more than soggy tissue paper, until I was fully shifted. I threw my head back and howled to the rising moon, anguish flooding every inch of my being. How could they do this to me? In my wolf form, my thoughts seemed clearer. In my human form, I played the stoic, stubborn, hard-ass card with ease, but in my shifter form I was far more emotional and heartbroken, unable to deny the pain that was natural. My brother knew that I wanted Donnie too. I mean, I know I'd been playing it down, but he'd known me long enough to know I was genuinely interested deep down. What the hell was he doing buying a house and settling down with the woman that we were both meant to be with, and all without consulting or involving me at all? Alongside the agony, rage bubbled, rearing its ugly head. I was so fucking angry and hurt, I could barely think straight. I ran through the lush, damp forest, jumping fallen logs and darting around ancient trees at lightning speed. I pushed myself to run faster and harder, using the cruel emotions taunting me as fuel. Adrenaline coursed through my veins in response as I flogged my body to the extreme. And I wanted to run all the way down to them both and demand to know what the hell exactly was going on. I'd rejected the idea of acknowledging the mating bond with Donnie. Of course I had. I wasn't ready for another wife. The pain of my ex was still too raw for me, and even if I could get past it, I didn't want to share a woman with my brother. For fuck's sake. But that didn't mean he had the right to take her, move in with her, and buy her a house. It was like I didn't know my brother at all. Or was it that he didn't know me? Or worse, did he just not care about me and where I fit into his life anymore? What the hell is going on? The rage boiled inside me, on and on, without end. Sweat poured over me, drenching my fur, and I panted like I was dying. All the while, my human mind screamed out in frustration. I felt so out of control. I couldn't run all the way to Donnie and Travis, even if I wanted to. They were 500 miles away, and I was more likely to be shot before I got there than actually arrive in one piece. After running for what felt like forever, when I was so exhausted I could barely move, I turned around and hobbled on all fours all the way back to the car. I collapsed on the grass next to the car park and chose to remain in my wolf shifter form, so I could think about Donnie a little longer without the sense of loss I felt in human form. I want her. I can finally admit it. At least I could do so in this form anyway. God, it was such a tangible relief to be able to admit it to myself. Why I couldn't do it in my human form without losing my shit, I didn't know. I blamed it all on the trauma I experienced with my ex, but was that really it? The whole truth? The real reason? As a man, I'd rather punch a wall than admit what I felt in my soul, but here I was, panting like I was dying, lying in the grass in the pitch dark, and I could finally say it aloud, or at least think it to myself as a wolf. I want Donnie. I wanted that gorgeous, luscious, big ass backing up against me in bed every night. I wanted to crawl on top of her and motorboat those gorgeous, huge breasts of hers. She may not be my usual type, but damn, she was everything. I couldn't explain it. I just knew it was right. Why did I run away? Why did I reject her? I knew the reason, of course. I thought I did. I thought it was because of Candace. She destroyed me heart, mind, and soul. She'd made me never want to marry another woman again. I'd realized I wasn't lovable, and I certainly didn't deserve a woman like Donnie. She was all sunshine, but then again, was she? I never could pick a good one. Candace had convinced me of that. When I'd finally caught my breath, I got up on all fours again and stared at my truck. I needed to shift back to human form and pull out my suitcase to find some clean clothes. I'd shredded the ones I'd worn on the plane, but I didn't want to. In my human form, the migraines I'd been experiencing over the past week were horrendous. They were so bad, I didn't want to go back to human form. But then the idea occurred to me that I could probably shift inside my apartment and just stay in wolf form more often, so I had better control over my physical and mental health. I'll do that. Totally exhausted and wanting a hot shower, I let go of my wolf and staggered toward my car. I grabbed the keys from behind the rock where I'd hidden them and opened the car to rifle through my suitcase for some comfortable clothes. I dressed as quickly as I could, since this area wasn't shifter-friendly, and a human was more likely to call the police if they saw a man naked in the park. With the heat of my run dissipated, the night had turned uncomfortably cold, so I pulled on some jeans and a t-shirt and jumped in the car. I needed pizza and a beer, and not necessarily in that order. I drove toward home, using my cell phone to call a nearby pizza place to order and deliver to my apartment. I couldn't wait to sink my teeth into that mess of melted cheese and comforting carbs. I certainly needed to refuel after the energy I'd expended on my rage and pain run, that was for sure. The rest of the drive was fast and hassle-free, and I did my best to keep my mind free of any sort of hassles until I could get home and shift again. I didn't know why I was struggling so much with being human at the moment, because I'd never preferred to stay in wolf form before. Is the mating bond causing me all these headaches? I got home, went up in the elevator, and let myself into our large apartment. It seemed far too large now, practically cavernous. I'd have to look at moving or getting a roommate. Or I could move in with Travis and Donnie. A shot of pain pierced my skull, and I grabbed at both sides of my head, trying to stop it in its tracks. No. No. Okay. I won't. I'll stay here, in this apartment, and be miserable forever. The pain evaporated so quickly. It was as if it had never been there in the first place, and after the week I'd had, I was grateful for it. I could already see how well that migraine was training me not to think about brother and his mate. I waited a moment, testing my brain, but there was no new pain. Interesting. So, I could refer to Travis's mate as such with no repercussions? Well, that was a good workaround. And one I could use in the future, if it meant that I'd be able to visit my brother from time to time. If I could handle seeing them together at all, that was. The doorbell rang, and I went to retrieve the pizza. The smell of the cheese and barbecue meat made my mouth water, so I settled onto the couch with the football playing on TV and ate the whole pizza to myself. When I was finally finished, I poured myself into bed, took a couple of melatonin to make sure I slept, and passed out. It looked like I wouldn't have to stay in wolf form to escape the pain, now that I had this convenient workaround. The next morning, I woke up at 7 a.m. and rolled out of bed to have a shower. Monday morning, a work day. I sighed. I'd best get on with cooking on our breakfast. My breakfast, then head into work. I was ready and out the door by 8 a.m., and only then did I trust myself to respond to my brother's text. He hadn't sent another follow-up, which I thought was a bit weird for him, but I pushed the thought aside. Maybe he just doesn't want to push me. And ultimately, it was just an invitation to a house party, nothing to write home about there. At least it wasn't a wedding invite. Not yet, anyway. I inhaled sharply and pulled up to the drive-thru of my favorite coffee place. I definitely needed the triple shot of caffeine this morning. As I waited for my coffee, I began to have my doubts. Who did I need to be strong and truthful for anyway? The house party was an invite I could miss. Surely. Sweetwater was a long way to go for such a small, inconsequential event. But it was in support of my brother after all, and I didn't have any plans. Biting the bullet, I typed in my response before I could chicken out. Sure. I'll be there. Just send through the address. The moment I hit send, my stomach swooped, and there was no unsending it. I was at the front of the line now, and had to swipe my card to pay for my coffee. By the time I'd paid and driven up to the next service window, Travis had already responded. Great. See you then. Attached was a link to an online real estate listing. Too curious to ignore the urge, I clicked on the link and was sent to the website where the house was advertised. The house didn't even have any internal pictures, and the title stated, A Renovator's Dream. What on earth had my brother bought? He liked the finer things in life, brand new carpets and high-end appliances. Had he hit his head and gone insane in just 1 week? The property itself was incredible, I had to admit. There was so much space for a family to run and play. But a pool and a tennis court. What on earth was my older brother playing at? I shook my head and took the coffee from the barrister's hand through my open window. Thanks, I said, before securing my cup and putting down my phone. My brother seemed to have lost whatever was left of his mind, that was for certain. And I was almost sure that once I saw the life Travis had committed to, I'd no longer be jealous. I couldn't do the sharing thing anyway. I'd know that living a bachelor life in the city was exactly what I wanted.
Chapter 13. Daniela. Still burning up from my 2-hour workout, I wiped the beads of sweat from my brow and stepped out of my car. It was Friday, the day before our housewarming, and I'd asked JD and Tanya to come over and help me magically make over the backyard. I probably could have done it myself, but there was nothing better than conjuring spells with my friends. Well, Travis had taught me that there was a hell of a lot of awesome things more amazing than casting magic, but still. We'd all trained together at the gym this morning to pump our magic up for this afternoon's work. Let's do this, JD exclaimed, getting out of Tanya's car and walking over to where I stood near the front porch. Oh wow. This place really is incredible. I didn't even know it was here. I beamed at my friend, and watched Tania's get out of the driver's side. Yeah, I didn't either, I admitted. It's really hidden from the road. Well, it's perfect for Travis to shift and run whenever he wants to, Tanya said with a wistful smile. You know your husbands are all welcome here anytime, I said, finding myself amazingly content with already using the royal we when it came to anything to do with Travis and I now. Thanks, they'll likely take you up on that offer sometime, Tanya said, then clapped her hands together. So, what are we doing here? Just the landscaping or the house as well? Long term? I'd love your help with the house, but I promised Travis we'd do everything up slowly, in stages, so no one has any reason to get suspicious. JD snorted. Not that anyone around here would care. It's all wolf shifter families anyway now. True? I said, but I'd promised so. But I thought we could do the tennis courts, pool, and all this outdoor area so that we can have the housewarming party tomorrow and everyone can be suitably wowed and comfortable. Yes, JD said with a grin. I've desperately been wanting to try my hand at more physical magic since the wedding. It was so much fun landscaping the backyard and conjuring up all the decorations. All right, what are you thinking plans-wise? Tanya asked. Just so we have some direction. I took a notepad out of my bag I'd been doing some sketching in. Something like this, I said, flipping open to the first page. With a large pergola and a fire pit, a seating area here, and pretty manicured gardens around here. JD took the notepad from me and stared at it, tracing the picture with her fingers in thought. Yeah? I can see all of this here. But what about a built-in external kitchen along this wall of the pergola? Like a barbecue? Tanya asked. Sort of, JD replied, reaching into her own bag and pulling out some House and Designs magazines with dog-eared pages. I was looking through these and saw this. She flicked the pages open and pointed to a complete kitchen setup, which was situated outside next to a pool. It was complete with gas burner stoves and a wash-up sink for dishes. That looks amazing, I said, but I'm not even sure if Travis wants to cook that much outside. I wasn't much of a chef myself, but I really admired people who could cook traditionally. I was much more used to simply conjuring what I wanted most of the time. Let's do it anyway, JD urged. I've been absolutely itching to design it all week. I laughed and threw my hands up. Why the hell not then? Let's make this place a veritable paradise. Yes, Tanya said, jumping with glee. But I've got the pool. I've always wanted to design one. Without another word, she headed off toward the cracked tiles and muddy green water. I opened my mouth to ask her what she had planned, but figured it was probably best to let my boss have her way. I could always change anything I didn't like. When I glanced at JD's excited face, I realized she already had her own plans too. Even if it wasn't all 100% my choice, it was actually kind of nice that my friends were so keen to help out and pitch in to create my dream home. So, do you want to do the pergola and the kitchen? I asked. She clapped her hands together with just as much enthusiasm as Tanya. Oh yes, please. Are you all right with the fire pit, the gardens, and the seating area you had planned? Of course, I can't wait to get started. I'd planned to do it all on my own initially, so doing just the one area would make it a much lighter burden of power on my magic, as well as my concentration. Roger that, said JD, as she hurried off to the area we decided on for the pergola. I walked over to where the beautiful, huge maple tree stood, thick and sturdy branches reaching high into the sky. It was a perfect place for the second seating area, and would look incredible when I was finished. Summoning the magic inside me, I began to cast, creating white pebbled footpaths and a table and chairs arrangement. Then it was onto the fire pit area, and the gardens that would give us beauty and privacy. I grew the hedges lush and thick, and added in some native flowers to encourage wildlife and insects, then popped in a cute bird bath too. It looked like JD had already finished creating the most incredible pergola, and was working on the outdoor barbecue setup. Returning my attention to my area, I concentrated on the grounds, creating large flat paving stones to conjure a path which led from the fire pit all the way to the new pergola, then a pretty polished concrete floor beneath the pergola that featured sparkling flecks to catch the sunlight. "Oh, that's perfect," JD said, hopping up onto the porch to get out of the way of my concrete magic. I added twinkling fairy lights inside the pergola, and another set of tables and chairs for people to sit at. When I was finally done, the magical well inside me was almost running on empty, and I was beginning to pant from the energy it was taking from me. Whoa, that was harder than I expected. It hadn't been so draining when I'd worked on my townhouse, but then again, I'd missed several workout sessions this week so I could spend more quality time with Travis. Maybe I'm a little bit low on my power reserves. "This is looking great already," JD cooed. "Do you want to head over to the pool and see what Tania's done?" "Oh, definitely. I could use the time out anyway to recuperate." JD grabbed my arm and together we followed the footpath and walked around the overgrown trees and stopped dead short. "Wow," we both breathed in unison. Tanya had totally transformed the once totally unsalvageable pool. The once blue tiles had been faded to an off-white and riddled with cracks throughout. There had been no security fence to speak of, and the water had been pond green and gross as hell. Not even the local ducks would have swum in there. Now, it would make any hotel resort green with envy. "Is it too much?" Tanya asked, a frown marring her pretty features as she observed her magical handiwork. I laughed and raced forward, wrapping her up in my arms and hugging her tight. "No. It's amazing." The pool was surrounded by a waist-high glass fence which gave it a safe but sleek design. The pool itself was still the same large rectangular shape, but the tiles were a glossy ocean blue, and the water was crystal clear. She'd even laid down sand-colored pavers all the way around the pool, so that it looked like an oasis. "Oh good," she said. "I wasn't sure if you wanted loungers or chairs with umbrellas." I laughed, throwing caution to the wind. "A few of both maybe? Whatever you think is best." "I hope it's going to be warm tomorrow," JD gushed in admiration, "because I'll definitely be swimming." I pulled my friends into me for a big group hug, sighing with relief. "I can't believe it. I'm going to have my own family home." "My own family." "We're so happy for you, Donnie," Tanya said, pulling away. "But can we chat with you about something?" That sounded suspiciously ominous. "Of course. What's up?" "Let's go sit down under the pergola," JD suggested, fanning herself. "I'm feeling a little woozy now." "Oh? Of course." I slid my arm into hers, in case she fainted with exertion, and we walked back to the shade. "I keep forgetting you're pregnant." "Sorry." JD giggled. "Oh, me too. That is until I have no energy and no appetite, but that won't last long, I'm sure." Once we were all seated, Tanya conjured up some lemonade, 3 tall glasses, and a plate of fresh and delicious sandwiches. Everything looked so beautiful. Now our new entertainment area was complete. "Thanks," I said, as Tanya poured me a glass and handed it to me. The lemonade was perfect. Cool, refreshingly sweet, with just a touch of lemony tartness. "Oh, that's nice." JD picked up a sandwich and sighed. I continued to sip at my drink and waited, but they weren't rushing into the conversation they'd wanted to have. I raised an eyebrow at Tanya, who was always willing to take charge. "You wanted to talk about something?" I prompted. "Yeah?" Tanya glanced across the table at JD before answering. "We wanted to ask about Shaun. Do you know how he's coping?" "Coping?" I repeated incredulously. "What do you mean?" "He'd hightailed out of here so fast I'd barely spent 2 minutes with him." JD nodded. "Yeah? Well, we know what it's like when a wolf shifter bonds with you. They're so persistent it could be called, well, almost aggressive even. They can't leave you alone, quite literally. Which is why we just can't imagine Shaun walking away from you," said Tanya. I frowned to myself and reached for a sandwich. "That's where you're mistaken. Shaun didn't bond with me, Or mate me, whatever you want to call it. JD and Tanya shared a look that made anger fill my belly. Look, I appreciate you worrying about Shaun. But that asshat ran away from me so fast he left a smoke trail. He wasn't even in my company for 60 seconds, and he ran back to the city, then hopped on a plane and went to Hawaii. What does that tell you? Tanya smirked a little. JD smiled softly. I grimaced and stared at both of them. I knew they cared about me, but my relationship was my business. What were they smirking and smiling about? JD finally broke the tension of the moment. That tells us that he definitely knows you're his fated mate, and he's running from his fate. That's not unusual for one of them. It happens from time to time. My stomach lurched. Fighting his fate? Really? I asked, gulping back the angry tears filling my eyes. Travis said that was the case in the beginning, after the wedding. But since Shaun left and has made no effort to get in touch, he said it's just going to be us. Long beats of silence rained down around me as my friends stared at me, pity in their gazes. Stop looking at me like that, I said defensively, covering my face for a moment, then forcing myself to take a breath and calm down. I'm happy with Travis. He's amazing. Just look at what he bought for us. I threw my arm out to encompass the land and house around us. JD reached over and grabbed my hand with hers. But how do you feel only having one mate? I rolled my eyes and gulped back the tears, unwilling to let them fall. It's normal to only have one husband, or have you two forgotten that it's weird to have two? Tanya chuckled. Oh no, we don't forget, don't worry. But I know that I didn't feel right or complete until I had Leo and Mason both with me. She blushed. I wondered if she meant physically, in her, then shook myself. I didn't want to think about what I might be missing out on. Well, I don't have a choice there, I said, blinking away the stupid tears that had formed in my eyes again. Shaun doesn't want me, and I don't care, not anymore. I'm just grateful that Travis does. I'm finally going to have a partner, a family maybe. Tanya smiled, though it seemed forced. Okay, we're sorry, Donnie. We're just looking out for you. We won't push anymore, but please just, if you have any questions or you want help with anything, you know you can ask. Yeah? I laughed. Of course I do. You guys just renovated our whole backyard. JD wriggled her fingers suggestively, with a mischievous grin. Are you sure you don't want me to start on the house? Maybe just a little work on the foundations. I pressed my lips together in thought. Well, I guess if no one can see what we've done. Yes, JD said, jumping up, completely re-energized now. Then we can at least safely walk around and plan what each room is going to look like. She rushed off to the house, a woman on a mission. I rose to my feet slowly, giggling at her enthusiasm. You know she didn't get to design anything in her own house, right? Tanya said with a mock sigh. Her husbands have far too good a taste. She's scared to change anything. I laughed. Well, we certainly don't have that problem here. Tanya and I went over to the house, following in JD's wake, to work on the plumbing, wiring, and foundations, making the house structurally sound, while not changing the outward appearance of it all. By the end of it, I could barely lift my arms. I was feeling magically weaker than I had in a long time, and I had no idea why. It seemed somehow deeper than just a few missed gym sessions.
Chapter 14. Travis. Every day with Daniela was better than the last. She was warm, funny, and sexy as hell. I'd never been happier or more in love, but I could feel something causing discomfort within her. Even though it was abundantly clear she was happy with me, and the new house, and her work, I could still sense that deep sadness, and unfortunately, I knew exactly what it was. She was missing Shaun. Even if she hadn't consciously realized it yet, I knew it to be true. My ego didn't want to admit it, and my wolf shifter was even a little angry that she needed more than me, but after having lunch with Damon during the week, I realized that these gorgeous witches needed more. It was beyond us. Fate decreed they needed both brothers to feel balanced and loved. It wasn't personal or a failing on my end. I may have fooled myself into thinking we could move forward without my brother, but it clearly wasn't possible. And if anyone was to blame, well, then it was fate itself, because us being in a throuple was fate's design to begin with. Not that I wanted to place blame anywhere. Our three-way relationship was a blessing, but with my idiot brother fighting so hard against our fated union, I just wasn't sure we'd ever feel complete. Inviting him to our house party was my first attempt at forcing him to admit to his true feelings, the ones I knew he was denying. Surely, if he spent some time with Donnie, he wouldn't be able to walk away again. He wouldn't be able to continue down his absurd path of denial. If he did, well, he was a total fool. His actions are only hurting both him and Donnie. My love for Donnie had grown exponentially with every day I'd spent by her side. With every touch and every kiss, the fibers of my soul were wrapped harder and tighter around my love for her. If he just gives us a chance, he might feel it too. The morning of the house party, I woke up in an empty bed. Donnie. There was no answer, so I hauled myself out of the warm and comfortable embrace of the pillows and blankets and padded to the toilet before going in search of my beautiful witch. Sweetheart, are you downstairs? I called out, tugging on a pair of jeans as I went. I usually like to prowl about the house undressed, but since Donnie often had guests dropping in, I'd learnt pretty quickly to at least pull on something to cover some of me. In the kitchen, she called back. I made my way down the stairs, groaning in hunger as the magic aromas of her cooking reached my nose. Wow! Whatever it is, it smells incredible. Thanks, Donnie said, standing at the stove with an apron over her clothes. I frowned at the sight, wondering what was going on. I don't think I've seen you cook anything before. You normally just conjure something up. She laughed, but the sound was a little strained. Yeah. I know. I just thought with all the food we need for today, I should diversify. You know, let my magic recover a little. I walked up behind her and slid a hand around her waist, peering over her shoulder at the chili she was stirring. Well, you're absolutely killing it today. How can I help out? She turned to look up at me, her dark brown eyes shining with happiness. I'll need your help later to take everything over and set up the chairs and stuff. I leaned down and kissed her lips. And how about now? I prompted. Now. Could you put some breakfast together for yourself, then get dressed? I might get you to go over earlier, because I'm pretty sure JD will be there, rearranging everything. You want me to see all the upgrades without you? I asked, shocked by her suggestion. She shrugged. It doesn't matter. Yes, it does, I said, softly prying her fingers from the wooden spoon and turning her around. Can you take a 15-minute break and come with me now? We could grab some breakfast on the way at that cafe you like. She screwed up her face and looked forlornly around at the mess of half-made food. I cupped her face. I know you don't want to, baby. But I can help when we get back. I'd just like to see our new backyard for the first time with you. Her shoulders dropped a little, as though she was relaxing into the idea. Well, okay. I suppose I could take a short break, but I need 10 more minutes. Done. I kissed her lips and let her go, walking back toward the stairs. I'll grab a sweater, go out and grab some breakfast, then swing by to pick you up in 10. She laughed and waved at me. That sounds great. And that's exactly what I did. I grabbed a sweater and my keys, then headed out to the little cafe we'd frequented during the week. I picked up Danny's favorite breakfast burrito and a coffee just the way she liked it, as well as breakfast for me, then headed back to grab her. My beautiful woman was waiting on the nature strip, ready to jump into my truck and go. This was a great idea, Leo. Thank you, she said, her energy completely shifted from earlier. I need a break. I handed her the coffee and pulled back onto the road. And how long have you been up for, exactly? I asked. A few hours, she admitted sheepishly. I couldn't sleep. Goodness, you really want this party to go well, don't you? She nodded and smiled, before picking up her burrito and unwrapping it. Oh, yum! I'm starving. Thank you for this. She took a big bite and put her hand on her belly. Oh, and I got my period, I'm sorry to say. Sorry to say. I repeated, then grinned at her when I caught on. You thought you might be pregnant already? She snorted a little. Yeah, kind of did. I reached over and squeezed her leg. We hadn't talked about timing or any future plans in great detail, but we also hadn't been taking any precautions, so I was a little surprised too. Well, I'm not sorry that I get to keep practicing with you. I winked at her, then turned my eyes back to the road. She smiled and sighed, melting into her seat while enjoying the rest of her breakfast. The house was only a 5-minute drive, so I flicked the radio on and let Donnie relax for a bit. When we arrived, she was right. JD was already there, filling a large silver fridge with drinks. Oh my God, she put a fridge into the pergola area. She did what? How? Whoa. I slowed down as I drove up to the new designated parking spaces. We have a backyard. We had more than that. We had a manicured hotel gold, standard entertainment area. Donnie grinned at me. So, do you like it? Like it? I gawked at her in disbelief. I can't live in a place this fancy. No one will believe I can afford it. She cackled brightly with laughter and climbed out of the truck. No need to worry about what other people think. Now come on. I really want to show you the pool. The pool? I hadn't even thought to look that way as we'd driven in. I waved at JD and my cousins. Hey guys. This looks incredible. The pergola was huge, and there was a fire pit and beautiful white pavers and stones. And is that an outdoor kitchen? I gaped, walking over to the full kitchen setup. There was a gas stovetop, a barbecue, and a huge preparation and cleaning space. This is amazing. I ran my hand over the wooden benchtop and just stared at Donnie. It looks like it's come straight out of an award-winning landscaping catalog, but even better. My mate was clapping her hands and laughing in delight. She was so happy that even if I'd absolutely hated what she'd done, I would have kept my mouth shut. But as it was amazing. Even the table and chairs were beautiful. Just at a guess, I was looking at least $50,000 worth of renovations. How is the fridge working? I asked, opening the door and feeling the cool breeze waft off the drinks. Well, JD gushed, sliding over to me. We may have done some magical work on the structural stuff within the house. Nothing cosmetic. Just, we wanted to be able to walk around safely, so we fixed up the foundations, the water and power. But no one will know. I promise. And that's like another $25,000 saved. I shook my head in wonder and glanced over at Donnie. She looked nervous, as if she feared I was going to tell her off for doing something we hadn't talked about. You two are fucking amazing, I said, pulling Donnie into my arms and kissing the top of her head. Seriously, this is so much more beautiful than I imagined. I'm so impressed. Oh, and you haven't even seen the pool yet. JD exclaimed, pulling at my arm. Come on. Mason just shook his head. These two should open a house flipping company, I reckon. Yeah, no thanks. JD and Donnie said at the same time, before laughing and tugging me down the new walkway toward our pool. I stopped in my tracks and stared. The pool had been totally trashed when we bought the property. I'd gotten a preemptive quote to find out how much it would be to repair the tiles and pump, and the guy had told me to just rip the whole lot out. But they'd not only saved it, they's breathed new life back into the tired pool. What do you think? Donnie asked, bouncing on the spot. I grabbed her hand and hauled her into me. What do I think? I think you guys are miracle workers. This is just amazing. There's no other word for it. I just love the color of the tiles. I felt genuinely shocked. And did you seriously do this all in one day? I asked. Well, this was all Tanya. JD said, waving at the pool. We each had our own little area of expertise. Oh my God, it has a glass fence and everything. I couldn't help the sound of my awe. There was no hiding it. This is insane. Donnie grinned with pride. Yeah, it is, she agreed, but now you've seen everything, we have to go. I have more cooking to do, and I want to have a shower and get ready. Cooking? JD asked with a frown. Did you need some help or? No, it's all pretty much done. Donnie said with a flippant wave of her hand. I just have to pack it all up to bring it here for the party, more or less. Thank you so much for adding a fridge. I hadn't even thought about how we were going to keep everything cold. I was planning on organizing a huge ice bucket myself, I joked, pulling the keys out of my pocket. But I don't think that would have cut it now, seeing what you've got planned. So, do you want to stay here and I'll just go get everything? Or? Oh no, Donnie said, slipping her hand into mine. I need to pack everything still. I'll feel better if I do it myself. We're off too, JD said, walking over to their large truck too. I've still got to get ready myself. Donnie checked her wristwatch. Okay. See you in 4 hours. See you then. JD called and hopped in her car with her men. She's a good chick, I said to my mate as we climbed into the car. She's a really good friend, Donnie said and buckled her seatbelt. Let's go. We drove back to her townhouse in comfortable silence once more, but despite my seemingly calm demeanor, I was still in shock. Hey Leo, are you okay? Donnie asked me. Well, yeah, kind of, I said with a shake of my head. I wasn't sure what to expect, but that was just insane. Do you know how much that would have cost us if we were paying skilled laborers to do the work? Donnie shrugged. I have no idea, to be honest. Including the pool? I said, likely around 100 grand. Probably more. Donnie grinned at me, amused at my reaction and pleased with herself. Well, that was the deal, right? You pay for the land, and the renovations are on me? I shook my head again as I navigated the road. I had no idea you were so powerful, Donnie. It's super impressive, sweetheart. Donnie glanced away, her gaze following the flashing landscape beyond the window. I got the immediate feeling I'd done or said something wrong. Was that the wrong thing to say? I asked, looking over. I didn't mean. Oh no, it's not you, she was fast to reassure me. It's just I'm not feeling as powerful as I once was. Something just feels off with me at the moment. I bit my tongue and pursed my lips before answering, keeping my eye ahead. I didn't want to say that it might be because of Shaun's absence in our lives, even though I had my suspicions. It's been a big couple of weeks, sweetheart. And no offense, but if that's what you can do on a low magic week, then whoa. I can't even imagine what you could do on a good week. Thanks, babe, I guess you're right. She laughed and slid her hand over my thigh as I drove. A deep contentedness washed over me, and happiness swelled in my heart. This was what life was meant to be like, for us. Errands with my mate, friends to share everything with, and a love that knew no earthly bounds. If only Shaun would get on board with the fact we're fated mates, everything would be perfect.
Chapter 15. Shaun. The plane ride was mercifully smooth, and the car I picked up from the airport was nice enough to get around in. So far, my journey to the housewarming party had gone seamlessly. I'd even scored a business seat upgrade, thanks to my frequent flyer miles. If I didn't know any better, it seemed the universe was actually happy I was going to this damn party. Checking my watch, I realized it was past noon already, so I could head straight to the new house. There was no need to drive with my brother or see where he'd been living the past 2 weeks, which I was grateful for. I'd even booked a night at the same motel we'd stayed in for the wedding, just so I'd have a sense of basic comfort and familiarity. This was going to be just like any other trip to see friends and family, no big deal. As I drove, both hands on the wheel, my Maps app informed me I was approximately 20 minutes away from my destination. With every mile I made, each muscle in my body wound tighter and tighter, like a wet towel being wrung out to dry. With some serious focus, I forced myself to breathe through it. Donnie was nothing to me, nothing except my brother's girlfriend. No migraine. Good. I can do this. Once I'd shown everyone beyond a shadow of a doubt that Donnie wasn't my mate, I could go back to my bachelor life and move on, without Travis or Donnie. My stomach churned at the thought, belying my unease, and my wolf howled inside my mind, but it didn't matter. I'd been conditioning myself to think of very specific rhetoric to get through this. I drove the rest of the way to the new place, just trying to keep my thoughts as clear as possible. I'd gone to the trouble of looking their house up online and noted it was an absolute tear-down, but it was also in the wolf shifter area of the town, so I could see why they'd chosen it. Damon and Chase's parents lived just a few streets away, and I had to admit that the block itself was nice. It was set right at the base of the national forest, with beautiful trees and acres of security and privacy. The pool and tennis court would have been nice 20 years ago, but judging by the photos on the listing, not so much anymore. I wasn't sure what their plans were, because it was going to cost them an absolute fortune to bring the property even up to a livable standard. Not your problem. Not your family. The pain in my gut intensified, but I chugged some water and focused on the road. It was almost 1 p.m., and I was starting to get hungry. I could eat a whole damn cow. So, hopefully they'd have heaps of food for this get-together. When I arrived at the location, I stopped the car and put it in idle and stared. The front fence was practically falling over, and there wasn't a house or car in sight. But as a wave of relief washed over me, thinking I might not have to do this at all, another truck pulled up beside me and wound their window down. "Hey cousin," hollered Damon. I rolled my own window down and waved back. "Hey. Is this where the party is being held?" Damon chuckled, gesturing ahead, before he drove off. "Yeah. Follow me," he yelled out his window as he kicked up dirt beneath his tires. I had no excuses now. I was going in, and I was going to be a good brother. Then afterward, I was going home with my head held high. The fact I'd practically run away last time with my tail between my legs still filled me with shame. I followed behind Damon's truck up the long gravel road, and as we turned around a large hedge, and then I stopped. Literally. Fuck me. I breathed in awe. The grand old derelict house stood in the background like a ghost, but in the foreground the most incredible entertaining area I'd ever seen greeted me like an enthusiastic child, full of life and beauty. Holy crap, it's set up better than the wedding was. There was a large pergola at the center of the action, with a fire pit and fully set up outdoor kitchen. At least 10 cars were already parked in what looked like a designated car park, and people stood around laughing and eating everywhere. I pulled into the car park at the end, the furthest away from the party, and reached over to grab the bottle of whiskey I'd bought as a gift. I forced myself to take a breath, climbed out of the truck. I inhaled deeply to calm myself, but I got a hit of the cleanest air, and I couldn't help but relax my shoulders and enjoy the sensation of it washing over my body, especially through the part of me that was a wolf shifter. Damon waved me over with an encouraging smile on his face. I gripped the bottle of whiskey tight. I can do this. It's just a party. I walked over toward the party with a smile on my face. Most of the guests were wolf shifters, like my brother and I, as well as my cousins, which made it easier to relax too. We didn't have a lot of family around us in the city, which made it even nicer to come to an event like this. "Hey guys. It's nice to see you again." I shook Damon's hand. JD came up and put her arm around her husband. "Good to see you too," she echoed with a smile. "Married life suits you," I observed. "You look great." She laughed, giving me a winning smile. "I think so, anyway." Damon put his arm around JD's shoulders in return, pulling her close. "Your brother's done well, catching Daniela and buying this place. It's gorgeous now, thanks to the girls." "Thanks to the girls?" My mouth was as dry as the desert, but I managed to palm it off. "Yeah, he has. I'm happy for him. He always was the golden boy." "And you never let me forget it," answered a voice from behind me. I turned around to see my brother, and offered him a lopsided, brotherly smirk. He opened his arms wide. "I'm so glad you came." He walked forward and gave me a huge hug before stepping back and patting me on the arm. "Come with me, I'll give you the grand tour." I handed him the bottle. "I know it's not officially a housewarming, but here you go." He took the whiskey and grinned. "My favorite." "Thanks, brother." He indicated toward the expansive and luxurious country backyard. This place was a wreck when we bought it, but Donnie, JD, and Tanya did a little bit of magic, he said, wiggling his fingers comically, and created all of this. He then gestured to the big pergola, the epic fire pit, colorful gardens, abundant seating areas, and the fancy outdoor kitchen. "It's great, Travis." "Seriously." I glanced around, in awe at what the witch's magic could do. I had no idea. "You should see the pool," Travis said. "Come on. In summer, it's going to be heavenly." I hadn't seen many of the women just yet, but hoped they'd be somewhere else and busy. Maybe in the house planning further renovations. Despite my best efforts at remaining chill, my chest was getting tighter, and all the control I exercised every single day over my wolf began to slowly fray. "Tania's magic is pretty powerful," Travis continued. "Did you see the photos online of what the pool used to look like?" "You mean the pond?" I chuckled. That was a write-off. I don't think even the local ducks would have wanted in on that action. I would have filled it in. "Really?" He smirked. "Well then, check this out." We took another few steps, rounding a large tree before I stopped short, my breath catching in my throat. Holy shit. We'd stepped into the Garden of Eden. There was a glass fence surrounding the most beautiful pool I'd ever laid eyes on, and around the pool was a litany of comfortable-looking beach loungers, piles of fluffy towels, and small glass tables dotted with rainbow cocktails filled to the brim. "Donnie, sweetheart. Look who came," Travis called out. Daniela came out from behind a wall of hanging towels, her wide hips swaying as she walked. She was wearing a slinky black one-piece bathing suit with little decorative cutouts at the waist. My pulse began to hammer in my chest like a war drum. She looked fucking incredible. She was so hot, I couldn't even handle how it affected my body. "Oh hey. You came," she said, smiling as she walked toward me. Then she grabbed a purple towel to wrap around her body and cover herself up. "No." She glanced down, as though she was insecure about her body, and grimaced. I growled low in my throat. As far as I was concerned, she shouldn't feel insecure at all. She was perfect. Strong and firm and curvy as all hell. I could get lost in that body and never come up for air. Her breasts were huge, her hips lovely and wide, and to top it all off, her gorgeous waist was indented and offset by her long hair. "Stop," I said, pushing my hand out. "Don't. Please." I wanted her close. I wanted her to be under me. Oh God. The pain in my head was so bad, I doubled over, losing my vision. "Shaun." "What's wrong?" asked my brother in concern. "I can't." I gasped, then groaned as I rode the wave of agony. I had to shift. I already couldn't see. This migraine was the worst I'd ever dealt with. My wolf ripped through me, shredding my clothes as I shifted into my shifter body. Fuck. This is bad. Now that I was in my wolf shifter form, I could think more clearly. Daniela was still just as beautiful, but I could admire her from this point of view without the migraine. Damn, she is beautiful in this house, wow. It would have taken 6 months and 20 skilled laborers to get this place up to this standard. And yet, in a week, Donnie and her witch friends had whipped this place up into a veritable paradise. What will she do to the house next? Then it hit me. She'd done this for Travis, for their future family. And I was missing out on all of this when they'd both wanted me to stay. To part of the 3-person relationship. Shaking myself, I pawed at the ground. I needed to run off my anxiety and turn to go. My brother began to undress, stopping me in my tracks. "I'm coming with you," Travis said, throwing his shirt toward the glass fence, then his jeans. He shifted into her wolf form seconds later. Heart lurched with emotion, then settled. My brother and I hadn't run together in shifter form in too long. "We'll come too." Damon and Chase shrugged out of their own clothes and shifted in front of the pool party without a care in the world. "See you when you get back," JD said as she waved at us, grabbing onto Danny's arm as if to comfort her. I looked toward Donnie with my wolfy eyes and wished I could tell her how I felt. How sorry I was that I couldn't follow my feelings and stay with her, love her as I wanted to. It's just not on the cards for me. Damon nudged my shoulder as he walked past and started running toward the fence, jumping over it in a single leap. Chase ran after him, followed by Travis. "Go on, it's okay," Donnie said, her eyes shimmering with what I could only assume were unshed tears. My heart clenched in my chest. I felt compelled to follow her words, and so I did. I ran as fast as my 4 legs would carry me. I ran over my brother's land and into the forest beyond. I ran like a wolf was meant to, wild and free.
Chapter 16. Travis. The last thing I wanted to do was leave the house party, but my brother needed me. He needed to run, to feel his wolf in the way we were meant to. Shaun needed to run free, without worrying about being hunted or caught. So that's exactly what we did. We ran through the verdant forest, up the picturesque and rugged mountain, until we found a small cave which provided some shelter from the unforgiving heat of the sun. As soon as we reached the cave mouth, Damon and Chase shifted back. I let go of my shifter, and almost reluctantly, so did Shaun. "Anyone need some water?" Damon asked, walking into the cave and coming back out with a few plastic bottles of water. I chuckled. "Yeah, sure. You guys come up here often then?" Shaun asked, taking a bottle too, and chucking its contents down too. My brother didn't look well. He'd lost weight and was as pale as I'd ever seen him. But I was pretty sure pointing that out wasn't going to go down well. We sipped our water in silence for a while, then Damon spoke. "So, Shaun, how's city life treating you?" Shaun shrugged with a grimace. "Same as ever, I guessed. So cramped, stressed, annoying as hell." Damon, ever the shit stirrer, said. Shaun didn't answer, he just stared out into the forest below and kept sipping his water. "Well, I'm glad you came back for the house party," I said, putting a hand on my brother's shoulder. "Well, give it another month and you'll have to come back again for the actual housewarming," Chase said. "JD has so many plans for that house, Travis. I hope you don't want an actual say in what your house is going to look like." I laughed, genuinely unperturbed. "I don't care. As long as Daniela is happy." Shaun flinched beneath my hand, though he said nothing. I withdrew my arm but didn't move away. I had to show him I was here for him. He seemed like he needed support now, more than ever. "I know you're struggling, brother. I just wish I knew with what. I know a part of your love's Donnie the way I do." "Yeah, sorry about JD, Damon chuckled with a roguish smile. "She's been wildly nesting since becoming pregnant, and since our house is all renovated already." "Yeah, about that," Chase said. "I've been thinking about buying a fixer-upper for her, just so she can put her stamp on something. Or we could just let her do the nursery." Damon grinned. "That would be cheaper, and I have no doubt she'd love the opportunity." "She's pregnant?" Shaun asked. "Already?" His voice sounded forlorn. "Oh yeah," Damon said. "But no point wasting time, right? Once you meet the one." A strangled pain came from Shaun and pinched the bridge of his nose, squinting his eyes shut as if he were in pain or distress. I turned to shake my head at our cousins. Damon rolled his eyes at me and walked forward. "All right, cousin, no more pussyfooting around. What's the deal, Shaun? It's obvious you're mated to Donnie, so are you going to claim her, or what?" Shaun began to shake and shiver. "No. I can't." "Why not?" Damon demanded. "I mean..." Shaun whirled on us, his eyes glowing with a strange swirl of purple magic I'd never seen before. "I can't. Don't you understand? I can't." He cried out as if he was in pain again, then bent in half, clutching at his skull. "Stop. I can't." I have to shift back. In the next instant, the human was gone, and in his place was Shaun the wolf. He didn't run away, he simply lay down and heaved a sigh of relief. What's going on with him? Chase asked, saying aloud what I was thinking. Did you see his eyes just now? I nodded, fear striking my heart. That was definitely some kind of magic, right? They nodded as one. Yeah. We need to get him back to the house. Tanya will know what to do. Okay. Let's go, I said. Come on, brother. We all shifted back, and together we ran back to the property I'd bought for our new family, anxiety eating at my gut all the while. As we reached the new, immaculate yard, Donnie and JD met us by the pool, clothes in hand. Damon, Chase, and I all shifted back, but Shaun stayed in wolf form. Hey, sweetheart, I said, greeting Donnie with a kiss as I pulled on my clothes. She was holding Shaun's clothes in her arms too, with a puzzled expression on her face. He's not shifting back? She asked. Ah, no, I answered with a regretful frown. Damon put his arm around JD. Babe, I think you need to call a meeting of the witches. Something weird is going on with Shaun. What do you mean? Donnie asked, putting Shaun's clothes down once more. I shared a look with Chase. We brought you up in conversation with him, and he kind of freaked out. Damon continued. It wasn't just that, though. His eyes went purple. It looked like they were swirling with magic of some sort. Then he shifted, because he couldn't seem to stay human, or maybe he was escaping the pain, we're not sure. But he seemed to be in agony. I sighed, deciding it was high time for full honesty. It was all coming out in the open, anyway. And he looks unwell, if I'm honest. He's too pale, and he's definitely lost weight. Yeah, I noticed, Donnie said, gulping. Then she shook herself, straightened, and stood tall. Okay. One way or another, we'll figure this out. The party will be over in about an hour. I'll send everyone home. I'll grab Tanya, JD said. Where should we meet? I could step into the house and renovate just one room, so we can all be inside. Donnie rolled her eyes, as if she knew her friend had been chafing at the bit for the chance to do just that. Sure. Go. Go do the living room like you wanted. Oh, yay. JD clapped and squealed, then pulled herself together. Sorry. I know it's not the time. I'm excited. She ran off to find Tanya, her men following after her, her loyal mates and guardians. Donnie walked over to me, her eyes filled with tears. You know what this means, right? She asked, her lower lip wobbling. I shook my head, taking both her hands in mine. Tell me, sweetheart. Shaun emitted a low growl, his eyes flashing in challenge. I glared right back at him. Unless you want her as well, and are going to admit that, shut up. Donnie turned toward Shaun and whispered. The purple eyes, the anger, are you also having headaches? Shaun whimpered, and kind of nodded in a wolfy way. I'll take that as a yes, she said, her brows furrowing. I drew her back to me. Focus, sweetheart. Tell me what you think is the problem. I think he's been cursed, she breathed, her voice shaking. Cursed? I repeated. By whom? How? I don't know, she cried, putting her hands over her mouth. I didn't. It wasn't me, I promise. I would never hurt anyone. Shaun began to whine, and lay down on his side on the grass. We should get inside, I said, putting an arm around Danny's waist. You go make sure JD isn't destroying our new home, in her excitement to experiment, and I'll bring Shaun along. Okay, she whispered. But before she turned away, she looked at Shaun, her teary eyes leaking, her heart in her throat. We'll get you help, she promised. Hang in there. I kissed her lips and thanked her. See you in a bit. Nodding, she walked off toward the house, her shoulders hunched, her head down as if she were lost in thought or struggling to deal with the strange predicament we'd found ourselves in. Maybe it's both. I could hear cars leaving, and knew the party was finally over. I walked closer to my brother, and squatted down on the ground. He wasn't moving, but I could see his chest rise and fall with each breath. What's going on with you, man? I asked gently. Why didn't you tell me something was wrong? Shaun whined, an almost inhuman whimper. The sound made my gut twist, but I forced myself to do what needed to be done. I don't know what's happened. But we're going to fix it, okay? Come on. Get up. When he didn't move, I pushed him with both hands. Get up, or I'll drag you in there by the scruff of the neck. If you're choosing to ignore fate and stay in the city, you can do that. But let's just make sure you're making that decision on your own, okay? If you're being influenced or controlled by something or someone, we need to know. Shaun managed to begrudgingly roll himself up to his feet and looked up to me with sad, pained eyes. I stood up too. All right, brother. Good job. Now, let's go have a meeting with 3 witches. If anyone can help, it's them. I could have sworn Shaun actually shook his head in wolf form as he walked ahead of me toward the house. There were flashes of white light emanating from inside the house. I shook my head as well. So much for hiding the amount of work we're doing on this house from the council and any humans passing through. Ah well, we're not playing by city rules anymore, are we, brother? I asked as I followed him. Shaun didn't stop moving. He just ambled over to the new path Donnie had created and up the old steps onto the porch. He collapsed onto the new parquet floor and shifted back into his human self, thin and passed out cold. A chill rippled down my spine as I gazed down upon him, my brotherly heart aching. Whatever the fuck this is, it's bad.
Chapter 17. Daniela. I found myself shaking and couldn't stop. I'd conjured up some warmer clothes and slipped them on over my bathing suit, but it wasn't helping. I tried to play it cool and show Shaun nothing but my smile and friendly manner, but the moment I'd seen him, my heart had fallen, and my gut had cramped so hard I'd almost lost my breath. He looked pale, afraid, and shocked to see me. I had no idea why he looked that way when it was my house he was visiting, when it was me he'd rejected. It was almost like he'd convinced himself I wouldn't be there, or that I simply didn't exist anymore. Talk to me. Tell me what's going on, Tanya pleaded. Meanwhile, JD continued to magic up furniture for my new living room. It was all lovely. She'd gone for a chic modern country look, and had a natural flair for decorating which was abundantly evident in her styling. I wished I could appreciate it more, but I didn't really care, not right now at least. All my focus was locked on Shaun. I don't know, I admitted, answering Tanya. But his eyes were an unnatural purple when he started talking about me. It almost seems like he'd out of control. Tanya inhaled sharply, her gaze snapping up with clear intensity. It sounds like he's been cursed. Travis came up beside me, adding himself to the conversation. It was his brother after all. But we don't know any witches, he countered. I'd never even met one before we came to the city, so I doubt Shaun had either. Tanya frowned, tapping her lip with a finger in thought. Yes, but the way Donnie described Shaun's reaction to her at JD's wedding, that seemed a little out of control for someone struck by the revelation of their fated mate. Unhinged even. Travis sighed. Well, yeah, it was a bit much. I was stunned at the time, but I just put it down to him feeling the fated mate bond and rebelling against it, as so many men have done before. Yes, JD agreed, abandoning her decorating spree to join our circle. I know it's normal for at least one of the brothers to respond that way, but I've never heard of one leaving the state, hell, the country to get away. That seems excessive. Like more than just cold feet or mixed feelings. It is, Tanya agreed. Wolf shifters are possessive and territorial. Even when a wolf feels conflicted, it's practically built into their DNA to remain as close to their mate as they can. The fact Shaun was able to run away from his fated mate? It honestly seemed impossible. It goes against their very nature. I bit my lip and glanced around the room. There was a wall of chairs as well as a couch. Hey, could you let us work for a minute? I asked my mate with a pursed lip grimace. I just need time to think. Of course, but I'm here if you need me, Travis answered and retreated to the couches with the other men. JD walked over to where Shaun had collapsed on the ground. We're going to need a spell to work out if he really is cursed or not. A part of me wanted to cover him up so Tanya and JD couldn't see Shaun's beautiful, exposed body, but I didn't. I was simply feeling jealous and overprotective, which was likely a result of the bond. My friends were here to help us figure this out. They weren't thinking anything inappropriate, I knew that in my heart. But as my gaze fell on his muscled back and the curve of his ass, I couldn't help it, and threw a spell over him to encase his lower body in a pair of jeans. The girls didn't say anything, but I saw Tania's smile. Okay, so how do we do this? I asked. Tanya knelt next to his head, observing him. Well, first things first. We need to wake him up and ask him some questions. We do? Why? I panicked. Surely not. He's going to freak out again. Tania's right, JD said. We need to work out if he has been cursed. The more information we have, the more likely we are to break it. Yeah, curses aren't easy to break, Tanya added. And I speak from experience with an ancient. Hey, do you think the ancient would help us? JD asked. She likes doing a little bit of benevolent magic here and there, doesn't she? I mean, she helped out with my sister-in-law. Tanya grinned suddenly. Why not? It can't hurt to ask her. Wait here. And then she was gone, vanished into thin air on a whim. I gaped at the space where she'd just been. Oh my God, how does she do that? My mind boggled. That was next-level magic. JD laughed. Yeah, I know. It's cool, isn't it? Totally. I walked over and knelt down next to Shaun. I couldn't help but reach out to stroke his hair. The strands were soft and tangled around my fingers. Tears sprung to my eyes, but I pushed them hastily away. To think that he may not have rejected me, or our throuple, to think it could have been magical interference all along made my heart ache. I shook my head regretfully. How could I not have realized? I asked. Because witches have no instincts for cursed people or objects, an unfamiliar voice answered. I jumped up and spun around, and there was Agatha, the ancient I'd heard Tanya and JD talk about in reverent, almost affectionate terms. She had to be 100 years old. Her skin looked as thin as tissue paper, and yet, her power was evident in every cell of her body, and every twitch of her nose. Hello, I managed to say. Thank you for coming. I'm Daniela. Yes, she said simply. Your mate is cursed. I can smell it from here. She had a gnarled tree branch in her hand, and as she walked forward, she used it as a walking stick. When she got close to Shaun, she whacked him with it. Although it was not hard, a squeak of protest escaped my throat. Wake him up, she said. I gulped. But I don't know how. Use your magic, she said as if it were the most obvious answer. You should be more powerful now. Heat flared in my cheeks. Yeah. I was a powerlifter and a big girl, and had the good fortune of being amped up thanks to Tanya and the genie spell. I reached for my magic but shook my head. I can't. I've been struggling over the last few days. I'm feeling really drained. I don't understand it. Even with my home renovations, it should have regenerated by now. The ancient lifted her gaze, and for the first time I saw her true power mirrored in the violet purple of her eyes. That's because you are tied to the curse as well. Me? I gulped, horrified. How? How is that possible? Yes, she said. Tanya, wake him up. Get him into a chair, and bind him to it. I'll cast the necessary spells. No. I gasped, but the word died in my throat as the ancient gave me a look that would have frozen anyone in place. Tanya nodded obediently and scurried to do her bidding, casting a spell to wake Shaun up. JD conjured up a chair with silk ties at the wrists and ankles. There, she said. I watched on as Tanya got Shaun to his feet and into the chair. His head was rolling around and his eyes were still closed, but he was moaning and seemed to be at least partially conscious. Wake up, wolf boy, Agatha demanded, hitting Shaun's leg with her stick. He growled and lifted his head, his chest flexing in a beautiful way that made me smile despite all the stress. "What do you want?" Shaun asked, though his words were garbled with a growl. "Don't even think of shifting again, Wolf," she warned. "Who are you?" Shaun asked, and this time his head lifted and his gaze connected with mine. He groaned loudly in pain, crunching up but unable to use his hands as he was tied up. "Gah! Don't look at me. Don't look at me," he lamented as if in shame. I turned away, pressing my fingers against my lips, a silent tear slipping down my cheek. Travis was on the couch, and on the edge of the seat, gripping the arms with strained fingers. It looked like he was about to jump out of the chair at the first opportunity. "Don't move. Okay? Just don't move," I whispered to him, shaking my head. Damon took the lead. He already knew how important it was that magic wasn't interfered with. He grabbed Travis and wrapped a reassuring arm around his cousin, holding him in place. Once I knew he wasn't going to interfere, I took a deep breath and turned back to face Shaun. "Tell me how you feel when you look at Donnie, Wolf." Shaun groaned, rolling his neck. "No. I can't." "Why can't you?" Agatha demanded. "Because if I even think about Donnie." "God no," he growled. "The migraines are so bad." He cried out in pain, then repeated on a loop, chanting to himself. "Donnie is my brother's mate, not mine. I don't want her. She's Travis's mate, not mine." My belly turned over in pure outrage, and a lance struck me in the heart. What the hell is going on here? Why is he saying that? "Oh, I see," the ancient said with conviction. "Someone has cursed you to be alone forever." I took a few steps closer, my breath catching in my chest like a butterfly caught in a net. "What do you mean?" I asked, scared to exhale. JD stepped closer to Shaun. "Shaun, whoever did this to you wanted you to be alone forever. You've been cursed to endure physical pain if you even try to decide you're going to follow your instincts and be with your mate." "No. My poor Shaun." "Well, we have to fix that," I announced without a moment's hesitation. Everyone turned to look at me, their expressions a mix of emotions. I threw my hands up in the air. "Oh, come on. You all got both brothers. And you guys got the girl of your dreams. Why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't they?" Tanya burst out laughing and clapped her hands, as if she'd finally been vindicated. JD covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes squinting with mirth as she tried to suppress her giggles. The ancient even smiled a little. "Well, girls, I'm going to leave you to it." "No." I rushed forward, holding my hand out. "Please stay and help. You're the most powerful of us all, and I need." I then both my mates. "Please help me." The ancient stared at me for a long time. "I will. However, you will owe me a favor," she finally said. "Yes. Anything." I agreed, then instantly regretted it. "Except my men or my babies. You can have me, or anything else, just not them." Agatha smiled. "Silly girl, I don't want to take from you. I was thinking more along the lines of a shopping trip for herbs." No, we'll leave that for later." The ancient walked behind Shaun and put her hands on his shoulders. "JD, Tanya. Help me." My friends took up positions at her sides, and also put their hands on Shaun's shoulders. "We need the curse brought to the surface," the ancient said. "Whoever put this curse on him was powerful and fueled by a deep hatred of witches." "Would it help to find out who did the cursing?" I asked, coughing to clear my throat when my voice cracked mid-sentence. "Maybe," Agatha said. I whirled on Travis, eager to help, even though I was weakened by the curse myself. "Who did this?" I demanded. "Do you know anyone who could have done this?" "We don't know any witches," he called back, still held back by Damon. "Well, someone must have asked for it to be done. Who would want Shaun single forever?" I pressed. Travis frowned as he racked his brain. His ex-wife, Candace. She was a wolf shifter back home. She definitely hated witches, and hated that Shaun left her even more. "Ex-wife?" The ancient recited her name. Candace. Shaun screamed, thrashing in the chair. Oh yeah, it was her all right, Tanya said, groaning in frustration. Damn it, this curse is slippery. Bring it to the surface, the ancient repeated. God, I felt so helpless. I can bring it up. It's all connected to me, right? JD nodded, her expression stern. Yes, do it. I raced forward and could hear the ancient chanting softly, a spell I didn't understand. I dropped to my knees in front of him, grabbing hold of his thighs and staring up at his face, the face that had haunted my dreams for 2 weeks. Shaun? I'm here. Remember me? Daniela, your fated mate? You came back to me, didn't you? No. No, I didn't. Shaun was shaking his head, fighting against the onslaught of pain that was coming his way. It was just the party, he argued. Yes, you did. I said. That was just a convenient excuse to get close to me again, wasn't it? I knew you couldn't stay away. You know we're meant to be together, right? No. He shook his head, fighting the agony the curse was inflicting on him. I glanced up at Tanya, begging with my eyes for advice for anything that might help. She stared back at me intently, as if to say, you have to be the one who breaks through. Nodding, I stood up and leaned down, cupping Shaun's beautiful face. A sizzle of attraction passed through my touch, like the lightning flame we'd experienced at JD's wedding. I gasped. Oh God. I love that. That despite everything you've said, despite what you've been cursed to believe, there's still that feeling that tells us we're meant to be together. Right? You feel it. I know you do. It's our connection, our bond. Tanya gasped, her eyes closed in concentration as she spoke. That's it. We've almost got it. Without a moment to lose or a thought to spare, I grabbed his face and kissed him hard. His lips were stubborn as he fought me, and he groaned as if he was in immense pain. You have to break through. He needs you. Despite the curse forcing him to resist me, I slipped my tongue between his lips and kissed him with all the hurt, love, and passion I felt for him in my soul. He gasped against my lips, moaning as his whole body shivered in response. All 3 witches above us began to chant the final line of the spell, repeating it in a powerful rhythm that echoed through our home and grew with intensity. Every hair on my body stood on end, and electricity hummed through me. A blinding white light surrounded us, erupting like a magical supernova to envelop us both. I closed my eyes against the brightness and continued to kiss him, refusing to leave him even for a moment. I wrapped my arms around his neck, kissing him harder and more deeply, until I realized there were no more sounds, no voices, only silence. Then it dawned on me we weren't alone, and even though my nipples were hard and I was panting with passion, we still had a captive audience. I lifted my head and slid off his lap, hardly able to stand on my own. Ah, thank you, I said, my cheeks flaring with heat as I fought the urge not to grin like a loon. The ancient smirked at me, but her eyes sparkled. Well, all right. That's another crisis averted. She shook her head in playful dismay. Since meeting you, Tanya, it's just been one drama after another. Well, you did technically create that first drama. Tanya countered with a wry smile, her hands on her hips. Oh hush. I'll see you when you drop by. Agatha said. Definitely. Tanya went over to kiss the ancient on the cheek. Thanks again for your help. The wizened woman smiled briefly, before disappearing from sight, vanishing as magically as she had appeared. I wrapped my arms around my own body and hugged myself tight. Holy shit. That was so intense. Ah, hello. Can someone please untie me? Interrupted a familiar voice that stirred the coals of my heart. I looked toward Shaun and couldn't help but laugh as a heady mix of joy, fatigue, and relief filled me from head to toe like a fine vintage wine. Oh? Yeah, of course. Sorry. My fellow witches burst out laughing, and the men on the couches joined in too, slapping one another as they celebrated the fact their cousin and friend was finally free.
Chapter 18. Shaun. My wrists and ankles were tied with the toughest silk scarves I'd ever come across. No matter how many times I twisted and tugged, they weren't fraying, let alone breaking. They must be imbued with magic or something. Before Donnie could move, JD began untying the one closest to her. Sorry about that, she apologized. I think we all got lost in the moment there. I shrugged. Don't apologize. I appreciate you all taking that nightmare away from me. It's been hell. There may be some residual effects, Tanya warned, stepping in and untying my other wrist. Daniela, however, dropped to her knees on the floor in front of me again and was untying my ankles. I was grateful for the temporary restrictions and cover of the denim jeans I found myself wearing, because seeing her down there was definitely stirring my imagination. Once free, I stood up and stretched my limbs, testing my strength. Donnie rose to her feet in front of me, her long hair tumbling over her shoulders and her gaze never leaving mine. Just looking at her caused my chest to tighten, and I turned to look at Tanya. What sort of residual effects? I prompted. Well, there's Daniela for one thing, Tanya said. You may still feel some animosity toward her, or resistance to mating with her, but it will fade, you just have to give it time. I nodded, digesting the information as I glanced toward the two witches who'd broken a curse which had almost ruined everything for me. Thank you both. I think you saved my life here today. Oh, we definitely did, Tanya grinned in agreement. You may have been able to fight the curse for a while yet, but in the long run, it was going to eat you alive. Yeah, your wolf nature wouldn't have allowed you to stay away from Donnie, and then the curse would have truly taken hold, added JD. It was insidious, we could feel it as we worked. I glanced toward Daniela. And is there anything I can do to, detox the effects faster? I don't want others to suffer because of what happened to me if I can help it. I'd already caused so many issues already. The last thing I wanted to do was cause another fight or continue to complicate things. I'm sure I can find a potion or spell to help, Donnie said, now that I know what we're dealing with. Our gazes met once more, and a tingle passed over me that I'd never experienced before. It was warm and strange, but exciting. Well, now this is all sorted. I need to get home and lay down, JD said. It's been a big day already, and baby and I need to recuperate. Her men came to collect her, as did Tania's husbands. On their way out, everyone kind of smirked. They'd all been right all along. I'm never going to live that down. Thank you for the room, by the way, JD. Donnie called out after her. JD laughed as she opened the front door. I may have renovated one more room, just in case you needed it, but we can always redo it later if you don't like the style. Bye. What did you do? Donnie called back, her brows knitted. JD just giggled and left, along with Tanya and all their men. What has she done? Donnie said, putting her hands on her cheeks. Travis came up to me, clapping me on the back. Good to have you back, brother, he said and hugged me tight. I closed my eyes and absorbed the love I felt coming from my older brother. Thanks, Trav. I'd missed him more than I cared to admit. He pulled back and looked me over. Are you feeling any better? I did a quick inventory of my body and realized I felt lighter than I had in weeks. I feel good, actually. It's so strange. And no evidence of a headache, he prompted. I laughed. Actually laughed for the first time and I couldn't remember how long. None. Nothing at all. God, I feel so much better. I was starting to get used to the fact that pain seemed like my new reality. I shuddered at the thought, glad to be rid of it. Donnie walked over to me and reached for my hand, her expression open and hopeful despite the warning of lingering side effects. I let her have it, and God, it felt so good not to fight against my desire for her, to let her touch me without fear. Do you want to see our house? She asked, beaming. Her dark eyes shined up at me with a sort of love and desire I couldn't ignore. I dropped her hand and cupped her face, pulling her into me. She came willingly, her eyes closing on a wistful breath. When my lips touched hers, I could have sworn my soul cried out in sheer happiness. Her lips were soft and her smell was just intoxicating. When she pulled back, she was panting a little and pursed her lips as if savoring our kiss. Let's do the tour, then maybe we can go back to my townhouse and have a chat. Come on, she said, tugging on my hand. I haven't really been inside, and I'm excited to look around. She let go of my hand and started walking through the house. Oh, the kitchen's huge. Travis and I followed her from room to room, each room uglier than the next. Talk about your fixer-upper, I said. Travis chuckled. Yeah, well, give the witches a few hours and this place will be a freaking mansion. A loud gasp had Travis and I hurrying ahead. What's wrong? I asked, stepping straight into a brightly lit room. Whoa, I breathed. This room wasn't a fixer-upper. It was a completely renovated master bedroom, complete with central king-size beds, curtains, new carpets, and even drapes. Travis chuckled. Guess we found out which room JD added on as a bonus. I glanced around. Where'd Donnie go? In here, she called back. I walked through the bedroom and found her standing in a beauty spa. I hate to start sounding repetitive, but whoa. She laughed. I hate to say it, because I wanted to renovate this whole house myself, but JD's got great taste. I'll say. Travis smiled, walking around the room. This was made for at least 3 people. I'll say. Donnie agreed. Check out this tub. There was a double, huge shower, a double sink, and a 3-person spa bath. It was the size of a bedroom, and truly the most luxurious bathroom I'd seen outside of 5-star hotels. Travis walked over to Donnie and slid his hand around her waist. And that bed's definitely made for more than 2 people, he said suggestively. Donnie glanced over at me. On that note, I think we need to talk. Can we go back to my townhouse? She asked. I swallowed hard and nodded. Yeah, that's a great idea. They'd obviously been intimate over the 2 weeks I'd been gone, and had created a relationship I was completely outside of. My chest tightened with the thought, but I needed to say something, to be honest. I need to apologize, I said, for running away, for refusing to even consider the mate bond. Donnie walked over to me and lifted her hand, pressing her fingers to my lips. Let's talk at home. I need to get out of here before I do something rash. In fact, now you're feeling better, I'd like to check on how my magic's going. What do you mean? I asked, cocking a brow in curiosity. She suddenly shook her head. No, that's not going to happen, sorry. I was going to try a transportation spell, but I'm not even sure I could do 1 person, let alone 3. Transportation? Let's drive, Travis said. It's only a 5-minute drive, anyway. Okay, Donnie said, lifting her chin. Travis stepped up to kiss her, as if they'd done it 1,000 times before. I turned away, not wanting to see it again. Donnie caught my reaction and grimaced. Sorry, she said. I turned back to her. No, it's not your fault, and amazingly I'm not even jealous, not of you 2 together. I mean. Then what are you jealous of? She whispered. How am I going to put this? It's more that you 2 have had all this time together. You're close. Well, of course we are, she said, then dropped her voice. You left. Guilt hit me in the gut like a well-aimed punch. I did, and I think I'll forever be sorry for that. Donnie walked away from Travis. I don't care about that you left or anything. All I care about is whether or not you want to be with me now. Or if you're just going to run back to the city. Because if you are. No. I said, taking a step forward. No. Listen, I haven't had much time to think over everything clearly, but I know I wanted you from the moment I first saw you. The curse just made me run, made me angry. I couldn't think straight. That first feeling, before the curse manipulated me, was real, I know it. She shook her head with a soft smile, and came and kissed me on the lips again. Come on. Let's go home. I need to make you a tonic, to help rid you of the effects. We all headed outside, and they jumped into their truck. Meanwhile, I followed behind in my rental car. I had to convince Donnie I wasn't a flight risk, that I wouldn't run away this time. But was that how I truly felt? I hadn't been able to think anything through properly in regard to Donnie since I'd met her, but I had to work it out, and fast. When I'd first seen her, I'd known how important she was. My wolf had recognized his mate, and as soon as that had happened, my human self had run for the hills. Both literally and figuratively. Convincing myself for 2 weeks she'd meant nothing to me was going to be hard to get over, but I had to. If I wanted a life, a home, and potentially even a family with my mate, I had to follow fate's design and get my woman back. And I will. No matter what it takes.
Chapter 19. Daniela. I slid my hand over Travis's thigh and held on as we drove back to the townhouse. Nerves were twisting my gut, both excited and freaked out. "Do you really think he's changed his mind about us?" I asked, worrying my lips together and tapping my foot in the footwell. Travis lifted my hand from his leg and kissed my knuckles, his other hand on the steering wheel. "I never thought he didn't want you, sweetheart." I knew he did, but I put his rejection down to his ex-wife and all the crap he went through. I never would have thought the problem would be as deep as a curse. I shook my head and sighed. I can't believe it either. I didn't even think of it. "No one did," said Travis. I let my head fall back against the headrest and let out a breath I felt like I'd been holding for too long. "That ex-wife of his must be a real piece of work," I grumbled. Travis laughed. "To say the least. But even so, I just can't believe she went so far as to go a witch to curse Shaun, and in the worst possible way. She's a wolf shifter too, so to deliberately deprive him of his fated mate, knowing the significance it holds, that's cold even for her." I inhaled sharply and chewed on my bottom lip, mulling it all over in my head. I'd need to find a way to protect Shaun from any future tampering. The last thing I wanted was my men to be vulnerable to the likes of bad witches and bitchy exes. I'd have to do some research, and maybe even speak to the girls about it. Travis and I sat in a comfortable, but thoughtful silence for the rest of the trip, our thoughts loud enough without needing to be spoken in the cabin of the truck. Shaun's declaration has changed everything. Once home, we went inside and made ourselves some drinks and food, just to help us feel more at ease and casual about the situation. When we were settled around the table, I opened the conversation up to Shaun. "So tell me about this ex-wife of yours." Shaun frowned. Travis, on the other hand, laughed. "Why? Are you intending on doing a little cursing of your own?" I raised an eyebrow at him. Turnabout's fair play. But speaking of, I better get going on that spell for Shaun straight away. You guys go ahead and eat. I won't be long. Without waiting for a response, I raced off to the library and found the books I was looking for. When I returned to the dining table, the guys were still there, eating quietly together. I placed the books on the table and began flipping through the spells, one page after another. I've definitely seen a spell for an anti-curse tonic, or something to that effect. Ah yes, here it is. I quickly read over it and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, this one is perfect. I'll just go get all the ingredients I need. What does it do? Shaun asked, looking up from his food. I made a mental note of the simple ingredients before answering. This one is designed to flush out any remnants of the curse. It's kind of like a detox. I'll look for something that'll help protect you in the future too. We can't have you getting cursed again. No, Shaun agreed. I'm fond of having free will, thank you. I grinned and went to walk past him, then on a whim, I turned back and kissed him quickly. It just felt like the right moment. He responded, kissing me back. He tasted delicious, and I could have kept kissing him all day, but I needed to focus and get him the potion. Regretfully, I withdrew with a coy smile, then retreated into the kitchen. Picking out all the ingredients, I mixed them together and carried the bowl back to the table to recite the necessary incantation. The spell was easy with my new magic, so I performed it in front of the guys, then poured the contents of the bowl into a glass. Here you go, I said. Bottoms up. Shaun took it and glanced at the liquid, which was a strange orange color with a touch of skepticism. A detox, huh? I nodded. It'll be over before you know it. With a quirky salute, he drank it, sculling the whole thing in one long gulp. Wincing, he put the glass down after a moment and wiped his mouth. Damn, that's nasty. I snorted with laughter and pushed my books away. All right then. That's enough for tonight. I might find a piece of jewelry you want to wear all the time, and put a protection spell on that too, just to be safe. Shaun glanced at Travis, who nodded. They seemed to be communicating with one another without speaking, and I wanted to know what they were saying. What? I insisted. Spit it out. Well, Shaun began, I was just thinking the best piece of jewelry for that would be a wedding ring. Don't you think so, Travis? I gaped at them. Sorry, what? Did he really just suggest what I think he did? You're our fated mate, Travis agreed, like he had so many times before. And we want to marry you. I couldn't stop myself from looking over at Shaun, my mind a whirl. Well, okay. I know Travis wants to. But Shaun, you've been under a curse since the moment we met. I'm all for this fated mate business, but I still think you should take your time, get to know me, and work out from there if you even like me. Shaun began to laugh, but cut himself off with a grin, shaking his head. Oh, sweetheart. I want to strip you and throw you down on the table to ravish you right now. I know I like you. But what about all that, not believing in fate stuff? I said, throwing my hands around. You had me totally convinced. He ran a hand through his hair and sighed. Well, look. My ex did a real number on me, and that's even without the damn curse. For my own peace of mind, I decided I wasn't up for another wife or mate. And because of the curse, I came to believe it wasn't just hurt or feelings, but a solid truth. But I haven't stopped thinking about you since the moment I met you, Donnie. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and you're obviously intelligent, sweet, and generous. I've never seen my brother so happy. If I knew nothing else about you, seeing and knowing that would be enough. I gulped at the hot emotional lump lodged in my throat. But we've spent no time together. You don't know, really. I mean, you can't. To be honest, I wasn't even sure what he could say to reassure me after so many weeks of convincing myself that he'd never come back. That I'd be the one witch who didn't get her fated pair. Shaun glanced down and a long silence fell over the table. Look, I said, reaching across the table to hold his hand. I want us to be together. I've missed you. I've literally ached for you. But I've also spent the last 2 weeks telling myself that you didn't want me, and you never would. That's going to take more than a hot minute to fix. Shaun looked up, and our gazes connected with a blazing intensity. Well, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for as long as that takes. My eyes welled up despite my desire to stay strong through this conversation. It was exactly what I wanted to hear, what I so desperately needed to hear. Are you sure? I whispered. He nodded. I'm very sure. I ignored my instincts with my ex-wife. They told me she wasn't the one, but not everyone has a fated mate, so I just figured. I understand, I said, gulping down the lump in my throat successfully. I knew my ex-boyfriends weren't right for me, and I constantly ignored all the red flags too, but I figured, it was better than being alone. But it's okay to be wrong. I'm glad I was. He nodded solemnly. Me too. Looking at him, I realized for the first time that this wolf, Shaun, was the more emotional of the two brothers. Sure, I'd known he was the grumpier and more intense, but he was also the one who wanted to be loved and would willingly take pain if it came with it. He was like me in that regard, and that reassured me more than anything. I shook myself, hoping to lighten the mood now that we'd hashed out the most important issues. So, what did you think about the new house, by the way? I loved it, Shaun answered. And if you two are willing to give me a second chance, I'd love to move down here and see if we can make this threesome thing work. I grinned at him, my cheeks flaring with heat. It's called a throuple. Or a triad. Travis said with a grin. So, what do you think, Daniela? Do you want to give my little brother another chance? I looked at Travis, trying not to let my happiness sparkle through my eyes. He did go to Hawaii without us. I pouted. So, he owes us a vacation. Travis shrugged. He's got the cash. Shaun blinked up at me. You'd want go away with me? I shrugged too. Well, if you're going to a tropical island to drink and fuck and sleep? Yeah, take me with you please. I didn't, he hurried to add, fuck anyone over there. I couldn't even stand to talk to a woman for more than 5 minutes if I'm honest. That shouldn't have made me as happy as it did, but it definitely did. How come? I asked. He shrugged, grimacing. I didn't know at the time, but now I know I was missing you. I'd flown all the way to Hawaii to forget you. And not being able to even talk to a woman without feeling physically sick made me even more certain that something was very wrong with me. There was nothing wrong with you, I whispered, reaching across the table to hold his hand. The curse was not your doing, Shaun. I know. He smiled back, brightening the mood once more. So, if I take you to Hawaii, you'll let me move down here? I almost laughed. I didn't need anything other than him, but why not throw in a vacation as well? Yes, but not in that order. You move down as soon as possible, and we'll go away later in the year, if you guys can take time off work? Travis chuckled. You're the one we have to convince to take time off work, sweetheart. True. Well, if everyone would stop getting married, I'll be able to take some vacation days myself. I rolled my eyes playfully. The guys stared at me pointedly, eyebrows cocked in unison. I blushed immediately. They were right, they'd proposed to me and I'd all but brushed it away. And although I would have loved to say yes, I couldn't. Not yet. If it was just Travis, sure, but now I had my second man in the picture. I didn't want to ruin anything. I wanted to give us the benefit of the time we hadn't yet had together. You should probably know I tend to work too much, I said, warning him, as much as wanting him to know everything about me. I don't cook much, and I use my magic to clean, because who the hell actually wants to do that? Shaun blinked at me. Sounds good so far, what else? I inhaled sharply. All right then, on to the worst of it. I have a temper, I admitted. Yeah? Me too, Shaun said. Travis snorted at us both, lifting his hand in apology and taking a sip of his drink. I went on. I'll never be skinny. Even if I decided to diet and stop powerlifting, which I won't do, even if I try my ass off. Literally, I'll just never be skinny. It's not in my genes. Shaun raised his eyebrows at me. And? I crossed my arms over my chest and sighed. His gaze dropped to hover over my enormous breasts and epic cleavage. You like skinny women, or at least you did, I can tell. Most men did, especially the fit ones. They were all wrong for me, he said, as if their mere memories were meaningless to him now. I sighed again. Okay, well, if you're sure. I just want to be honest with you about my insecurities. I am sure, and you have nothing to be insecure about, Donnie. You're beautiful just the way you are. My heart lurched in my chest, and my stomach exploded with butterflies. Then yes, move down here. Please. That would be kind of, well, great actually. Amazing, really. It was Shaun's turn to look a little worried, as if he didn't completely believe what he was hearing, or it was too good to be true. Really? He pressed. I nodded. Yeah. I've been feeling like. I glanced at Travis apologetically, like something's been missing. And I didn't want to admit it because Travis is so great, and I didn't want to hurt him. Travis grinned at me but didn't say anything. So anyway. Maybe what we've been missing all along is you, I finished. Travis stood up and extended his hand out to me. There's only one way to truly find that out, beautiful. How's that? I asked, my breath catching in my throat. I knew that look. We take you to bed. My gaze slid from Travis and over to Shaun, my heart beginning to race. Shaun was slowly rising to his feet from his seat at the table. I didn't need to say the words that were caught on the tip of my tongue. Does Shaun really want this? Does he want to know for sure, like I do, if we're meant to be? Shaun held out his hand, answering my unspoken question. Please, he asked. I stood up and snapped my fingers, transporting all three of us into my bedroom upstairs, performing the transportation spell for the first time ever. If that didn't say yes, I didn't know what did.
Chapter 20. Shaun. Travis is right. There was only one way to truly know if Donnie was truly my fated mate, and that was to make love to her. I'll feel it. I'm sure. Donnie snapped her fingers, and we were suddenly in a bedroom, a large room with a huge bed perfect for us. My head spun a little, but overall I felt great. That was amazing, I praised in awe. Travis grinned. I thought you couldn't take 3 people with a transportation spell, he asked. Donnie smiled, flicking her long hair over her shoulders, clearly just as pleased with herself. Well, it was only up 1 floor, so I took a shot. I glanced around at the beautiful room, examining the style and little quirks that hinted at Danny's personality and interests. Well, you're incredible. She is, Travis agreed, drawing Donnie into his arms. Come here, beautiful. Then Travis kissed our mate. I took the opportunity to slide up behind her, reaching around to cup her milky breasts with my eager hands. My mouth watered. Damn, she is luscious. Her nipples were hard, and her breasts were large and soft. She was the very definition of perfection. It didn't matter a damn what my preferences had been leading up to this moment. The only thing in the world that did matter was that Donnie was in my arms, that we were finally together. I tugged at her top, peeling it up, and Donnie intuitively lifted her arms, allowing me to undress her. She was so big and strong and feminine. She was a dream come true, and I couldn't believe, no matter how many times I pinched myself, just how beautiful she was. My clothes disappeared shortly after, and as soon as we were all naked, she got on her knees and drew me to her. Afterward, with a heavily satisfied sigh, I slid off the bed and let my brother and Donnie bond the way our throuple was meant to. I sat in the chair next to the bed and focused on watching Donnie reach her bliss once more. It was like a drug. I finally had my mate, and even though fate had decided she needed both my brother and I, rather than either one of us, I'd never been so happy. Chapter 21. Shaun. Over the following week, I did everything in my power to show Daniela I wasn't going anywhere. I called work and put in my immediate notice. They didn't like it, of course, and talked me into working remotely with 2 interstate meetings a month, which wasn't unusual for me and my line of work anyway. Donnie was thrilled, and my bosses were relieved not to lose me. I told them I needed at least 2 weeks working remotely before they could pull me away, because I needed to show my mate I was serious about staying with her. I had a lot to make up for, so I told her I wasn't going back to the city, except to put our apartment on the market. Shaun and I had no interest in the stress of renting it out and dealing with potentially troublesome tenants, and the capital would be handy to invest in our new town. It was just another thing I was doing to show Donnie I wanted to be with her. I wanted to stay. I had a vested interest in the place we were calling home. Donnie and Travis already had such a nice and natural rhythm in the way they talked to each other, organized meals, and even had a bedtime routine. I was way behind, but was running to catch up. Each morning, I dropped Donnie off at work, and today was no different. She got out of the truck and smiled at me, hitching her bag on her shoulder. I'll pick you up after work, okay? I said, my heart full. She nodded, her cheeks warming with a pretty rose-pink blush. Yeah, I'd appreciate that, but I was just wondering if you wanted to come in and train with me tonight maybe before we head home. My face lit up and my soul soared. The fact she wanted to spend extra time with me meant everything. Oh yeah, definitely. I'd love to, babe. I'll see you later then. I waved, reversed, and drove away, my happiness levels ratcheting up another notch. I'd missed going to the gym, but hadn't wanted to intrude on Danny's place of work unless she was comfortable with me doing so. But now she'd personally extended the invitation, I'd be free to get back to working out, and getting extra time in with my beautiful mate. I'd have to learn how to lift heavy, though as a wolf shifter, I had a natural advantage, so I wasn't too worried. And to be honest, I was curious to see what Dani could do firsthand. I knew her physical size and strength influenced her magic, so it'd be cool to get insight into the way she incorporated her fitness in that regard. I knew she and her best friends always pumped up before heavy spell work, but that was the extent of my understanding. By the time I got home, I had just enough time to change into a work shirt and set up in the second bedroom, when I'd more or less set up my makeshift office. Between a deluge of virtual Zoom meetings and normal work calls, I was running late by the time I was getting ready to go train with Dani. Damn it. Are you going to the gym, too? Travis asked me, as he reached into the fridge for a Friday night beer. Yeah. Dani invited me, I answered with a hesitant smile at my brother as I picked up my bag. Travis's smile was huge. That's great, Shaun. That's a big step for her. Well, I guess I'll see you both in a few hours. Just so you know, she trains longer and harder than we ever did. I grabbed a bottle of water and my keys, a bounce in my step. No issue there, I said. I'm all for it. See you later. I headed out the door, my heart lighter than it had felt in a long time. I'd lived with my brother for decades, and I was shocked at how normal and natural it felt once again to live together. I'd missed him as much as I'd pined over Dani while I was cursed. My anger had been totally misplaced. My cell phone rang as I got in the car, and I answered the unlisted number, assuming it would be a work call. I could have it wrapped up before I pulled up at the gym, no problem. Hello, Shaun speaking, I answered. Shaun. Candace speaking. My ex's voice echoed across the receiver. Waves of trepidation and rage, I thought extinguished, flared to life and had me shuddering. What the fuck is she calling for? Cursing bitch. Candace, what do you want? I asked through gritted teeth as I turned the ignition over and began driving to the gym. Oh, come on, Shawnee, she teased. Don't be like that. I just rang to ask how you're doing. I clenched my jaw so hard I heard a crack emanating from my teeth. She destroyed me. She never just called to have a chat, and I'd known it was even a possibility I would have blocked her number. Candace, just spit it out. I'm 2 minutes from the gym. What do you want? Oh, okay. I just wanted to know if it was true, she purred. If what is true? I spat back, my temper fraying further just talking to her. That you've moved out of the city to shack up with some whore, she answered in a clipped tone. Some whore. Flames of indignation for Dani burned behind my eyes as a wave of nausea rolled over me. Yeah, no thanks to you. But yeah, I found her, Candace, my fated mate. So fuck you. Her ensuing silence spoke volumes. I immediately regretted my boasting. This was the bitter bitch of a woman who'd had me cursed to ensure I never found the one I was destined to be with. What if she finds a way to curse me again, despite Danny's magical protections? I sighed, not sure how to play this one. Should I risk threatening her, or try to sweet-talk and placate her to minimize potential harm to me and my relationship? Unfortunately, I didn't get much of a choice in the end as she just hung up. I frowned as I pulled into the gym parking lot, feeling uneasy. That was strange. I couldn't remember a time ever when she'd shied away from an argument. She was the sort to enjoy tearing you down, picking away at the scabs of your fragility until you were bleeding and hollow. I slid out of the car and walked inside, smiling at Tanya, who was working at the front desk. Hey, Shaun. You've come to train, I hear. She reached over the counter and handed me a membership card. I pulled out my wallet, ready to pay for the privilege. Oh no, Tanya said upon seeing my wallet, shaking her head. Put that away. It's a perk of working here. Any family of Danny's get free passes. I slid my wallet back into my back pocket, touched by the gesture. It seemed our friends were more like family than mere friends. Thanks, Tanya, that's great. Enjoy, she called, waving me through as she turned to deal with another customer. The gym was huge, and as I walked past the reception desk and into the main area, I was a little awestruck. This was not a regular gym. This is next level. I can see why this is a power lifter's paradise. "Hey stranger," Donnie said as she ran a hand over my arm and came around from behind me, smiling radiantly. Donnie. My heart skipped a beat, and I grabbed her, pulling her into me and kissing those luscious lips like I might never get the opportunity to kiss her again. She didn't stop me. Instead, she obliged, throwing her arms around my neck eagerly before melting into me. I moaned into her mouth, reveling in the feel of her glorious big curvy body against mine. Every inch of her felt heavenly, and a part of me never wanted to let go. When I finally and regretfully lifted my head, I half expected her to tell me off for kissing her so intimately in front of everyone in her place of work. Instead, she smiled at me with half-blissed-out eyes. "Is that your way of saying you'd rather just head home?" she asked with a subtle smirk. I shook my head. "Later, baby," I promised. "But right now, I want to train with you. Travis says you are super impressive, and I'd love to see it for myself." She cackled with laughter, pressing a hand to her mouth, her eyes squinting with delight. "Well, I better not fail in my task then," she answered. "Plus, I need to get pumped up for some spells I want to try out this weekend." I grinned at her and followed her over to a set of barbells. Donnie had explained the genie spell that Tania's friend had cast earlier in the week. To me, it seemed like a perfect side effect to training so hard as a witch, to have magic that equaled the strength in your body. I imagined it was a bit of a dream come true for all the witches who were alternative, larger than life, and judged their entire lives on their appearances alone, to prove their abilities and show they were more than fat as they were so often viewed. We got to work, and it wasn't long before I realized Travis was right. I wasn't at all prepared for the determined hours of work Donnie put into building her strength. I'd been stupid and decided to do a 10-mile run while she did the first section of her weights, then joined her for the second half. By the end of the second hour, every muscle in my body was screaming at me to stop. I felt like the very fibers of my being were on fire. "Are we almost done?" I asked, picking up a towel Donnie had given me and wiping the sweat that was dripping off my forehead. And that wasn't the only place I needed to wipe down. I was positively sweating from every pore on my body, and couldn't wait to get into a shower and wash off, preferably with Donnie. "Yep. I'll probably wrap up in 10 more minutes," she said, taking a drink of water from her bottle. "Do you want to have a quick shower while I finish up here?" she suggested. I leaned forward and gave her a quick peck on the lips. "I'd much rather share a shower with you when we get home, if that's okay, baby." She offered me the most adorable and playfully flirtatious smile in return. "That sounds great," she said. "I won't be long." Me, on the other hand, I was so done. I grabbed a spot on a bench and sat down to catch my breath, cool down, and watch my powerhouse of a woman lift more than her body weight, over and over again like a rock star. Wow. She's incredible. Then it hit me, out of nowhere, a migraine so brutal I almost fell sideways off the bench. "Oh God, no. Donnie." I called out to her in anguish. I tried to get to my feet, but ended up doubled over on my knees on the gym floor, clutching my head and squeezing it between my hands like a vice. "No. I won't lose her. No. I won't," I cried. With every word, the stabbing pain in my head increased to unbearable levels. "The curse is back. Fuck," I growled, my inner wolf slipping into my throat. Donnie dropped to her knees in front of me, grabbing my hands as they clutched at the sides of my head. "Is it the migraines?" she asked, her eyes searching mine. I nodded, trying desperately not to think about anything Donnie related. The pain was so frighteningly intense, it made a coward out of me. I reverted to my old coping mechanism with shame. I tried to focus. Work. Hawaii, no, not that. Working out. The gym. Donnie. No. Yes. Oh God. My fucking ex called. I didn't know it was her when I answered. I made the mistake of telling her about you. No fuck. I rolled away from my mate and onto the ground, the pain beyond crippling now. I felt like I'd been hit by a truck and then put through a meat grinder. I'd lost my sight, and I couldn't even think. What did I have to do to make the pain go away? Lie. I have to lie to myself. Danny's not my mate. She's Travis's mate, not mine, I gasped aloud, reciting the words I used to say to myself over and over again. But this time, it wasn't helping. I couldn't convince my brain of the lies spilling from my lips. It's not working. I cried, my voice breaking on a strangled breath as I thrashed on the ground in mortal agony. Donnie bent down and gripped my shoulder. I'll fix it, my love, she promised, whispering into my ear. Just hang on. She loves me, oh thank God. At least I'd die knowing she loved me back, because this wasn't the same as last time, not by a long shot. Whatever curse my ex had organized to have put on me before, it was nothing compared to this. It was the equivalent of comparing a hangnail to a traumatic amputation. It was clear to me now Candace was trying to kill me, and if my beautiful, powerful witch didn't find a way to help me soon, I was pretty sure she'd succeed. I'd die, just as she had intended, alone and forever without my mate. With that last, soul-crushing realization, the world around me faded to black and I lost consciousness.
Chapter 22. Daniela. I felt physically sick in my heart as Shaun lapsed out of consciousness before me. I had to do something, anything, to help him. My well of my magic was as full as it was going to get, so it was now or never. I reached deep into myself and created a magical shield, pushing it out into a large bubble that encased both Shaun and me. Once in place, I felt a slight sense of relaxation through our bond. Shaun took a deep breath, regaining consciousness, then sighed loudly in relief. "Thank you," he gasped. My arms began to shake with the effort of maintaining my shield. "This bitch is strong." "Tanya!" I screamed. "Help!" If I was going to stand any chance of saving my mate, I was going to need my friends. I must have looked ridiculous, crouched over Shaun with my hands pushed up to the sky to hold the bubble, but luckily, we were in the last hour of the night, and there were only a few regulars around before closing. George lumbered quickly over, his expression pinched with concern. "What's wrong, Donnie?" "George?" I panicked. "Can you throw up a wall so none of the humans can see us?" "I don't think I can do both." He didn't stop to ask why, he just turned around and began casting the spell to block any humans from looking this way. Tanya ran over to us, crouching low. "What's happened?" she asked, her eyes wide as she looked down on my mate. Mercifully, Shaun had stopped groaning in pain, but he was still lying on the ground, his breathing slow but steady. "I think his ex is trying to curse him again," I lamented, still holding the shield above us, my arms shuddering. Tania's look of blatant disgust said it all. "Fuck," she breathed. "Yeah, and it's all my fault," I cried, angry at myself for letting this happen again. I never got around to making his protection totem. Everything seemed fine. I didn't think it was important anymore, because I didn't think she would dare do it again. Tanya reached out to touch my face the way a bestie or loving sister might, her eyes fierce and full of compassion. "This is not your fault, Donnie. Got it? That stupid bitch is the only one to blame here, and whatever witch is working for her. Now, what do you want me to do?" I thought about it for a moment, but we didn't have the luxury of time to get reinforcements. "Can you put up a protective shield to replace mine while I create the totems?" I asked, my gaze hopeful. If anyone could pull off a magical shield that would help block interference, which would last and hold, it was Tanya. She was the strongest of us three girls, and I had no qualms about admitting it. She nodded solemnly and rose to her feet. In the next moment, Tanya began chanting, arms upraised to create something large enough to encompass us all. As Tanya took care of our curse buffer, I got to thinking, racking my brain for something to save my mate. I'd been researching spells to protect Shaun against more curses, and pumped with magic thanks to my 2-hour training session, I began to recite a spell from my heart. A mixture of words I knew and those I didn't poured from within me. I imagined something small, something he could carry with him at all times, something to protect him from all evil. My magic coursed through me with the raw majesty and power of a river, flowing strong, clear, and with pure intent. I held out my hands and finished the spell, 3 gold bands falling into my palms out of thin air, still warm with creation magic. 3? Why do I need 3? I shook my head to dislodge the questions, trusting my magic to direct me toward the right path. I transferred the new rings to my left hand and stretched out my right, summoning Travis to me. He arrived beside me, still sitting on his desk chair, his hands posed as though he'd been typing an email. "Ah, what's going on?" he asked, his brow creased with confusion. Tanya fell to her knees, her hands still up, but she was struggling. "Donnie, hurry. Whoever this witch is, she's fucking persistent and strong, even for me." I grabbed Travis and pulled him over to where Shaun was laying on the ground. "Here, my loves. Please take these." Travis weakly reached his hand up, his palms sweating and trembling with the effort it cost him. I slid the ring onto his ring finger. "I love you," I whispered. He groaned and continued to shiver and shake. "It's not working," he croaked, his eyes shut tight against the pain still getting through to him. I frowned in confusion, and the other 2 rings pulsed in my hand to the beat of my heart. "Oh, they're a set." "Hang on," I gasped. I thrust the smaller of 3 rings onto my finger, then grabbed Travis's left hand and pushed his ring onto his finger too. The 3 rings sung a high-pitched song, then settled into a deep, comforting hum. Tanya gasped with the strength it was taking her to maintain the shield spell. "Let me know when I can drop this," she said through gritted teeth. I reached down for Shaun, cupping his face. "How are you feeling?" I asked. Shaun opened his eyes and sat up, one hand resting against his head. "I think it's gone," he said cautiously. "Oh, it's not gone," Tanya told us. "She's still hitting you hard and fast." I reached out for my friend. "You can let it go, Tanya. We've got this." "Ah." Tanya dropped her arms, and her shoulders stooped with the exertion and drain. I was ready to take the mantle back up, if Shaun needed further protection. He got to his feet, and came over to help us up. Despite whatever was still going on, he definitely seemed improved. My new protection ring hummed happily on my hand, and I allowed Shaun to help me up before I hugged Tanya. "Thank you," I said as I rested my head against her shoulder, imbuing my words with my whole heart and all of my gratitude. She sighed, exhausted. "You're so welcome, but I clearly need to work out more." I chuckled, unable to wipe the relieved smile from my face. "You're amazing, Tanya. Thank you, my friend, for everything." She pulled back and grabbed my hand, inspecting the ring now encircling my ring finger. "Did I miss the wedding?" she teased, biting her lower lip. I laughed softly. "It's just for protection," I countered. "Aha." Tanya winked at me, then put both hands on her hips. "I think I'm done for the night," she declared. "George, are you okay to lock up?" George waved his hands, taking down the invisible wall he'd conjured up for me. "Of course. It gives me extra time to train." He winked at Tanya, then looked at me. "And are you okay now, Donnie?" I nodded, taking a deep breath. "Yeah, I think we are. I can take it from here." "Thank you for your help too, George," I said to the warlock. "Any time, girl," he said, inclining his head at my mates, then he wandered off to take care of the end of business. I glanced at my guys. "Is it time to go home?" I asked. They came to stand on either side of me. "Hell yeah," they echoed in unison. I grabbed Shaun's arm, my desire to protect him so great, I didn't want to let him go. "Okay then. Let's get out of here." We went outside and hopped into Shaun's car, which of course was still waiting for us in the parking lot. Travis blew out a breath. "Well, that was fucking intense, wasn't it?" I began to laugh and then couldn't stop. My laughter was loud and carefree, and powered by love and relief. Shaun just shook his head and drove us home, the rings apparently doing their job for the moment. By the time I was able to stop laughing and pull myself together, I had tears rolling down my cheeks. I'd just proven something to myself, that I'd been needing to since I first laid eyes on the brothers. I'd proven without a shadow of a doubt I wanted my men, both of them, and that I'd do anything to keep them safe. I'd also proven to myself I was as powerful as I needed to be. All I have to do is trust in myself. I'll always be okay if I follow my heart. When we turned onto my street, I slid my hand over Shaun's shoulder as he drove. "Can we go to our new house instead?" I asked. "Sure, sweetheart," he answered, adjusting his course. He didn't ask why, he just kept driving until we reached the property. JD and I had spent all week talking about styles, the rooms, wallpaper, and even the dishes. And although I was happy to admit she had a great sense of style, I wanted a home that specifically reflected my wolf shifters and me. We pulled into the car park and got out, the backyard looking just as gorgeous as it had the day of our housewarming party. "So, what are we doing here?" Shaun asked, closing the driver's side door behind him. "I don't know," I said truthfully. "I'm just following my intuition." And I was. Something told me we'd moved past my townhouse now. It might have been the home I'd bought, paid off, and lived in as a single woman, but I wasn't single anymore, and I wanted to be in the home Travis had bought us as a family. So, I was thinking we should move in here. Tonight, maybe. The guys followed me in through the front door, looking worried. "Oh yeah, sure," Travis said. "But why? It isn't even half done yet." I grinned at him with a sparkle in my eye. "Oh, I know, but it will be. Come on." I moved into the first room and gestured widely. "Do you guys like this overall style? Mostly country, but a little bit modern?" Travis shrugged, unfazed. "Yeah, it's fine by me." I glanced at Shaun, cocking my eyebrow in query when he didn't say anything. His lips twisted, and he tapped his fingers in thought on his crossed arms. I grinned at him. I knew that face. "Tell me what you'd prefer," I coaxed. "I promise, I won't be offended." "I like it," he began, "but considering the age of the home, I thought a few period features might be nice too, to preserve its history, you know?" I nodded and clapped with excitement. "Yes. I totally agree. How about gorgeous ceiling roses and detailed plastering?" I threw my magic around the room, adding some extra touches as I went. Next, we moved from room to room, renovating each one. "And what about this room?" I asked, having already added a gym, a dining room, and a deluxe bathroom. "How about an office?" Shaun asked. "Yours?" I asked. "What would you like?" He shrugged, nonplussed. "Honestly, just a chair and a desk will be fine." I rubbed my hands together, feeling my magic sparking to life once more. "Oh no, I don't think so. Are we going with a whole wall bookcase? Maybe even a barrel chair and a TV?" Shaun laughed. Maybe think more 1820s ducal library and office," he suggested. "Hell yeah." With a wave of my hands, I created a huge wall of books, a large luxurious desk, a comfortable chair, and beautiful carpet, all in rich tones. Shaun's smile was worth every bit of energy. "This is perfect. I love it," he praised. "Thank you, baby." Unexpectedly, he came over to kiss me, wrapping me up in his strong arms. I couldn't help but melt into his embrace. When he finally lifted his head, my feet were barely touching the floor. I felt like I was walking on cloud 9. "Bedroom?" I queried, worrying my lower lip between my teeth. We hurried to the master bedroom, my guys beginning to move differently. They were stalking me, touching my butt and my hands, brushing against me and following me close. I could feel the heat and sexual tension building between us with every step. "So, do you want to change anything in here?" I asked distractedly, motioning to the room. They both shook their heads and stalked closer, backing me up toward the massive opulent bed. "Ah, dinner in bed then?" I asked, my breath catching in my throat at the intensity blazing in their eyes. Shaun swooped in and picked me up, lowering me onto the mattress. "Bed first, I think," he growled. I reached up to cup his jaw. My ring tingled against my skin, and I stared at it. Does this mean we're married or? I stuttered, feeling breathless with anticipation. Travis chuckled, pulling back the covers and stripping off his shirt. We definitely need to do the ceremony, he advised, but I've been committed to you since the moment we met. Shaun knelt down and tugged at my shoes, before he lifted my hand to press a kiss onto my palm. That's how I feel too. I'm never taking this ring off. Ever. A moment later, as my heart raced, Shaun groaned. Call me impatient, but can you do the clothes magic trick? He asked. I laughed and wiggled on the bed. I do have a little magic left in reserve. I clicked my fingers together one more time, and all of our clothes disappeared, vanishing to the laundry. My nipples were already hard, and the fire in my belly was lit as I gazed upon my two beautiful mates. I felt ready at last to take them both, to have them claim me at the same time. We'd make a deliciously sexy paranormal sandwich of witch and wolf flesh, and drizzle it with love until the sun rose over the mountains. My men were safe from the evil that had kept them from me, and now? We had our whole lives ahead of us. I couldn't wait. I'd never been so happy. My forever starts now. With their possessive wolves flashing behind their eyes, Travis and Shaun stalked onto the bed, circling me like predators. A seductive shiver tingled up my spine, and I rose up on my knees to welcome them both. I'd always taken pride in being an independent and strong woman, but with my men I was more than keen to explore playing the part of their prey. After all, I've done more than my fair share of saving for the day. Epilogue. Daniela. 3 months later. I jiggled my knees, my anxiety increasing with every moment that passed. My intuition was so rarely wrong. Something bad had happened. I knew it in my gut. To distract myself from the impending feeling of doom, I looked around at the color themes. It's very beautiful, isn't it? I asked. Travis smiled at me and picked up my hand, threading our fingers together. Ours was better, he said under his breath. I grinned at him and blushed with memory. It was amazing, I agreed. Especially the wedding night. Not to mention, hearing through the grapevine that Candace got on the wrong side of a witch and was cursed to lose all her hair, said Shaun with a quiet chuckle. Don't forget she got kicked out of her pack too, added Travis in a whisper. She's lost everything. I'd say karma came for her, if I was a betting man. I bit my lip to stop myself from chuckling too at the memory. I wasn't a vengeful person generally speaking, but I have to admit that at the time, I did laugh at her timely misfortune. The news she'd gotten her just at desserts, after everything she'd put me and my men through, certainly wasn't an unwelcome addition to our special day. We'd gotten married a month ago in a small ceremony of mostly wolf shifter families and my powerlifting family. It had been so intimate and perfect, it was everything I'd ever dreamed of. And to say I do to a pair of brothers who loved me unwaveringly in return was the cherry on the top of an incredible journey. We'd even used the wedding as a reason to finally finish the exterior facade of our stunning period house. Now our property was finally finished, and it was gorgeous. What time was the wedding supposed to start? Shaun asked, glancing down at his phone. Around 2 p.m., I think, I whispered back. We were all inside the beautifully decorated church, but there was no bride or groom to be seen. Honey, it's almost 3 p.m., Travis muttered beside me. Oh, to hell with it. I'm going to check on her, I said softly. Travis slid his hand over my thigh. Do you want us to come with you? He asked, concern in his gaze. I shook my head and pursed my lips. No. I'll text you if I need you, okay? The guys nodded and stood up so I could, as discreetly as possible, slide out of the aisle and walk to the back of the church where the bridesmaid was standing, a solitary figure alone in her gown. Donnie, Melissa said, leaning forward to kiss my cheek. I don't know what's going on. Where's Angie? I asked, referring to the bride and my cousin. Melissa's eyes filled with tears, and she blinked them back, sniffling quietly. She's in the bridal suite, but she won't come out. I think, her voice hitched, and she glanced around furtively, nervously, worrying she might be overheard. "I think Nathan might have called off the wedding," she whispered. "Oh no." I gasped and covered my mouth with my hand so as not to alert the gathered guests. "That bastard." "I knew he wasn't the right one," Melissa hissed, then gulped. "I don't know what to do. Who do I tell? What happens now? Everyone's already here and the stress was getting to her. She was trying so hard to keep it together, for her sister's sake. Poor thing. I patted her hand. The girl was only 21, she didn't need to handle this, especially alone. "Let me go and talk to your big sister, okay?" I said. "Then, if we need to, I'll announce everything to the church." Melissa's eyes filled with tears, but this time they were accompanied by a grateful smile. "Thank you so much, Donnie." I squeezed her hand in comfort, then moved past her to find the bridal suite. It wasn't hard, it was tucked neatly away just behind the main hall. I knocked, because the last thing I wanted to do was interrupt my cousin if she was having a nervous breakdown. But then, maybe she needed the support. "Angie? Are you in there?" I called, keeping my tone and volume as calm and soft as possible given the circumstances. "Fucking bastard deserves to die." I blew out a breath and shook my head. No, I didn't want him to die, that was just my anger and hurt for my cousin speaking. I wasn't a naturally cruel or vindictive soul. I didn't mean it, I whispered to the universe, just in case. My magic was stronger than ever before, and the last thing I wanted was to accidentally cause the untimely demise of her fiancé, regardless of what was going on between them. Or the man who'd been her fiancé yesterday anyway. It wasn't my place to cast judgment, and more than that, it was definitely not my place to be executioner. That wasn't me. Besides, karma and fate always had a funny way of working these things out anyway. "Who is it?" came the timid response. "Angie?" I called out again, gently. "It's me, Donnie. I'm coming in, okay?" I pushed open the door and saw my beautiful cousin just sitting on the chaise lounge in the bridal suite, her gaze downcast, her eyes glistening with tears, and her cosmetics smudged. Oh no. My heart ached in my chest at the sight. My cousin definitely needed a shoulder to lean on today. "You came," she said, her voice catching with emotion.
Epilogue, Part 2. Angelica. The white satin of my wedding dress was so cool to the touch, and so beautiful whispering between my fingertips. Even as I rubbed the material, trying to wake myself up from this nightmare, I couldn't seem to bring myself to hate the dress. I loved the dress. I'd chosen it for what was supposed to be the best day of my life. And yet, it wasn't, not anymore, but it wasn't the dress's fault. A knock at the door had me looking up and wiping my eyes and smearing my very expensive makeup. "Who is it?" I asked hesitantly. "Angie? It's me, Donnie. I'm coming in, okay?" I couldn't help the grateful sob that echoed in my throat at hearing my cousin's voice through the door. "You came." The door opened and my beautiful baby cousin crept in, dressed in a gorgeous blue dress that hugged all her curves. "Of course I came," she said with a soft smile. "Wild horses couldn't have kept me away." I sniffled and reached for her hand. She came to sit down beside me, the fabric of her dress spilling onto the carpet. "Yeah, you and your 2+1s. You know you're the only person in the world who could get away with asking for 2 extra seats at a wedding," I said with a crooked smile. Donnie pulled a tissue out of her bag and dabbed at my cheeks. "That was only because you wanted to meet my guys," she countered with good humor. "Of course I did." I agreed. Who's heard of a poly marriage with 2 men? 1 man and 4 wives, sure, we'd all heard of that historically speaking. But 1 witch and 2 wolf shifters. Since when? Donnie chuckled. "You might not believe it, but it's actually pretty common in my area now." "That's nice," I whispered before the tears welled up in my eyes again, before spilling like a shimmering waterfall down my cheeks. It was nice my favorite cousin had found her, ones, and nice her town was accepting of them. But for me, There's nothing. And there never would be. Not now. Jason had been my last chance at happiness. I was sure of it, and my world had crumbled around me as a result. What's happened, sweetheart? Daniela prompted, her gaze full of empathy and understanding. I'm here to help. I inhaled slowly and carefully, then lifted my phone up and opened it for Donnie to read. I didn't want to tell her. I couldn't. Saying it out loud would mean it was definitely 100% real. Donnie looked at the screen and read the message I'd read 1,000,000 times over already. Angie. I can't do it. I'm sorry. But you're just not who I want to spend the rest of my life with. Those words cut so much deeper than any others ever could have. What he really meant was he wanted someone 10 years younger, at least 50 pounds lighter, and completely submissive, preferably a woman who'd be happy to be nothing more than a stay-at-home wife. I wasn't one of those women. I never had been. I'd always been independent and wanted to chase my dreams. Though I might have considered it if he'd asked, but he never had. That bastard, Donnie hissed, her eyes flashing with power. I nodded, gulping loudly. Ah, yep. That about sums it up. And he waited until today to tell you, she exclaimed. That slimy toad. Do you want me to turn him into a frog? I can totally do it. I turned to look at my cousin. She was looking more powerful than last time I saw her. There was just something about her aura that had changed. You could? I asked, tentatively out of curiosity. She snapped her fingers. Just like that, she emphasized. I smiled for the first time in hours. The image of Jason hopping around in a sad, squalid pond, chasing flies for the rest of his miserable life, made for an amusing thought. Thanks, I said finally, but he's not worth it. Donnie sighed heavily and grimaced. So what do you want to do, darling? I bit my lower lip to stop myself from crying. I just want to hide in a hole, if I'm honest. We can do that, Donnie said. I'll go and tell everyone to go home, and you can come stay with us for a couple of weeks until you find your feet again. You'd organize time off for a honeymoon anyway, right? I nodded. Jason and I hadn't planned on doing much though, maybe just some day trips. We'd been saving up for IVF, since no amount of magic had been able to help get me pregnant. So, we hadn't wanted to waste a ton of money on a vacation we didn't need. Or at least, that's what he'd said. Well, it's settled. You're coming home with me then. You don't have. I began to argue. I want to, Donnie insisted, squeezing my hand with a smile so kind it melted my heart. A few weeks at our place, relaxing, reading and lounging by the pool, you'll feel heaps better in no time. It's not like I had a better offer, and if I was honest with myself, I would feel better being around Daniela. She always glowed like the sun, and had a naturally calming aura around her. Okay, thank you. That would be great. So, I'll go tell everyone the wedding is cancelled? Donnie asked, rising to her feet and smoothing out her dress. I inhaled sharply, fear twisting my gut. Do you think I should? I felt so uncertain and lost, which was an unsettling and unfamiliar feeling for me. Donnie pulled me with her. I think you should get super drunk and have a party to end all parties. And why not, right? The venue and food are already paid for. I'll just send the celebrant on his way, as his services are no longer needed. I smiled and nodded. You're right, and I paid for most of it. I might as well try and enjoy it. Of course I had. He'd never really wanted to marry me. Donnie grinned. Okay. Then let's get this party started. I'll sort out the ceremony stuff and speak to the reception. They might let us start the party a little earlier than expected. We'd only allowed 2 hours between the wedding and reception, and we were already an hour in. Okay, and let them know I can pay extra if they need it. Donnie winked at me. You let us worry about that, cousin. Triple income, no kids, remember? It'd be our pleasure. I huffed out a laugh, then tried not to cry. Thank you for your kindness, Donnie. I don't think I could have survived this without you. Hey, Donnie stepped back in to hug me tight. I love you. Shit happens. We'll fix this, okay? I hugged her back and nodded. Okay. All right, first things first. How about we change this beautiful dress to red or purple? She asked, waving at my white bridal gown. Make it red, I said, beginning to see what she was saying. Paint the town red. I'd paid for an incredible party, with great food, music, and drinks galore. Why should I sit in a room and cry because a man I should never have trusted in the first place had let me down again? Donnie clicked her fingers, and my gorgeous long white dress was suddenly a deep ruby red. Do you like that shade? She asked. Or how about this one? She clicked her fingers again, and the dress became a lighter, happier cherry red. I like the first one, I admitted, and once more the dress was changed back to the deep red hue I loved so much. Do you want it shorter? Donnie asked. Or some sparkles or something else? I couldn't help but smile at my baby cousin. Since when did you get so powerful? I asked. Danny's smile was full of wisdom. Oh, I've got a story or two to tell you. Then she flicked her wrist and adorned my dress with delicate shimmering sparkles that caught the light just perfectly. There was another knock on the door. It was my half-sister, Melissa. Can I come in? She asked. I walked to the door and opened it, forcing a smile to my face. Hey, I said. Melissa, dressed in her beautiful lilac dress, jumped back, eyes wide. Wow, she breathed, you look amazing. Thanks, I said, wiping the last of the tears from my eyes. Let's go, sister. We've got a party to go to. You don't want me to announce everything? Donnie asked from behind me. It might be easier if you don't feel like facing them all. I shook my head, as tempting as the offer was. No, but thank you. This is something I need to for myself. Donnie smiled. That's very brave of you, Angie. Just let me, she wriggled her fingers. There you go, makeup fixed. I hugged her tight in thanks and stood tall. I might be almost 40, fat and not the one for Nathan, but that didn't mean he was going to destroy my day or me. I had family that loved me and would support me, and a kick-ass party awaiting me that I'd paid for all by myself. I had to make lemonade out of this big fat lemon, because he wasn't going to win. Not today, not ever. Angie's story will continue in Celebrated by Wolves, the last of the Power Magic stories.